On behalf of Adecon 2022, I extend a very warm welcome to the distinguished faculty, EC members of AD India, members of Association of Diabetes Educators India, delegates and my dear students to the national conference held virtually this year by the Association of Diabetes Educators India under the able leadership of Professor Dr. H.P. Chandalia sir and the organizing chairperson, Professor Dr. C.R. Anand Moses. The theme of Adecon 2022 is diabetes education, educate, manage, and prevent. The organizing team of Adecon 2022 has attempted to coordinate knowledge sharing sessions through experienced faculty across the country. The conference is spread over 2 days with a pre-conference workshop yesterday afternoon, wherein we had sessions on monitoring glycemic control and introduction to insulin pump therapy. And the highlight was chat with type 1, Mr. Pranav, who managed to keep his time in range as high as 94 to 96% with an unbelievable understanding of the carbs in day-to-day meals and knew how to integrate insulin with the carbs in an amazing manner. Thanks to diabetes educators, Ms. Shubda Banot for having helped achieve this. The pre-conference workshop is followed by the conference today. The power of diabetes education is similar to that of a prayer. Often healing takes place in ourselves as we pray for the healing of others. Let us commence today's program by seeking the blessings of the Almighty. Can we have the prayer, please? We can't hear it.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Light symbolizes knowledge and darkness symbolizes ignorance. I request the virtual lighting of the lamp, since knowledge is the only true and everlasting wealth and symbolically represented in lighting of the lamp. Can we have the lighting of the lamp, please?
Kurutvang kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shubham kurutvang kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute Deepajyotir namostute Shubham kurutvang kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah.
I would now like to invite Professor Dr. Hemraj Chandalia sir, President of Association of Diabetes Educators India, to deliver the welcome address and also share his views on the interaction of modern medicine and Indian culture. To introduce Sir, can we showcase Sir's CV, please? Sir has been instrumental in carrying the torch of diabetes education to brighter horizons. Sir is presently the Director, Department of Endocrinology, Diabetes and Metabolism, Jaslok Hospital, Mumbai, and also the Director of the most popular Denmark, Diabetes Endocrine Nutrition Management and Research Center, Mumbai. Sir has a very rich teaching experience as faculty, University of Alabama Medical Center, Birmingham, and Grant Medical College, Mumbai. He is also very passionate about research, writing, reviewing, and much more. Published 75 articles, originals, and reviews in scientific journals, 20 authorship, editorship, or contributions to the books. He has served as an editor, International Journal of Diabetes in Developing Countries, and editor-in-chief, RSSDI Textbook of Diabetes, published in 2015. Currently, the editor of Diabetes Today. Since Sir's CV goes over 100 pages, excuses for not going through due to paucity of time. We are extremely fortunate to have a legendary among us. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Meenakshi, Dr. Udupi, Sonal Modi, and other, organizers of this conference, my other executive committee members of ADE, all have been working together to put this meeting, assemble this very good program. And I'm happy to address you briefly for about 35 minutes. A very interesting topic, which has been in my mind for quite some time. While treating a large number of patients, it is always going in my mind that do the patient understand me? Do I understand them? What are their cultural backgrounds? What are their prejudices? What are their misconceptions? Or what are the clear concepts in their mind? So this is very, very important because all of you will be involved while educating. Counseling skills are very important. And the counseling skills depend upon understanding of not only the disease, but the person who has the disease. It's always, as Dr. William Osler said, it's not important to see what disease a person has, but you have to see which person has that disease. So the person is very important. Next slide. Can I have the next slide, please? Yes. So now we go to the background of our people, the way our patients think over years. The cost of being anecdotal, I'll tell you how our people think about us, about diabetes, about the treatment given to them, living life with diabetes. It is very, very interesting to watch. And all of you have done, if you have done it for 5-10 years of diabetes education with your patients, you understand the very, very fine nuances of people's understanding. So remember that in our country, as well as world over, the fake information is going around for everything, There are people who pose as doctors in India. Anybody can be doctor. You see, almost this title can be acquired, with especially in alternate systems without any great training or any other experience. And not only traditional media, the new digital media are also participating world over in spreading fake information because the contents created are not by experts because they don't want to pay a penny to any of the experts to create good contents. So they have contents, whichever contents are available. Whosoever wants to put up the contents is welcome. And those free contents are absolutely fake most of the time. If you see mainly about two particular drugs, if you see, if you Google them, for example, if you Google about statins and artificial sweeteners, the amount of side effects shown is phenomenal. As a matter of fact, after reading that, anybody would be alarmed in taking those drugs. But fortunately, most people know that this all can't be correct because both of these are being used extensively and not being banned after use for 5 decades. So this is very important that this fake news are dissipated. And for that, I think education is very important. And diabetes educators and I think all of us have a great responsibility in clarifying some of these things. Then, of course, most people now, the India education system goes, they're supposed to know at least 2 or 3 languages. However, some of them, a large number of people who are earlier illiterates, they still speak mostly one language. And therefore, you see, they are not able to understand some of the words we use. Most of us sometimes use words in English language, which is not language of India, which are very unfortunate. That's why today in this meeting, we are organizing, discussion in 4 languages on the same topic, just to see what fine nuances of languages are in different regions of our very vast country. And of course, the information available in local languages is poor. Either the amount is very minimal, or more importantly, the information is not very accurately done. Creating information for patients is a very difficult task. The accuracy required is so great that sometimes I revise some of those drafts 5 times in the language to make sure that everything conveyed is absolutely correct. And of course, we have folklore and home remedies going on. But that is true all over the world. Let me tell you, some of these are not necessarily Indian melodies. They're all over the world. However, we are saddled with some very ancient systems of practice, which also have some plus points and minus points. And I'm going to later on tell you how we can assimilate some of these ideas and go ahead in our country, in our environment. And Ayurveda, of course, is very, very old, you see, system of medicine, at least more than about 2,000, 3,000-year-old system, you see. And of course, homeopathy has its own root in different countries, in Germany, and of course, is still prevalent very much in India. And Unani system also came along with the invaders coming from different part of the world, from Middle East. And then there is a Siddha system which originated in southern part of India. And of course, naturopathy is all there. Naturopathy, they're everywhere, I must tell you. That some of this homeopathy, the other four systems are not in many other Western countries. Homeopathy is there in Germany, it's little bit in USA, very little in USA, and of course some other countries, but naturopathy exists everywhere. The health farms in Switzerland are the biggest swindler of money from all the money bags from in Mumbai, you know. All their money is offloaded when they go to a health farm in Switzerland. And what they do is almost quackery, except that they do good fasting regime and good low-calorie diet and do cleanse their system, which I think they could have easily done probably in our country as well. Next slide. Now, the health issues, our population is very poorly informed about health issues. It's poorly informed in general, but health issues, the information is very poor. Our media contain articles which are very poorly done, very poorly done. In good newspapers, the article is done which has got errors, complete misunderstanding being perpetuated. And I've had a lot of interactions with our media people, and now I'm afraid of interacting with them. Because one, they want something sensational, and I don't have anything very sensational usually to give. I have something very important to give, but no sensationalism. And of course, they want something very quick, because in next 2 hours, they have to give the content to the publisher or to the newspaper people, you see. So this is the way they work. There's not very painstaking effort by these media people to truly propagate science properly, see. And we are full of myths and misunderstanding. I'll discuss those a little bit. You see, the follow-up, the continuity of care is the most important thing in chronic diseases. Chronic diseases like diabetes, hypertension, lipid problem, which we deal with all the time as diabetes educators, and of course, asthma or rheumatoid arthritis or diseases like that, they require good follow-up. In the other countries, there are clinics called continuity clinics. They're called continuity clinics, all chronic diseases. Our hospitals have not yet considered that because their calculations are going a little awry. You see, they go more by what is the income generating way of doing things. And diabetes care is not as much income generating, I must tell you that. That's why most hospitals are disappointed with us. And of course, the diabetologist takes pride in the lowest admission rate. So that also makes them very unpopular with the hospitals. We specialize in keeping people out of hospital. And we take pride in that with a very low hospitalization rate. Some of us still have high volume of practice, so we have to still admit some patients. But otherwise, you know, we may have to sometimes have no patients in the hospitals, except a lot of reference work of diabetics who fell sick and undergoing surgery and have some critical illness. Then remember that culturally, Indian people, it may be also true in many other countries, but I've seen in the West, I did practice 4 years in USA in the university-based practice, 2 days a week, very heavy practice with my professor. And I learned their attitude towards the diseases, and they were very, very straightforward, very scientific. They trusted you. They trusted you really. In India, they will appear apparently very respectful, but I must alert you to this possibility. And my patients love me, so I don't have any complaint personally, because I'm very close to them. And but most of the time, remember that you think the patient will be very respectful to you, will really follow your advice, you are mistaken. See, they are suspicious all the time. There is whole country, there is a little bit suspicion that every Indian is a little bit corrupt, little bit doing unusual practices. So it's lurking in our patient's mind as well. Even if they find a very honest medical care person, you know, healthcare personnel, like a good educator, a good diabetologist, it takes them quite some time for them to repose their trust in them. So trust deficit is very great trust deficit. This originates from our culture of mistrust. See, mistrust is basic culture. If you see Ramayana and Mahabharata, you find how much mistrust prevailed in those big epics which really, changed the whole thing. The mistrust was prevalent everywhere in those stories. And this is how we go. We find very difficult to trust. See, and you see, the cost of ambulatory treatment is most of our time paid. Our very few insurance policies really cover ambulatory care cost, and diabetes care is ambulatory care. See, patient is moving around, and therefore most of the time they pay up from their pockets, and this really causes a lot of problems in their attitude to the disease. They don't like to be followed up because it costs every time. Not only money, it costs time as well sometimes to go to a clinic little far away, a lot of time. And so I don't know what's happening in rural areas. People may be traveling so much to even see a doctor. So I think, you see, this is the health system is very poorly organized, really. And poor people really go to these clinics. They are very suspicious whether they'll be treated properly. There is no time. The burden is very heavy in these clinics. You see, I've seen the clinic in Bangladesh, in Dhaka. You see Birdam, which is one of the most crowded clinic in the world. But the way they were organized, seeing something like 5,000 patients a day, the way they were organized was really worth seeing. So we are not able to still put our organizational skills in this area, and the medical hospital administrators, etc., are not much enamored by this diabetes care because it is not revenue generating. See, and poor people, I can tell you one instance, very interesting, that you see, I saw once a poor lady coming from UP. So I realized in my clinic, and of course, I treat a lot of those people in the medical colleges without any problem. But here she came, and I realized that obviously I saw her, and I told that you get hospitalized at the JJ hospital where it won't cost you. So I'll give you a note and go there and get hospitalized in my ward, and we'll look after you. And obviously, I did not charge them. The husband and the patient would not leave the clinic. They started crying in my waiting room. So my secretary says there is something problem with them. So they're both crying. So I thought that they may not have the money to really go to the hospital. So let me give them the cab money. And the person comes in and says, sir, you are not going to treat my wife properly because you're not charged. You're not charged. I felt very sorry that this is the notion he had of medical care in India. This is what it was, very realistic what he had. Says, you're not charged. So I say, you want to pay? How much can you pay? So he took out a 5 rupee note. I say, yes, this is my fees. I accept it. Now that accepting that money established a contract with him. Remember that people, human beings know that, how to establish a contract between the other human being. And this established a contract, and then he was convinced that I'll take care of that patient. And next morning, my round, of course, I made sure I saw all patients religiously, you see, until I became very senior. Then only my assistant would show some difficult cases to me. But those days I was seeing everyone, and of course, she was taken care of. So try to see what is going on in their mind. See, they don't know whether they will be looked after. They don't know what exactly will go. So this is all arises because of the circumstances in which we work. See, and then the question of charity is very interesting. You see, it is considered that doctors and medical people should be charitable. It should be very basic quality. To my mind, it may be correct, but this cannot be the charity like what other people think. What an industry with huge money there, or a person extra wealthy thinks that charity different from medical people's charity. Medical, paramedical, all of you will have to face this charity question. And it's nice to work charity. Many of us have enjoyed working half day for 30 years in the college without being paid. So which is fine. However, another notion of charity is very interesting, that you should not spend on yourself. So once a lady came from some diamond house family, very, very, very big diamond family, you see, and I realized they're extremely wealthy people living part of the time in Belgium, part of the time in Mumbai. And so I put my normal charges. Of course, we never overcharge anybody, which includes the richest people we treat. So I put my charge. She came in and told, your charges are very high. I say, ma'am, why do you think it is very high? We have spent close to 1.5 hours between 3 of us in the clinic. My my associate doctor, myself, and my educator. 1.5 hours is the time we give to a new patient even nowadays in the clinic. So she said, doctor, I like to spend for other people. I do charity of 100 crore a year and I run hospitals and all, but I don't like to spend on myself. It was very, very astonishing sort of argument, And then I said, it's okay, ma'am, if you think that way, you can pay what you like, because I did not want to argue further. But you can see the peculiarity of this kind of argument, but this is the notion of charity. Very unusual notions of charity prevail in our culture. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. Okay. So how do you now, many of our patients can still be illiterate or semi-literate. Now illiteracy is more or less wiped out, but literacy sometimes in India means only being able to sign or read a few things, So they may be in a way they are illiterate. So how do you educate them? And long ago, we published in Diabetes Care, this is in the beginning of Diabetes Care. So this is one of the early articles from India in Diabetes Care, where we showed that semi-literate, illiterates can be taught nutrition very, very nicely. Their diet can be taught to them in a very simple way, taking a group of 4 or 5 of them together. Next slide. And it shows clear drop in blood glucose. Their knowledge score improved, you see, after the sessions. And next slide. And their sugars came down. So at the time, there were no glycosylated hemoglobin ever anywhere in the world in 1979, by the way. You might know that around 1980 was the first paper from India by us on glycated hemoglobin, and we led the introduction of this modality of monitoring control in our country. Next slide, please. Yes. Now, very interestingly, India is a country with multiple religions and spiritual practices. See, and you have to contend with that. You have to understand those practices. You have to understand the religious fast, especially when you're advising diet. As diabetes educator, you advise diet. You'll have to take into account these peculiarities. This is very, very important. Next slide. And it's a kind of fast like Shravan fast in Hindus and Ramadan. Ramadan, of course, the Muslim population all over the world. So there are a lot of publications on that, but I've not seen many publications on Shravan fast. You see, Ramadan fast, one of our publications was the British Journal almost 25 years ago. And of course, many of such keep appearing in all the journals. Shravan fast needs to be studied, the composition of diet and how it affects diabetes. Jain fasts are the very, very interesting ones and very varied and sometimes very difficult to understand unless you really spend some time and understand them. And the Lent in Christians also is another way of fasting. So religious fasts are prevalent in our country. They'll continue to be so. And you have to learn, one, how to take care of diabetes during this, but most importantly, to my mind, how as an educator, we can exploit these religious, practices into controlling diabetes. Think of it. I've been thinking of it for years, and I feel I sometimes utilize this. I tell some person doing Shravan fast and things are getting better. I say, why don't you continue the same thing for a while? It doesn't have to be month of Shravan. It can be year round. Or many Jains who had hypertension or something, I'll tell them to do a Jain fast, which is without salt, food, and obese, the diet is without any fat in the diet. It's called IMBIL. So this or next slide, please. So this should be utilized by us, So remember that, for example, in Jains, they don't eat at night. Now this works very well, and they don't eat very early morning also. It's about a couple of hours after the sunrise. So this is absolutely classic for you to implement, the intermittent fasting regime, where you have only 8 hours window to eat and 16 hours you are in a fasting state. So you can see the opportunity there. You just say that you continue this to a Jain, and they accept it very readily. Anything else is difficult to accept, but this will be accepted readily, and I think this will work. I think we should utilize this knowledge in transferring it to our diabetes practice, and we'll be able to get control of diabetes much better. Next slide, please. And of course, this IMBD is sugar-free, salt-free, fat-free diet, and only once a day, and it's excellent for hypertension, heart failure, and hyperlipidemia, and obesity and diabetes, everything together. The metabolic syndrome can be addressed by this kind of diet. Next slide. And of course, many religions have the austerity, frugality, and fasting, what's called tapascharya, and this can be utilized in our country very gainfully. I think we have not done it. Either when we give this information, patients don't take it very seriously. So maybe it has to come from somebody who is wearing saffron clothes or who is appearing like a religious leader. There they follow it. If the religious leaders gives them, tells them to take a vow of doing this something kind of fasting, they do it. They do it. So I think we have to really learn how we can have similar image and transfer our ideas and implement these in our patients without sending them probably to guru, because the guru also have many other ideas which may be very contrary to science. So remember, you really can't utilize a religious guru to really produce any scientific results. So don't be under that impression, because he or she will also have some other ideas which will totally run contrary to your science. Next slide. And of course, you see, what is restraint is important. So reduce frequency of eat, reduce quantity, reduce types of food, choices also narrowed, you see, and then you find some very good results. And sometimes we use that in practice. Next slide, please. See, yeah. Now, the doctor's-patient relationship is very interesting one. All over the world, it is a very important thing. You see, sometimes it's getting very impersonal in the United States. For example, doctors never come on the phone line. You see, when I told one patient who was bothering me from US, I said, why don't you contact the doctor? I said, doctor, it's impossible to get an American doctor online. See, it is impossible. You have to just go to emergency room while I can call you up and take advice and be all right. So this is, see, so in India, of course, what to expect? The patients usually think very high of you, especially when they're very sick. So one very famous doctor in the India, general practitioner, who later on was the health minister as well, from Maharashtra state, and he was a practicing doctor. So in his clinic it was written that when you are very unwell, you think I'm a god. When you start getting better, you think I'm a human being. And when everything is over, you are well, and of course I present my bill, you think I'm a devil. So doctors' image, you see, or healthcare providers' image, hospitals' image suffers very badly, because the cultural, background is such that people don't take the healthcare providers in the correct rational light. Their image is not a very rational image in their mind. It's a very peculiar image, changing every now and then. It may be happening in general in human beings all over. However, it is accentuated in our country, because people evaluate you, and then sometimes patients tell me about other doctors, which then tells me what they think of me, and it alerts me not to tread that path or not to say those words. See, so not to trust, I told you already earlier, is a characteristic in our country, not to trust anybody else. That's how we cannot get together, we cannot do any activity together, we do not have group action by anywhere, because we don't trust each other. So that is a real problem. You see, a very peculiar words are used by patients. Be very careful about their language. One patient told me that that doctor is very professional. So I thought being professional is very good. I would like to be called a good professional, doing my job properly. But when I talked in detail, I realized he meant that doctor was charging a little heavily. He called it professional. Means he is not being personal. They want a doctor to be personal and think of them, and not be, and when they charge, it is very professional. Very peculiar word being used, you see. Or sometimes the obese people, I ask them that, what was your weight when you were young? I was healthy. Mothers tell when the child is overweight, that my child is just healthy, doctor. Healthy. Word healthy, be careful. Healthy is not healthy in the sense of science. Healthy means overweight. So be very careful. And I saw a couple where you see the husband and wife, the wife went on telling me that he's very weak. He's very weak. She was repeating all the time. I did not understand. I said, has he lost weight? Is he not eating well? No, everything, that is all right. After some time, I realized that the weakness was erectile dysfunction. See, so be careful, this weakness, weakness, and patient may agitate to use. They do not describe their sexual problems very accurately. They don't come up forthwith with it. They think it's a matter of shame. These and psychiatric disorders are considered a matter of shame, which is culturally, it is getting corrected, mind you. As we go on, education spreads, people are getting a little more straightforward. in some of these narrations, you see. So you have to be very careful about what the person is trying to say. The words they use are very unusual. They are not exactly they are not precisely the words given in the dictionary. See, and of course they think most of the time that the doctor doesn't communicate. Although you might have talked for half an hour and still they have questions. They think doctors are inaccessible. Sometimes they are. You see, it depends upon how different people are practicing, and they often think that they are unethical. They're unethical. There is certain degree of unethical behavior is prevalent in the country. It's being curbed by government rules, by many things. But I don't think this flagrant unethical practices are prevalent in India. I don't believe that. This is absolutely wrong impression public. But whenever such news appear in the media, the medical association and all don't protest. I don't know why not. See, they should immediately rejoinder, but the profession is not very active. In America also same thing happened. The American doctors were taken over, the whole management were taken over by MBAs. So business houses run the hospitals, the business ideas run the hospitals, which was, to my mind, a great disservice, that movement. And that has been transferred to world over. The Americanism has spread everywhere. And I think our hospitals are run by that. You see, so the rules are, balancing the balance sheet, and the rest all is immaterial. See, so this is very, very important. But this is what is happening world over, and we are also caught up in the same situation. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, so there are some patients who try to come close to you. This is another behavior problem. You are like my family member. You are some of them make me brother, some of them make me father or dada because of my age. The adjectives are changing for me. You see, doctors say I project a close friend. Sometimes it is nice to have that. Of course, that relationship, there is nothing wrong. But you see, they think that you don't need to be paid because you are a friend, You're not a friend, you see. And probably a small gift will take care of all the fees. So you have to be very careful about that. Charging system has to be very careful, very careful. Usually, to my mind, the only way presently not to get a bad name is really to accept whatever payment patient gives. At least I have done that whole life. I have survived even with that, accept whatever. You quote your fees, but accept whatever patient says. But I don't think many doctors will be able to afford that. I could do that. See, so it's okay. But you see, charging is considered very bad. So you see, why should you think of that? After all, you're a doctor. You look like you're doing quite well. Why should you charge me? So this is, be very careful. You see, as educator, you'll have great difficulty in accepting your charges. They think that diet advice can be completely free, You see, even separately when it is taken from, not in the part of a clinic. So you have to be very careful. Next slide, please. Let's go quickly. Yeah. Okay. Now they expect a lot of things from you. The expectations are very high in India. The disease is not accepted. Most of them want to be cured. Very interestingly, a hypothyroid patient came to me and I told him that you have to take this thyroxine lifelong because it was severe hypothyroidism. Hypothyroidism is reversible in about 30% of my patients, but he belonged to 70% category. So I told him, no, you'll have to take this and it is natural compound, absolutely what the body makes, you keep taking. He says, doctor, so much research you all do. Can you not do thyroid transplant? So this was most innovative idea I ever heard. I never heard that from an American patient, Transplant of thyroid gland, when you can give a simple tablet orally and make it absolutely all right, 99% all right, and the person wants a transplant. They want a cure. They don't want a disease to be there. See, they don't want a treatment. Their body will be invaded by tablets. They are averse to treatment. They are averse to seeing you. They are averse to treatment because the cultural background is such. Avoid doctors. You see, avoid doctors. Unfortunately, I had to go and see my doctor. Why unfortunately? Why don't you say I was so lucky I saw my doctor today or my healthcare provider today? You see, so I think they want everything to be reversed. And no, it is not possible. Diabetes is reversible. It makes newspaper news. Many of us have hundreds of patients whom we have reversed, but we never went to media. But some of our younger colleagues are very media savvy. So one patient diabetes, they reverse. Early on, it is reversible. So they go to media and it makes headlines. So this all goes on. We all have to go live through that. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, actually. Now, Now, second opinion is often taken by patient. One of my patients took 4 opinions by 4 cardiologists and came to me again to discuss that. And when I asked for my fee, he said, no, sir, you don't need it. I just come to show you those 4 people's reports, different, analyze. So very, very interesting idea they have of second opinion. Next slide, please. Be very careful about that. This is how the doctors, not even the Ayurveda Acharya, were looked at in the Indian culture. You see, so, O Vaidya, brother of Yama, God, brother of God of death, bow down to you. Yama only steals away one's life, but the Vaidya steals one's life as well as money. So this was a sarcastic, obviously, saying, but this sort of opinion went in the Indian culture, in Indian Shastras, even the Ayurveda Acharyas, not only doctors, they were looked upon like this sometimes. At least there was this one angle also was there in the ancient times as well. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, there are a lot of myths in our prevailing. I'll not go into that because many of you have done your small researches on the myths prevailing in diabetes and many other fields. Alternative system of medicine is considered flawless, no side effects, etc. Next slide. And we still think that there are a lot of side effects caused by our medications. But our medications are only ones where side effects are well described. Ayurveda Acharya doesn't know what the side effects of their medicine. I've seen them killing my 2 patients, you see, and without knowing what they did. Next slide, please. I'll go over rapidly. I'll just say a few things. I do want to adhere to time. You see, and these are some of the myths. I will not go into that because many of you know what myths they have about diabetes. Next slide. As educators, you face that all the time. The Ayurvedic treatment, how you can sort of integrate with modern medicine. I'll just show you one meaningful slide. Next, please. There are some good points there. Good points there. Next slide. I'll go over very fast. Yes. Should the alternate medicine be investigated by modern methods? To my mind, yes. Now they are accepting that we investigate it like modern. Otherwise, earlier they were not even accepting. They say your method is not applicable. Our Shastras have said this is okay, so this is okay. Now they accept it. And I think they should be put to test like modern medicines. Next slide. Very quickly, one slide here I want to show you meaningful. Is that the last? Yeah. So many studies published in our journals. When I was editing this RSHI journal for almost 22 years, I did that and developed into a reasonably very high-class journal. And there used to be 6 studies in this period, very well done studies on herbs, very well done scientific studies. Next slide. And there are hundreds of them. And on the basis of that, what is the essence of that? Next slide, please. Next slide. You see, they have distinct role in prevention of diabetes from impaired glucose tolerance, you see, to diabetes conversion. I think the indigenous medicine, herbal ones have a role. First couple of years of type 2 diabetes, they can be used in people, sometimes with reasonable results and control of glycemia and obesity-related diabetes, they're useful. So Ayurveda described treatment of obesity long ago as exercise and all very beautifully, really. And I think that can be done by disciplined diet and exercise, and this can be used as adjunctive therapy. It is upon us to, with scientific studies, replace it in the right place so that we don't have to be antagonistic to this system. We cannot survive in this country if we keep talking about antagonistic to this system. But we have to scientifically examine all the strengths and weaknesses of these systems and assimilate them in our system and modernize these drugs in the way to give and way to make, way to standardize. And I think we have done a great service to our people and to our profession. Next slide, please. I think I will try to close now. You see, this is a study that I had initiated with Dr. Madhu in Delhi, and almost getting concluded. Methi powder to prevent from impaired glucose tolerance it should be out in next about 6 months. Next slide. Yeah, and of course there are problems with Ayurveda. I'm not going to that. Next slide. So there are problems which you know very well, and of the side effects. This is our prescription. Most of you don't realize that a good prescription is to have common side effects. You see here, watch for the last column. See, this is what we are doing for the last 10 years. The main side effects are there written. There's nothing wrong in doing that. This is supposed to do that. Next slide. Okay. Yeah. I think the Ayurveda can have problems, heavy metals. One of my patients had hemolysis, a pilot who was trying to cure his diabetes by Ayurveda in order to fit he declared fit for flying, and he came to me with hemolysis with 6 gram hemoglobin from 14 or 15 gram. You see, and lead and mercury levels have been found high in people using Ayurvedic drugs. See, next slide, but it's not true of all Ayurvedic drugs. Some of them are okay. Now, if somebody is taking modern, you want to prescribe something and is taking some Ayurvedic medicine, what do you do? Do you advise to stop one of them? Either you don't give your medicine or stop alternate system. Do you continue both? You have to be very careful. Remember that anything good happens will be attributed to Ayurvedic drug, and any side effects will be attributed to your drug. Be prepared for that. So if you can make it clear to the patient that, you see, don't use this strategy with me. Later on say that this caused this and this caused this. Everything good is with Ayurvedic drug. The image is so strong. They try to, try to be iconoclastic and try to destroy that image is impossible. Don't do that. So either you tell them very gently that, this will not work for you. Your diabetes is a little advanced, 10 years of diabetes. So I think better stop. It's a very weak drug and take this. If they continue both, want them. See, they don't attribute it wrongly, the side effects or good benefit to this. Really what will work now is the modern medicine. So I think you have to be very careful when the patient continues this, both the systems together, and at least allow the simple, some herbal compounds I allow. I, in fact, examine carefully also the Ayurvedic compound, make sure. And I must tell you that I had included in RSDI textbook of diabetes a 25-page chapter on alternative systems in India. You see, so that the modern practitioners understand what's going on and have a little bit scientific attitude towards them, neither strongly for nor strongly against, but a very balanced scientific attitude. I think with that, I close my talk. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you. I hope it has stimulated you to look into some of these very, very interesting behavioral aspects, cultural aspects by which our patients react with us when you treat them. And an educator, you'll have to understand these, even understand it with great depth. Then only you'll be a successful educator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the inspiring address. It was indeed food for thought for each one of us gathered here today. Truly an insightful session from doctor-patient relationship, their expectations, second opinions, myths, and most important, to put Ayurveda to test, understand their strengths and weaknesses in order to integrate its modern medicine. Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a round of applause for sir, please?
Thank you. Yeah.
Let's move on to the next session. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome the moderators, Dr. Sunil Gupta, sir, and my dear friend Charu Dua, to moderate the first scientific session, case-based discussion on long-standing distress. You'll never get to a person's soul until you understand where it hurts, from theory to practice. Currently, Dr. Sunil Gupta serves as National President, DIPSI, National Treasurer, RSSDI Headquarters. He has several awards to his credit, 14 national orations, 4 presidential orations, 6 international fellowships, 6 world records, and the records last from the Limca Book of Records as well as the Guinness Book of World Records, published 201 articles, books, chapters, abstract presentations in international, national journals, conferences, conducted total 2,592 programs, associate editor of International Journal of Diabetes in Developing Countries and Journal of Clinical Diabetology, principal investigator of clinical trials, in short, orator, teacher, editor, researcher, and an educator, all in one. Ms. Charu Dua's CV, please. We have yet another dynamic personality, Ms. Charu Dua. Her experience spans over 24 years. Presently, consultant nutritionist Max Vaishali, Delhi, only dietitian trained for NABH hospital audits from Quality Council of India, internationally trained diabetes educator and trained FODMAP dietitian, several awards and recognitions to her credit. To name a few, the Best Speaker Award at Diabetes Management Workshop for Nurses, authored several books and published several papers in India and international journals. Over to the moderators.
Thank you, Meenakshi. It was lovely getting introduced to you. And I would like to thank you at the onset for bringing me and talking. And thanks to Adecon to bringing in me and making me the moderator of a very interesting topic. I was hearing Dr. Chandalia, and absolutely the pain areas he brought in very beautiful. These are the things that we see in our clinic day in and day out. So what we see in our clinic day in and day out, there are panelists who are going to join me, and Dr. Sunil is going to join us in a short while. By the time Dr. Sunil joins in, I would introduce all my panelists and then we may start the proceeding. So we have Dr. Shaival Chandalia with us. He is a consultant endocrinologist and diabetes at Jaslok Hospital, Bhatia Hospital, and HN Reliance Hospital, Mumbai. He's a consultant endocrinologist and a diabetologist at Dr. Chandalia's Denmark Center and Clinic. He has authored educational material and diabetic patient, a chapter in a book for patient called Conquest of Diabetes by Diet and Exercise. He has also contributed chapters to RSSDI textbook of diabetes, which provides an Indian perspective to the field of diabetes and is meant for diabetologists. Can I have the slide for the next speaker, Ms. Prajakta? She is a certified diabetes educator, practicing since 2004, specialization with children and diabetes, manager of Diabetes Clinic Jupiter Hospital, EPGD Hospital Administration, TISS, pursuing Master Hospital Administration, Executive IIHMR Jaipur. She does a lot of internal audits for diabetes medicine, which is very interesting from in OPD and IPD. She is a co-founder of Diabetes Educator course in Jupiter Hospital and has worked with Juvenile Diabetes Foundation. She is organizing a lot of camps in diabetes education and awareness and prevention health camps on and off. Next slide, please, of the next speaker. Manju is a dear friend. She is a senior diabetes educator, nutritionist program manager at Max Super Speciality Hospital, New Delhi, Saket, and has to her credit Shushruta Award for her research project from Max and BMJ medical team master trainer for Project Hope. Next slide, please. Dr. Ranjini Harish, she is a senior scientist and head of the Department of Translational Research, Madras Diabetes Research Foundation, Chennai, has published various scientific articles, authored chapters in various books, and lays a lot of press articles, etc. She has a unique way to get compliance on exercise. I have been witness of the same in IDA seminars. Research interest includes epidemiology, public health, transitional and implemental science, and focus on obesity, diabetes, and CVD risk. Her current ongoing projects are NHLBI funded worksite-based intervention called India Works being implemented across 10 working sites in India, mobile health in prevention and management of NCDs, and intervention to improve PA and fitness in adolescent girls and women. She has completed many projects and delivered more than 100 lectures on role of healthy lifestyle in prevention management of chronic disease across various public platforms. Several students talks on research methodology and qualitative study design. Next slide, please. Last but not the least, Dr. Shobha A. Udupi, she has an extensive experience of more than 30 years and has worked really well in the field of diabetes. Is a research director and head honorable director is an integrative medical research center at Kasturba Health Society, Nutrition and Ayurveda. She is a professor in Transdisciplinary University of Health Science and Technology, Bangalore, chairperson, Board of Studies in Food Science and Nutrition, SNDT Women University, visiting professor to Department of Food and Nutrition in SNDT University, Women's University. Her previous professional work experience has been as a professor and head of food science and nutrition, and she has been Dean Faculty of Home Science and National President of Indian Dietetic Association in 2001 and 2006. She has various publications, research papers, authored various books and chapters to her credit. So welcome the panel. Can we have your cameras on, and so that we can move on to our first presentation. So I would like to start by the time sir joins from a newly onset diagnosis of diabetes. So we see a lot of people young age getting diabetes, and 26 years old or 27 years old, anywhere between a bracket of 25 to 30 years, getting diabetes. And with the lifestyle that we are leading, especially in metropolitan cities, what happens to these patients is what is a case that our dear friend Manju Panda is going to present. So over to you, Manju.
Thank you, Charu. Thank you so much for such a wonderful introduction. Just me trying to log in. So I've been given a case in which a 27-year-old young girl works with a multinational company, found, when a office random cam, she found 500 plus sugars. Her weight was 87 and height was 5'3". Her background history, like she has got the mother who is suffering with diabetes, and she has got irregular periods. After seeing this 500 plus sugars, she got panic and rushed home. And when she reached home, she checked sugar, it was 300. So she felt little relieved that it was 500 and now 300. She did all the required tests, seen a doctor and did all the required tests. She got her HbA1c done, which was 10.3, and she has found her even lipids were haywire. So basically, then she don't want to start with the medication, and she came to me I'm a nutritionist and a diabetes counselor. So she came to me and tell me that I don't want to start a medication. Can you tell me, or can you help me out that how we should do about? So in such scenario, it is very, very important that we have to tell that person about, about their weight management, about the current scenario, what she is facing, and physical activity. So make all these changes. We have to see a educator and a nutritionist. Along with that, we have to motivate that person for the behavioral change. So we all are familiar with, as she has been diagnosed with, so she has been in a preparation that how and what action should I do. And when we are making a behavioral change, it is expected to have a relapse. So as an educator, we should understand that what are the areas that where the relapse can occur and how we can motivate it. So behavioral changes technique is, behavioral changes is not a process, not an event. It is a process. It is a very, very slow moving process where we have to follow the strategies and make the person to accept it for a longer duration. So person centric approach is very, very important, that we see where is she standing and what are the behavioral changes we are expecting out of it. And the changes advice has to be very, very short, small. It should not be a new day from tomorrow, because as Dr. Chandalia was highlighting, the reversal of diabetes is in papers. Professor Roy Taylor did, we also tried to do it, but we are not still able to conclude that the reversal is possible or no. But the main and the primary thing is that we should know if somebody is on a BMI on a higher side, 30 plus, newly diagnosed, or less than 30 BMI is more than 30 BMI is eligible for reversal. So I think she fits in on very much to the similar kind of condition, as she's just diagnosed with, a young girl. So we have to make sure while counseling her to provide her all information, as she has got a family history of diabetes, so she understands some amount. But when newly diagnosed patient comes to me, and then when we start talking about that, okay, this is how the situation is, what, so the first question comes is, that means I have to stop my all favorite stuff. So that's a myth. You don't have to leave your meals completely or your favorite food completely, but yes, the portion management, the frequency, all these things has to be taken care. When we are talking about behavioral changes, I think exploration and reinforcement of the patient reason they wanting to change. So we have to tell them about the risk factors, that if sugar goes high, what is her reproductive, what is her future prospect, what is her cardiac health, what is her, kidney health, and all that thing we have to highlight, that if we don't manage these kind of things, the risk factors are much higher. She being a young girl, I think we can highlight on a family planning kind of thing, that once you get married, you have to plan a pregnancy and all that. So that, I think these kind of key things we have to find out an individual person, that what is the priority, what is the need, then benefits. So if we are talking about weight management, if you're talking about adding on exercise, we're talking about portion control, I think we should highlight that if we are doing these, what kind of benefits she is going to have it. Then there's a barrier, there continuously motivation required. And two, we have to build up the confidence that it is not difficult, you can do it. Being a young person, being on an oversight, if we help you, if you do a small things in your daily routine, you can achieve the target. So you can achieve that goals what we are looking forward. The goal setting is very important. As a nutritionist, we do talk about half kg per week is an ideal kind of, and then action planning, that how we can help her out to plan her day-to-day schedule, that she is able to achieve that goals what we are talking about. Record keeping is important, because always in diabetes management we do talk about sugar monitoring, and keeping an eye on your parameters, that what we are doing is, are we targeting, are we achieving at the same right. So coping plans, sometime we go out for a shopping or partying or socializing. So then, in such scenarios, patient says, no, oh, there was a wedding in my family, or it was a Diwali time, or it's a
Until
Ramzan
your
time.
presentation is not moving. Sorry to bother you.
No, I haven't changed the slide.
Yeah. So
I haven't changed the slide. So, coping up with all these conditions, we have to prime the patient. And that is why, as an educator, we do Ramadan, we do the special program for Ramadan. We do special programs for, Navratra fasting, giving them a recipes, motivating them, and showing them a result. So once we have a conclude kind of thing, that becomes an easy thing. Then encouraging the family support. That is very, very important. If families, supporting a family behavior, that they are not making her, okay, you are diabetic, you have to have a separate food, or you have to do this thing, you have to get up early in the morning. So that should not be there. It is, as we know, it runs in a family genetically. So when in my OPD, when I'm counseling a mother, and if the overweight son sitting with the mother, or overweight daughter sitting with the mother, I do talk about her prevention. So that is very important as an educator, that when we are talking on a patient, we have to make a family support, so that everybody is involved in the management, and that behavioral aspect can be taken over for a longer run. Then encourage the self-regulation, self-monitoring technique. So we do talk about glucometer testing, we do talk about weighing scale, we do talk about measuring tape, so that the waist hip ratio can be measured, the waist can be measured at least. So that small motivation things can make a behavioral change for a long run. Always use evidence-based behavior. So which has been already done, so which will help person to overcome with the obesity, or to overcome with that. Then eating, and all these details will be given with the for the the other speakers, but then I will just touch on the lines, that physical change or activity we are planning. So we just encourage a small amount of thing, that use staircase, we're using lifts or elevators, park your car a little away, or use a public transport. Just add on, just cutting down on calories doesn't give you, because suppose if I'm eating 2 rotis and I have to lose weight, and okay, so my dietitian say, okay, you shift to 1 roti, but then my craving will be throughout the day, then I'm munching up with the namkeens or with the biscuits or stuff like that. So when we are replacing something, we should tell the participant that you can make this change, you can add on these things, rather than just simply cutting down. So raise awareness for the benefits that I just highlighted, that these benefits should be, explained, that if we do this, this is how your reproductive age will improve. This is why your conception will be better. This is how your gestational pregnancy will be away from, these kind of things, this kind of motivational statements. I think they'll help the participant to work about. Then building on what participants already knows. So as she has got a family history of diabetes, she must be knowing a lot of stuff. So we have to just see that where she's standing, and then we work on further so that we can help her, to improving the status, exploration, and reinforcement of the participant reason to wanting their confidence to build up, so that they don't, go back again to the behavior, the changing routine. So if we want them to continue, we have to have a reinforcement. We have to explain them about the self monitoring, as I highlighted, weighing, measuring, etc. Then the process towards identify and find and solve the problems. So we should always say that, okay, I've got a time constraint, I live in East Delhi, go to Gurgaon, so there's no time left for me for self activity. This motivation is very much required, because with the time lag they do have, that they omit on physical activity, or this, so just a small changes, as I was highlighting, post lunch walk in the area where you're working, or using staircase, or parking away, or using a public transport. So these small thoughts will contribute for a better management, revise their goals. So we have to have a regular follow up with these kind of people, that they can continue monitoring. Goal setting is important, action planning, as I've highlighted, and coping a plan and relapse prevention. So prompting the participant to identify and find to overcome the barriers, because that's again very important to make it in a long run. This could include to use a strategy such as impulse control technique to improve the management of for food craving. That, when we see advertisement of pizza on television, like to you want to order it immediately. So if you divert yourself for some time and then you come back and see that, I'm sure that craving part has been settled, and then you don't feel, that you need to order it immediately. So participants should be encouraged to involve family members, friends, caretakers who can support her emotionally. Information should be given, planning or the practical support should be there, and the participant should get support from the family. So we are aware that we are at the high risk to have type 2 diabetes, because of the fat percentage is higher in our body, insulin resistance is higher in Asian population. So we have to highlight these things which is non-modifiable, but the modifiable changes, our eating pattern, our physical activity, they all are in our hand, which we can change it. If we don't control it, we can damage other organs. So dietary, I think I will not talk about. Physical activity, I'll not talk about. Lifestyle modification is a very important part for type 2 diabetes management. It reduces and improving on diet, increasing physical activity. With a very small kind of changes, we can make it. So advise minimum 150 minutes intense activity per week. Reduce only 5 to 10% of weight change can, reduce your risk of complication more than 50%. Completely focusing on a, total fat and saturated fat will definitely make a big change. And just a small modification that I add on high fiber food in your diet will definitely make a change. This time thing was giving me a panic, but smart goals are always advised. So be specific, give goals which is measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely.
Manju, your points are very well taken. So I just wanted to add one question. With 500 sugars, she's landed up with you. She did not go to a doctor. So it is clearly depicting that she is not accepting diabetes. She is still in a denial mode with sugar so high. So what is the kind of time that you feel, and how will you ensure that the denial stage converts into an acceptance stage with this lady? How are you going to ensure that? You've spoken on the goals. We all know we need to do this, but how long, how much time would you give in a counseling? How will you ensure that this female comes for a follow-up? Because if she doesn't turn up for a follow-up, we know she's not going to follow. How will
Exactly.
you do that?
I agree, Charu. So basically, she's in denial. That's why she don't want to go on a medication. But yes, as she's seeing her mother, having diabetes, and she knows about certain things, so things become little easy. Now she has got an excuses that I live so far and my travel time is so much and all that. So just small modification. If we tell them, And we give a small goal, that she's 80 plus. So we said, okay, now after 2 weeks, I am expecting that you should lose at least 1 kg or 1.5 to 2. So that kind of motivation will give. And then she is in a reproductive age, she's not married. So we can highlight, once you lose weight, you will be look much better and younger in a different dresses. And then, when you want to plan for a pregnancy for in future, that will be easy for you. So I think, these kind of certain things we have to tailor made accordingly. In her case, being young, obviously, yes, nowadays the trend is that, we all want to wear a fancy dresses and all that and want to look beautiful. So I think that's a one catch point we can talk about. Then activity restrictions. So we should highlight on activity. Motivation, that we are not expecting you go to 60 kgs by a month time. It's a small goal that, okay, we are doing this and we expect you 1.5 to 2 kgs weight reduction in a month.
Will you go step by step, or will you bombard her with all the education together?
Yeah. But we have to sensitize her that if diabetes is uncontrolled, things are like that. If we are able to, within 2 weeks or 3 weeks time, if we are able to achieve values below 200, then we don't need a medication support. We may not need a medication support, but to prevent the complications, if you are not able to, make changes with the dietary modification, we are not able to achieve the blood sugar values, 200 range, then definitely we should take a support of medication for time being. Nowadays, newer drug therapy where we have got GLP-1, we have got SGLT2 inhibitors, metformin. These very, very basic medication will be a good support for her to motivate to lose weight. And I think once she loses weight, her personality will change, her activity will change, and I think things will be much, much better.
It is important that we bring back the things with her. We build in trust with her, and then make her a friend, and then as a partner, not as a instructor, as a partner is what we can bring her to our side and to make her follow, which is what is essential. That's what rightly said by Manju. As time is running fast, we will come back to your case once again if the panel discussion and the time allows. Over to you, Dr. Shehwal, and over to you, Dr. Sunil. We can start with Dr. Shehwal's case, which is pharmacotherapy overcoming insulin distress and role of new generation insulin co-formulation. So Dr. Sunil and Dr. Shehwal, over to you.
Yeah, can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides, sir.
Okay, so my brief today is to talk about pharmacotherapy, especially in type 2 diabetes, overcoming insulin distress and role of different insulins which are available right now. So our patient is a 54-year-old working in a bank, and she has 6 years of diabetes. She complains of burning pain and numbness of the feet and diagnosed as hypothyroidism 3 months back. She's already on 3 different types of OHAs. Let me tell you that if you give maybe 3 OHAs to a patient and you don't achieve good glycemic control, adding a 4th will probably not add much bang for the buck, although 4 OADs are still given in some patients, and probably insulin would be the best choice in this patient. The UK PDS has shown that over every 5 to 6 year interval, it's necessary to add an OHA to produce the same degree of glycemic control. This is because there is an inexorable decline of beta cells over a long period of time, and you have to add medications in order to control as the duration of disease progresses. Beyond a point, OHAs, as I mentioned, will not play a complete role in producing glycemic control, and you have to add insulin. So the patient is overweight, A1C 9.6, and high sugars. She is advised insulin therapy, but she's adamant she doesn't want insulin. On further probing, she reveals that her father passed away due to complications of diabetes. He was on insulin, and she thinks that it could be related to the insulin that he had a bad outcome. So this is as opposed to the newly diagnosed diabetic, which the previous speaker was talking about. This is a diabetic with some duration of type 2 diabetes and not responding to OHAs. So this insulin distress is a barrier to optimal insulin use. Insulin resistance occurs at the level of the patient as well as at the level of the physician. Patient-related barriers include these emotions of denial, discomfort, dejection, or severe apprehension before starting insulin. So what are the barriers in particular? Perceived personal failure. So they think that because they were not able to control the diabetes due to some problem with their own management of diabetes, that there is a failure and insulin has been added. Then they think that insulin is not effective, or insulin causes complications and death. Insulin injections are painful. There is a fear of hypoglycemia. There is a change in lifestyle which will happen with insulin injections, or it is too expensive. So how do you approach this? So you approach this by starting the insulin conversation soon after diagnosis. Of course, you don't have to start it immediately after diagnosis, because in the first few years, OHAs can produce good glycemic control in type 2 diabetes. But as you find that adding 2 or 3 OHAs is not producing the results that you want, then it is time to start talking about insulin. Ascertain how the patient feels about insulin, explain and educate, do problem solving, develop a plan together, and set expectations. So the first kind of barrier is that they think that taking insulin means that they have failed, for example. But remember, diabetes is a progressive disorder. There is an inexorable decline of beta cells. And so it is not the fault of the patient that insulin is being required to control their diabetes. Insulin is a natural management because it is produced in the body and we are giving it from outside. They have not failed. So you should alleviate guilt and increase motivation. So if pills fail, then injectable drugs like insulin are added, and usually the OHA should not be stopped. So one common mistake is to add insulin and stop the OHAs. The OHAs or the tablets result in reduction of insulin resistance, and therefore a combination of both is probably the best way to go in treating fairly advanced type 2 diabetes. So overcoming stigma is important. Remember that exogenous insulin is a replacement of physiological insulin need. The risk of micro and macrovascular complications is actually reduced. So you have to talk about the evidences of benefits of early insulin initiation. Remember that if you start with a combination therapy initially, rather than wait for the glycemic control to go up and then add insulin, then you are actually achieving a much better glycemic control quite fast, and you are reducing the risk of various complications. This is a legacy effect or metabolic memory that if later on the glycemic control worsens, but initially as a combination therapy you produce good glycemic control, then the legacy effect of that good glycemic control persists for a long period of time, and will produce a reduction in complications in the long run. Involvement of other patients also as counselors will help. Patients who are using insulin and can explain the advantages of that should also be involved. Injecting insulin is painful. That is another barrier, for example. But now with our needles, which are now 4 millimeter in length, 32 gauge in diameter, and with thin walls, the pain is almost non-existent. You can demonstrate the injection process in the clinic to build competency. So the patient can actually take 2 units of insulin in the clinic and demonstrate that to himself or herself that it is actually not painful. In fact, 76% of pen device users report that they experience no pain during insulin injection. So the best way to teach something or the best way for the patient to learn something is to actually do it in the clinic in front of you. Risk of hypoglycemia. Of course, patients should be empowered with information about hypoglycemia, about diet and exercise, risk factors, how to avoid hypoglycemia, what are the symptoms. Monitoring has to be done of anyone on insulin. Type 2 diabetic should be monitoring their blood sugars at least once a day. And of course, if hypoglycemia develops, then hypoglycemia education about how to deal with the hypoglycemia is also to be given. Remember that some of the newer insulins have a lower risk of hypoglycemia. Cost, of course, remains a bit of an issue, but often hypoglycemia, which results in hospitalization, the cost will increase tremendously. So the cost of taking a slightly more expensive insulin may actually in the long run be better than getting hospitalized for a severe hypoglycemia. Taking insulin means life will be less flexible. You can talk about various celebrities who of course, are type 1 and depended on insulin and still lead a successful life. Examples, Wasim Akram, Nick Jonas, these are some of the examples that you can quote to the patient. Then explain with empathy about how experiences of various patients show that actually lifestyle, little bit of modification along with insulin will actually produce a lot of good results in the long run. Demonstration of how to, of course, use insulin in various situations, cope with various situations, and the fact that newer insulins provide a lot of flexibility and convenience with them, and so all this increases the compliance with patients who require a flexible lifestyle. So remember that some of these insulin analogs and pens which are available, the devices as well as the newer insulins have a lot of advantages in terms of being quite unobtrusive in the lifestyle of a patient. So taking insulin, of course, effective monitoring and titration of insulin taking insulin means that some activities have to be avoided. Effective monitoring and titration of insulin is actually complementary. Your exercise and activities are important because they lower blood glucose levels, reduce insulin resistance. They can delay the onset of complications. Of course, planning is required, monitoring is required, titration is required. So physical activity should be encouraged, and with appropriate lifestyle modifications, it can be enjoyed even when insulin is being given. For example, sugar should be measured before exercise. Snack can be given, especially if the patient is going to undergo cardio or aerobic exercise. Then to prevent the drop in blood sugar, a snack can be given before the exercise. So various modifications can be done. Reasons for insulin omission: most commonly, the patient is too busy or traveling, or skipped a meal, for example. Skipping a meal results because of traveling results in difficulty with insulin injections, and with a busy lifestyle, regimen complexity, injection frequency, and fear of weight gain can impact adherence. So most commonly, too busy, traveling, skipped a meal, or injection embarrassment. In our country, we have high fasting plasma glucose, postprandial, and HbA1c. In fact, only 22% of people with diabetes in our country have an HbA1c of less than 7%. Remember that India is home to the second largest number of adults, around 77 million. Especially in patients who are on basal insulin, it was found that in the Asian population, because we have such a high carb diet, despite similar FPG, fasting plasma reduction with basal insulin, fewer Asian patients achieved a target HbA1c as compared to non-Asians. So the prandial component being very high, if you give only basal insulin and control the fasting, you don't achieve an HbA1c in Asian patients as compared to non-Asian patients. So the basal regimen can be intensified by basal plus adding one bolus, or of course basal bolus when multiple prandial doses are given, or of course if you're using a pre-mix, then twice daily pre-mixed. And of course, lastly, an OD or BID insulin co-formulation, which for example is IDEG ASP or Digludac plus Aspart, which is commonly known as Rhizodeg. So remember there are advantages and disadvantages of each regimen, and you have to weigh that in each patient and individualize. So one size doesn't fit all, but individualization is required. The advantage of this co-formulation is that as opposed to say Novo Mix is protaminated aspart and aspart, while IDEG asp or Rhizodeg is digludac and aspart. So Novo Mix has a peak which can cause hypoglycemia. It is a pre-mixed insulin, while a co-formulation like IDEG asp doesn't have a peak. It is a flat insulin, and then aspart is used for the prandial sugar control. So remember that there are advantages of IDEG asp or Rhizodeg. Now, as opposed to basal bolus, what are the advantages? Okay, it's a one shot a day in which you're giving both basal and prandial. One of the disadvantages is that when you want to titrate the fasting glucose, you can increase the Rhizodeg dose at dinner time, but that will also increase the prandial insulin dose. So it is difficult to titrate each separately, the prandial insulin dose from the basal insulin dose in this co-formulation of Rhizodeg. So basal bolus has certain advantages that you can titrate each meal very well. And Rhizodeg, for example, has certain advantages. You have to weigh them in each patient. Now, guidelines now talk about using both a pre-mixed insulin instead of basal insulin because it has a prandial component. But remember, pre-mixed insulin also you have to, if the advantage you give it once or twice a day rather than 4 times a day like basal bolus, but you should have a regular meal at a fixed time, because if you give pre-mixed and there is a delay in your meal, or there is exercise at the wrong time, then you can have a lot of fluctuations. But in general, RSSDI recommends pre-mixed over basal because of the prandial component. Now, IDEG asp or Rhizodeg, as it is called, is a co-formulation where insulin digludac and aspart are available in the same formulation. As you can see, IDEG or digludac is available as dihexamers in the which is injected into the subcutaneous space. Then it gets associated to form long multi-hexamers, and these are then very gradually secreted into the circulation or absorbed into the body, while the monomers of aspart are absorbed rapidly. So the aspart counteracts the prandial rise in sugar, and the IDEG or insulin digludac, which has a half-life of almost 30 hours, slowly controls the fasting blood sugar over the next 24 to 36 hours. And there are, as I explained, there are advantages and disadvantages of each regimen that you have. So you can intensify, for example, a basal insulin with OADs to basal plus insulin aspart once a day, or basal bolus with insulin aspart twice a day or thrice a day. And there are advantages of that because titration is easier, a lot of flexibility. On the other hand, you can use IDEG asp or Rhizodeg once a day or twice a day. Advantage over Novo Mix, as I said, there is no peak, it is peakless. Advantage over basal bolus is that it is twice a day, so you don't have to give 4 injections a day. Disadvantage, you cannot flexibly adjust each component, prandial and basal component, separately. So how do you titrate? If you titrate on the basis of fasting sugar, if it's more than 2 units, you increase the dose. Sorry, if it's above the fasting target, you increase by 2 units. If it is at the target, you maintain the dose, and below target, you subtract. And remember, if you use Rhizodeg twice a day, for example, then you use the pre-dinner and the pre-breakfast sugars for titration. So to summarize, nearly 4 in 5 people with diabetes are uncontrolled. This demands timely insulin initiation. High carb diet results in high PPG levels. So therefore, a pre-mixed insulin or a co-formulation is better than, say, a basal insulin in our Indian diabetics. And IDEG asp offers good glycemic control without compromising on safety. And recent RSSDI recommends, as of course, cost notwithstanding, recommends IDEG asp as a choice for insulin initiation and intensification. So with that, I will end my talk. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Congratulations, Sheval, and nice to see you on the virtual background. Hopefully very soon, physically also. And it was a wonderful deliberation. Now our talk or the session actually is surrounding around the distress, insulin distress. And you have beautifully talked about the limitations and insulin barriers. We know that the insulin initiations, the barriers in insulin starts from the time of initiation. So you have initiation, then you have barriers at the time of intensification, and also then to avoid discontinuation. So there are three important issues where we need to understand and try to target that how best we can cut down these limitations of ours. And you have actually beautifully said about how best we can take care of these limitations we have. As far as insulin phobia is concerned, we know it is a role of educator, which plays a very important role across. And unfortunately, we don't have good quality educators across all the corners. Still, we are in the metro cities and some of the tier A cities that you have educators, but it's a counseling which makes a big difference. And Shaival, you have rightly said that we should be trying to tackle each and every component of these insulin barriers on a individual basis. You cannot mix two people together and two problems together, and we can't make it has to be absolutely individualized. Now, if I talk about fear, of course, it needs kind of counseling. Now, people have a misconception, even amongst our healthcare professionals as well as educators. We have misconception that insulin phobia is a big issue. But let me share with you, typical academic or scientific terminology in insulin phobia is very, very rare. There are very few people I have seen in the last 30, 40 years, even Sir will share with you. Hardly I have seen 2 or 3 cases of injection phobia. No, they literally run away from your clinic if they see a needle. That is what is insulin phobia, which is basically a psychiatric disorder. So otherwise, most of these phobia is because of the barriers of not starting insulin, and more of a psychological issue rather than a real pathological insulin phobia. That's one message to our educators. There can be limitations being presumed that it might affect your career, it might affect your job profile, business, traveling. There will be different problem for type 1 versus type 2. Here we are talking about the case of type 2 diabetes, and you have beautifully shown how best we can tackle even hypoglycemia. Weight gain remains a big issue here again. And I can just suggest an additional thing that you can now have. You have an option, 2 more options we have. We know that the BMI of this lady is around 30, if I'm not wrong, 31 or so. She's obese, she's hypothyroid, and she's a young lady. She has still a lifespan of at least more 2 decades, at least 15 to 20 years. And she can't be like this with 9.6 HbA1c for, and he has beautifully shown that she's already on 2 drugs, 3 drugs rather. And so when will you call as a case of in the OADA inadequacy? We don't call it as OADA failure now. Oral anti-diabetic agent or oral glucose lowering therapy inadequacy. So if you have 1 sulfonylureas, at least 2 drugs or 3 drugs which fail to give you your targets or fail to achieve the target, amongst these 3 drugs, one should be metformin, one should be sulfonylurea. If you have this, then you presume that it's a failure. So in this patient, rightly being dictated that it's been failure. Now, important is the weight gain in this case. So if I add SGLT2 inhibitors, reduce little sulfonylurea and start insulin, possibly we'll be able to even take care of this, compensatory phenomena. We can do that, and we can satisfy our patient that weight gain will not be issue. Hypoglycemia is one of the biggest limiting factor of initiation 1, and more importantly for intensification. And that is why, while intensifying or up titrating the insulin doses, the limiting factor still you have only 22% who are less than HbA1c. Still 80% of a patient are not controlled, just because they have not been taught enough about the titration. And we come across with such cases. You have written, you have counseled the patient, educator did wonderful job, doctor did wonderful job, patient relative accepted insulin. They come back to you after 3 or 4 months with same amount of 10 units of insulin you started as basal insulin. They say, doctor, I'm to abhi bhi 10 units hi le raha hai because you told us 10 units. But that up titration, possibly educator and doctor forgot to tell the person, and that is why the blood sugar still remain high. So even at the time of initiation, up titration and intensification should be taught, and patient should be empowered with this support, either through the social media, or if not one-to-one, or maybe simple at the first beginning itself. You can do that. Discontinuation is another very important issue, and Shaival, I feel you'll agree with this point, that discontinuation is most common with single episode of hypoglycemia. Injection phobia has gone. With the first prick, you have taught, I have taken insulin in myself, Kavita has taken insulin to herself, should see there is no pain. Patient has taken insulin to herself, you said 2 units which can give you in the OPD itself. Prick phobia has gone. Limitation is gone. You have given wonderful insulin, just take 5 minutes before meal, no need to wait for 30 minutes. You have given everything, but one single episode of nocturnal hypoglycemia or daytime hypoglycemia stops the patient of taking further insulin. I feel that is why analogs have an upper hand, where you can certainly take care of these lines. People have the some important barriers of addiction of insulin. Ek baar chalu hua to hamesha ke liye chalu ho jayega. This is a very important barriers people have. So we have to remove from their mind. Sometimes this was a different patient, but you can have a patient who's coming to you with fasting of 250, post-prayer of 350, severe beta cell exhaustion, 5 kg weight loss in last 6 months, severe beta cell exhaustion. We do give insulin for short period, new onset diabetes, short period of insulin, 6 to 8 weeks, and then give some oral drugs and then withdraw insulin gradually. Don't start sulfonylurea where insulin can be stopped. So there is no addiction. And there are some more myths I feel they will be covered in further lectures. Wonderfully done, Shaival. Big hand for you. And if there's some questions, Charu, because we are running little late, if I'm not wrong, I'll request all the presenters to please stick to 12 minutes time and not 15 minutes. I request RX even to put 12 instead of 15 minutes and keep 3 minutes for the discussion and the comment. That makes sense. Otherwise, we'll be lagging behind the schedule too much by the end of the session. This is my request and suggestion, Charu, to you and RX event. If there are any questions or comment in the chat box, we can take it right away. Shaival, there are some questions here about FIASP in type 1 diabetes. I can answer that simply. Yes, type 1 diabetes can be given FIASP. FIASP, you can talk about FIASP insulin in 30 seconds, Shaival.
Yeah, it is fast-acting insulin aspart. So in the first 30 minutes, the amount of insulin concentration as well as glycemic control achieved is better than even aspart. And it is basically a vitamin and an amino acid added to aspart to produce a fast-acting, even faster than aspart insulin injection. And it is usually, it can be given just before up to 15 minutes after the meal. And it affords a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it is of the same cost as that of the aspart. So you are not going to pay extra cost. And the only thing is that it controls, they said that the postprandial peak comes at around 70 minutes or sometimes, before that. And that is why they have come out with aspart, which actually beautifully covers the postprandial peak versus the versus the aspart. So that's one thing. There's another question. Kindly throw some light on super bow. What is the super bow? Is this
They
the
mean
super
super
bowl?
bolus. Super bolus.
Sorry?
Super bolus.
Oh, super bolus. So, Shaival, do you want to put some highlight on this? You can just put some
super bolus. I'm sorry, with regard to
it's possibly the additional insulin you give after the correction bolus.
So the correction dose. Correction dose.
Can I intervene? Can I intervene, Sunil?
Yes, sir, please.
This super bolus is used in pump terminology, where it is suggested that even Fias even is not really as fast as physiological. Physiologically, you need faster than Fias.
Yes, sir.
So it is suggested that you take your bolus, although it can be just before meal, but still take even Fias also little ahead of time to cover the peak. So this is called super bolus because it is done well in advance and covers the peak better. It's more in pump terminology we're discussing yesterday, super bolus.
Okay. So, Charu, I feel we have finished this session and we can go ahead with the next session. Over to you. Can I invite the next speaker or?
Yes,
Charu,
sir, I'm here.
Yeah, please go.
So is my
Prajakta.
slide visible? Hello. So is my slide visible?
Yes, your slides are visible. I'll take a formal 30-second to invite you, Prajakta.
No, sir, the invitation. So that's perfectly all right. Good morning. I'm very glad that Dr. Shaival and you are here, even Chandalia sir is here, because we were going to be covering up this efficacy and safety with basal and bolus, which Shaival sir and you were discussing wonderfully just before the session started. Now, what I wanted to do was basically we had these two case studies. Since it is a case discussion panel, I wanted that, a lot of inputs from the experts sitting here. So the first case that we had was of a 21-year-old, a type 1, was a known case since 6 years. And when she came to the OPD for a consultation, she had absolutely an uncontrolled HbA1c. Though absolutely a compliant person on diet, exercise, was very good with medications. In fact, we thought that, let's check her sites. Maybe it's been 6 years into taking insulin, no lipodystrophy, very clear understanding on insulin. Her doses were on, she was on short acting, which we've mentioned, and then she was on glargine. And when she came to the OPD, she had no active infections. But when we were talking to her and taking out her information in terms of her personal history, her medical history, her mother mentioned that in the last 2 or 3 months, she had sudden episodes she collapsed while she was at work. And in one of these cases, she had to be rushed to the emergency department. And she had 2 episodes of severe hypoglycemia. One, fortunately, she woke up in the night and she demanded for food. And the other, they had to actually take her to the, again, emergency in the middle of the night to understand what is happening with her sugars and why were these recurrent things happening. So typically she had done an SMBG, which we have this 7-point SMBG. And we saw that there were times when she was dropping in terms of her sugar levels. And when she sat across for a consultation as an educator, obviously the first thing that we do is we talk about the moderate and severe hypoglycemia episodes. We tell them, how do you manage them? If you're conscious or if you go into an unconscious state, how do you ask the people around you to help you? Now, while probing questions, she did mention that she had a very, very difficult or a very stressful work life where she didn't have fixed timings to eat. She skipped meals at times. And just because her sugars had to be in control, she would take her insulin and eat maybe 1/4 on the go, or she would have lunch on the go. She would have a snack randomly in between, which we realized was causing a lot of fluctuations. So when we reevaluated her insulin, we realized that she was on short acting, which gave her a very, very less flexibility in terms of managing her sugar levels. So what happened was, So then what happened was then we got into a discussion. Since she's already a known case, we did, again, like a typical educator, we taught her the entire insulin technique again. We checked her sites again. We taught her site rotation. We did moderate and severe hypoglycemia. In fact, we went into details of Somogi effect and Dawn phenomena. We told her different patterns of SMBG that she could do. Now, here comes the educator perspective, where we know that maybe a modification in her insulin would be helpful. That's where I would want, Sunil sir, Shaival sir to give us a few inputs. My slides stuck. Yeah. So now, in terms of insulin management, since we just spoke about Spias, we spoke about, sir was talking about Degludec. So wanted to know that, are there any of these newer insulins that are there in the market? Is there an option in this case where we could actually help her in terms of managing her fluctuations? One. sticking to a lifestyle and trying to control her patterns and not letting her drop into hypoglycemia. So yes, and ultra fast acting and ultra long acting were the options. But Sunil sir, would you be, Sunil sir,
I
Shehbaz sir,
feel
would you throw in a
Prajakta-
light?
Yes, Prajakta, I feel this is a very focused case, and let us talk on a focused topic here
Right.
about hypoglycemia, especially the nocturnal
Yes,
hypoglycemia.
absolutely, sir.
And causing, because she has a history of 2 or 3 episodes of severe hypoglycemia, which could be related to the higher dose of insulin than required. And sometimes, so we should know 3 important causes of hypoglycemia. One, that hypoglycemia is because of, it could be iatrogenic, as it seems to be here. It
Right,
could be,
it is.
it could be diet related, or it could be an extra exercise or extra, physical work you have done than usual. So these are 3 important causes of hypoglycemia.
Right,
Fourth, very
right.
important, which you already have actually tried to escape out this patient by saying that you examined the site. But let me share with you our own original data on lipohypertrophy. Shehbaz will also must have gone through that paper. Dr. Chandalia sir, I have sent it to him earlier. This is if you go on taking insulin at the same site, there is a fat deposition at the local site of injection, because insulin is a lipogenic hormone and it
Right.
causes a swelling which is called as lipohypertrophy. Now this
Right.
lipohypertrophy site becomes painless, and that is why patient goes on prefers taking insulin at the
Insulin on the same
painless site,
Absolutely,
and
sir.
there is a poor absorption of insulin at that particular site. Now,
True.
say a few 2-3 days he takes insulin the liposite, another 2-3 days he takes insulin the normal site, there will be difference in the absorption, and there will be unexplained hypoglycemia as well as
Right.
increased risk of glycemic variability. And that
Right,
is
sir.
why every patient who's coming to you, at least during his visit, at least once in 6 months or so, you are supposed to see the insulin sites of all the patient.
Right.
The prevalence in type 1 diabetes, like in this case, is almost 69% in our study. So
Right.
that means out of 10 patients, 7 patients are
Patients.
going to have some amount of lipohypertrophy.
Right,
In
sir.
type 2 diabetes, around 34%, 70% in type 1 diabetes. So that becomes very important cause, but no physician has time to see the local site. Neither educators are being taught about it. There is special technology of how to palpate the site,
Right, right, sir.
how to there are inspection method, palpatory method.
Right,
You have got
right.
fit guidelines which are very much in place. You can go
Right.
through those fit guidelines and check that how
Right.
is we see the lipohypertrophy. So that is
Right.
another issue here. Here in
Right.
this case, if the diet is not an issue, physical activity is not an issue, seems to be more iatrogenic. And as Dr. Shehbaz has already alluded to it, that we
Yeah.
can go for rapid acting insulin instead of short acting
Short
insulin
acting.
3 times a day, reduce the
Right.
dose of glargine to a large extent, and
Right.
maybe in some situation you can even try to switch your degludec. Not
Degludec.
too much of the difference, but yes, of course, the nocturnal hypoglycemia seems to be little less. And try to monitor blood glucose at 2 to 3 a.m.
in the
at
night.
least once in a week. At least once in a week. I repeat, every type 1 diabetes should monitor blood glucose minimum 2 times per day and at least once in a week. And if you have more risk of hypoglycemia, you should monitor more and more.
frequently.
That is how you are supposed to teach a type 1 diabetes. In this case, even if you reduce the dose of glargine to a little extent and try to monitor, switch over to the rapid acting analog, possibly will help, and rule out lipohypertrophy in this case.
Right.
And Somogi, and they should be also taught about the Somogi and
effect.
Dawn. I request Shehbaz to cover Somogi and Dawn on this and give his comment.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that there is a difference between type 1 and type 2 diabetes.
Right.
So type 1 diabetes, because of beta cell failure, alpha cell failure, the risk of hypoglycemia is much higher than in type 2 diabetes. So they're almost like 2 different diseases.
Right.
So a mixture, for example, or a co-formulation will not work in a type 1 diabetic. The best regimen for that patient would be a basal bolus, where you have if you have a basal, like say glargine, or the newer one like glargine 300 or degludec, and you have short acting rapid acting or short acting analogs along with the meals. Now,
Right.
if the patient does a 3 a.m. sugar and the sugar is low, then you actually have to reduce the night dose of
Night
basal that you are
doses.
giving, so that you don't have a rebound high in the
morning.
blood sugar
Right.
when he wakes up in the morning, and this is the Somogi effect. And dawn phenomenon is where the sugar is a little high at 3 a.m. and becomes even higher due to counter-regulatory hormones when he wakes up in the morning. And in that situation, you would actually like to increase the basal insulin dose that you're giving at night. So remember, type 1 and type 2 diabetes has to be treated differently after the diet, exercise, and other causes are looked at, and you find that the blood sugars are still fluctuating, then there may be a role for some of these newer insulins with less coefficient of variability, because each insulin is a lot of variable response which you get. Some of the newer insulins, the variable response is reduced, and they are peakless insulins. So some of the newer insulins will definitely play a role in type 1 diabetes.
Right. Great.
I feel Sheval has highlighted very important point, Prajakta, and every educator should know. Type 1 diabetes, basal bolus therapy is must, basal bolus and not premixed. There are still many people who are writing in type 1 diabetes premixed insulin. I feel we should learn to give them the best quality treatment, and everyone should be put on that. Yes.
Right. So that was really important inputs, because the next case which I have is a completely opposite to what we discussed with the first case. So the next case is about a person. Sorry.
We have only 3 minutes, beta.
Yes, sir.
So
yeah, sir, quick.
Yeah.
So the next case is completely opposite to the first case. The first case, which we had an extremely good control in terms of her taking insulin. This is a 12-year-old who's going to become a teenager very soon, diagnosed 5 years back. So that time he was well in control because his mother would take a lot of responsibility. But when he came to the OPD, again, we had a lot of fluctuating glucose and we had a high HbA1c. Absolutely non-compliant, irregular with activity. Now, the non-compliance of the diet was obviously because going back to school, meeting friends, peer pressure, started skipping doses because this person was on 5 doses in a day. Because of the doses were high, the doctor had advised to reduce to Mixtard, so which went from 5 doses to 3 doses. Now, this person was presented to us in the OPD with a lot of hyperglycemia episodes, which the mother complained of. In fact, one episode of admission due to dehydration and ketosis, and one episode of bringing to the hospital in the daytime with a severe hypoglycemia after an activity. So the SMBG was quite erratic. Now, again, so if you ask as an educator, we know that we are supposed to, as we discussed, checking of the lipo, doing the insulin technique. We also spoke to the parents about the sick day management. We gave them the entire write-up as to how to go about in a sick day management. We counseled the child and the parents the best use of having multiple doses of insulin. But again, as you know, we were discussing insulin analogs. So we wanted to check whether, as Shaival sir and Sunil sir, you mentioned that there are different analogs which definitely can work in this case. Is there a possibility, just throwing this as a sounding board, of reducing the number of pricks for this child in the day so that his activities like school, social life, and this embarrassment of taking insulin in the school can be reduced somewhere? Because as an educator, we can come and discuss these cases with the doctors and see, that this would be a better option. But as a consultant, what would be your advice on this case, sir?
See, by all means, we can see to it how best he can take those pricks. Now, giving Mixtard 3 times a day, there is no study except with the premixed SPART data that we have 1, 2, 3 study where they have given 3 times a day Novomix insulin, and that study is still existing. But Mixtard 3 times a day, especially in type 1 diabetes, even in non-diabetes, very difficult, and that's why this patient is landing up into hypos and hypers. So better is to switch over to basal bolus therapy. And sometimes, like in earlier case, we have given basal insulin twice a day, which can reduce little bit, not necessarily fully, the burden of additional evening prick around 5 o'clock or so, if you have. But then all said and done, basal bolus therapy with rapid acting insulin and long acting analog will be a choice. Of course, such cases, if you have, they're affordable, they can go for insulin pump. If they have 5 pricks per day, insulin pump can be a better choice in this case. But I have got all kind of limitation of reducing the prick will be difficult, but making it easy in the school or will be will be more simplified way of keeping the patient away from hypos and ketosis.
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Fine. Right. Thank you, sir.
Sunil,
I feel your time is
sorry,
already
can I
up.
comment for a minute?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah. I think a type 1 diabetic, difficult to control like this, requesting you to reduce the insulin dose,
Right. Right.
refuse it totally.
Okay.
Refuse it. It's a mistake.
Right.
Because he will land into more trouble. The mixtures and all, pre-mix and all don't work
Right.
in type 1, So I think you have to somehow or other convince that person that you already have trouble by reducing doses. And frankly, even in school, any place taking shots, I think you should make them accept that,
Right.
So multiple doses, couple of doses maybe in the school,
Right.
But 12-year-old can manage himself or herself, a 12-year-old person can manage,
Right.
So otherwise parents go in the school sometimes, 7-year-old, 6-year-old,
Right.
yeah. So these difficulties are there, but I think one should be quite firm in refusing, firm, gentle and persuasive, but don't try this. And in type 2,
Right.
don't try, if you want to really treat effectively, don't try with insulin alone, any regime.
Right.
Oral agents, sensitizing is very, these two are keys. Multiple doses in type 1 and sensitizing in type 2.
Type 2.
These are keys to reducing insulin distress, actually.
Right.
Reduce. Prick more is not distress. Distress is hypoglycemia.
Right.
Yes.
But so when the parents come, that is the first question they ask us. How do you reduce it? No. Right, sir. So I'm done.
Parents come when they're taking tablets, the type 2 diabetic also, एक गोली कम होगा क्या?
Come जाएगा, right.
They're bargaining. This is, I
Right.
forgot
They
to
always
tell
do,
in
sir.
my lecture. They're bargaining all the time.
Right,
That
right.
bargaining spirit is there in India. Don't worry about that. You bargain other way around. He's
Thank you,
bargaining.
sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Sometimes, Prajakta, the educators, we do get connected to the class teachers, principal of the school,
Yeah.
class teachers, and even the attendants. And they are being trained for giving insulin that the child is very small, say KG1 or the play group.
Right.
So they are being taught of how to give insulin, how to take care of the hypoglycemia. One glucagon injection is always kept in the
It's
principal's
kept in the school. Right. Right, sir.
so so that's why I actually have simplified it. I try to simplify their system and try to make utilize the resources you have across rather than stopping insulin.
Right.
So very nice narration from Dr. Chandalia, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chandalia, sir. Thank you, Sunil, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So if your session is over, Prajakta,
Yes,
can
sir.
we go for the next session?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now can I invite Dr. Ranjani Harish, who's going to speak on physical activity. Dr. Ranjani from Dr. Mohan's center from Chennai. And I don't have your introduction slide here, but over to you. It's
already been done, sir.
Yeah, that's very good.
So much.
Thank you. Bye.
Without wasting time, I'll just move on to the. Is this visible, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So we are going to be today speaking more on a case study discussion. And so just going to the case directly. I'll be sticking specifically to physical activity. So this is a case of Mrs. XYZ, age 32 years, mother of a 4-year-old, was feeling fatigued, thirsty for the past few days, recurrent UTI. And her gynac asked her to check her sugars and it was above 500. She was immediately referred to our clinic. When she comes to us, stressed for advice and in denial state to take any medication because it was a shocker for her. And she did not want to meet the doctor simply because the doctor had told her that she has to be admitted and needs to be started on insulin. They advised for admission, so she didn't want to do that. With a 4-year-old at home and a very busy working life in a nuclear setup, you can understand. So she shares a shock and fear at the sudden diagnosis with the educator. After taking her history, we find out that she does have a parental history, has a high BP, Weight is obviously she's overweight. She's a non-vegetarian. Irregular sleep pattern simply because, as I said, a nuclear setup, and plus she spends a lot of time traveling and managing home. So eventually a sedentary lifestyle simply because she has no time to exercise, but she does enjoy, very typically with a single child, 2 working parents, they do attend parties, they host get-togethers at home. It's an urban sedentary life. And one thing she says is she's never really exercised per se all her life. So with this kind of an introduction to the case, I'll just go to a little prelude on why that's very common, because we do a lot of research. So I'll just give it a little backing before we go back to the discussion on the physical activities. We find in India that almost it's only, when we say recreational activities, people who actually do exercise, the recommended 150 minutes a week, we see that there is only a 10% of the population who actually exercise in India. So it's not surprising that our case also does not. And it's even more worse when you're a female. So even here, we all know it's ours is a male-dominated society, and even when health, the priority is always the male. So the female also exercise is very, very low. And this is even common even in the rural area, where we would think that they are much more exercising in terms of toiling in the fields. But I won't go there because we're not talking about a rural setup right now. But just to show you that there's a huge disparity between males and females when it comes to exercise too. So we had this intervention study, which was published in Diabetes Care called the DCLIP, and in which we found a 32% reduction with a lifestyle change where we had exercise as well as dietary changes advised and in a lesson form to people. So these were people doing the exercises. But what I would really like to highlight is a barrier to lifestyle change, where we've been working a lot in these barriers and inequitable to healthcare kind of, things that we have been looking at. And we see how the females have much more barriers.
There seems to be a little connectivity issue. Sheval, am I audible or?
We can hear you, sir. I can hear you.
Yes,
okay.
yes, you're audible. I can see the slides.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay. So looking at the barriers, I was saying the females have much more barriers when it comes to lack of time, place to exercise, taking time out from family, very, very high. You would not find a man saying that very often. In the end, it's more about time for them. But for females, it's always a priority, a mother-in-law or somebody to take care at home, work, children. Then, of course, we have all these, funny issues like exercise look funny. Very typically, the big residential colonies will have a pool right in between, surrounded by buildings. So these are the things that do, as a societal point of view, these are barriers women face, even if they would like to go out and exercise in a gym or do swimming or anything that we want them to do. So coming back to this case discussion with this background now, how would we advise or what would we give them as, keeping this as a background? So simple lifestyle tips, which I think Manju did allude to, and Dr. Chandalia spoke, sir, it was a fantastic lecture. You touched on so many pain topics from an educator or a dietitian point of view. And the simple lifestyle tips for an exercise, been working on this for so while, is finding exercise stressful is more because people don't do it. Having gone through this phase ourselves before we started the exercise, it's not that the exercise is stressful, it's just that you don't have time. You feel you don't have time for it. So always small, steady steps is what we nowadays break is the sitting time. So if you're a working professional, male or female, especially for a woman, what we would advise is first start breaking your sitting time. In office, every hour, put an alarm, make that mobile phone useful, and put an alarm every hour or so. Get up, do some stretches, take a loo water break, chat with a colleague, have standing meetings, take stairs wherever possible. Of course, people feel I can't even walk. It's like you walk one flight of stairs and then you're panting for breath. It's not a very nice feeling. So people would say, I can't even walk, 5 flight of stairs. So we would say it's okay, take that one floor up, then take a lift from the first floor. Do not crowd the ground floor elevator if you have to go up to the 10th floor. Walk a little bit, steady by steady. And these are not even exercises. These are not as per exercise. It's just simple lifestyle tips to make that person start some kind of exercise. Park your vehicle away from your workplace. Very typically, we don't get parking enough. So if you're going by a private vehicle, get on a little earlier, walk, do that walking, get walking as part of your lifestyle rather than making it an exercise routine. Once these lifestyle tips are established and people realize, oh, we can do this, it's not that bad, then you start doing with an exercise prescription. For a person who is not exercised, a very common mistake we do is start telling them you have to walk 1 hour a day. We don't bother to ask what their lifestyle is. We don't check what really their background is. They have time for it, but we tell them you have to do 45 minutes. It's not going to work. So it has to be slow and steady. After you establish a few lifestyle changes, let's go to a prescription. Again, start with 20-30 minutes a day. Slowly we know that as per our knowledge, we know we have to get them to that 1 hour, but it has to be very slow and steady. And we cannot just give a prescription, which is, overall just the same. Type of exercise absolutely depends on the patient's interest. The person who comes to you, they might be swimming, walking, and I would never accept an excuse where people say I do nothing, because everyone does something. There is some interest. You just have to jog them back to their children days where they played a sport, maybe they played badminton, they did something. So you have to jog that interest and try to get that back part of their lifestyle. So when we come to a role of exercise in diabetes, we all know that it works for all three, and hence it's very, very important to include this part of your prescription. But what is more important is components of exercise. And we have immediate effects in terms of aerobic, and we have long-term effects in terms of resistance training. And why I'm pointing this out is mainly because resistance training, especially in women, women feel that they don't need to build muscles. But there's just a lot of research to prove that twice a day or even twice a week or even once a week you start of lifting weights or your own body weight is very, very important to convert that fat into muscle. And it actually stands in good stead even for your healthy bones and all kinds of different issues that women have. Resistance training is really, really important. So as an educator, I think we should stick, whether a physician or an educator, before, as I said, just giving them a flat exercise. I think it's very, very important to follow the FIT principle. You give that patient, give them, when you're giving a suggestion, see that you include frequency, intensity, the type, aerobic and resistance, as I said, based on what they like to do. So you kind of get it from them, what is an exercise they like to do. Walking is the most simplest, most basic, but if they're going to just ramble 2 kilometers for an hour, it's not of any use. So they need to be given a focus of 5 to 6 kilometers is an hour is MVPA. So if they have to reach that as their aim, but they start slow and steady. And the time is, of course, as they build up their stamina, it'll get better. Now, effects of exercise on type 2 is, I think I put this in, not that we don't know, it's more to educate. The awareness is really, really lacking. And Dr. Chandale really brought that out really well in his talk, that we assume people know about all this, but honestly, when we speak to the patient, we realize they're not really aware. They think exercise means walking, walking means exercise. They're not aware of the different types and the frequency and lots of other things. And also the effect it has on their diabetes, whether it's type 1, the same case, if I put it as a type 1 patient, say she was 25-year-old and we found out little late type 1 diabetes, she will be put on insulin. So the type of exercise, their prescription, whether she's on pump, whether which kind of a regime she's on insulin given by the doctor, all that will also dictate kind of exercise she's doing and the time. So there are lots of precautions, a lot of prescription that has to be given to the patient based on the type of diabetes they have, whether it's type 2 or type 1. Intensity matters for both, because if you really want to have some kind of effect of that exercise on your sugars, intensity is very, very important. In type 2, it really there's enough studies to show the beneficial effect. And in type 1 also, with the development of the new type of pumps and things like that, even with multiple doses of insulin, it depends on the exercise and the timing and the food they're eating. It is absolutely possible to do this. So, but of course, the important points to note for both type 1 and type 2 is very important to make that patient aware. So as an educator, we are ourselves not aware of the type of exercise and these precautionary notes. We have to be made aware. We have to make that patient aware of the same. So cool up, warm up, and cool down are one of the most important things that, most people, we tell them about exercise, but we don't tell them the before after. Warming up your body, it's like we are like an old chair. I always like to give that example. If somebody who's never exercised, we are like an old chair. It's going to creak and crack when you open it, right? So for a patient who says he's coming and telling you, or she's telling you he's not exercising, we can't suddenly tell them start running, start walking, start jogging without a good warm up and cool down. So everyone, every day, even we exercise today, a warm up and a cool down regimen is absolutely important for any type of patient. And these regimens have to be graded. It has to be a graded program under supervision. Unless you get used to it, only then the patient can do it on their own. And this even includes yoga, mind you. A lot of people think yoga is just breathing, pranayama, few stretches and asanas here and there. If you get them wrong, whether even if it's a small, even if you're going jogging or even it's an asana in yoga, if you're not doing it right, you're going to end up with more problems. So a person might sprain their leg, they might get one kind of, a muscle tear. Muscle tear is much later, but you might get a pull, which will actually pull you back rather than taking you forward. So please, whatever advice that we give from an exercise point of view, if we are not sure, we need to be referred, we need to refer them to a proper exercise specialist who will give them that exercise advice. We can give them general advice and give them a prescription, but especially things like yoga and all that, breathing exercises too. When it comes to complications, which is then the next slide, there are specific breathing exercises they're not supposed to do. They have something like a retinopathy. So we need to be aware about all this before we give the patient that advice. Extreme temperatures to be avoided, a lot of water for hydration. But again, the mistake a lot of people do is when they are exercising, they drink a lot of water. Then you start getting your cramps. So you need to sip on water. There's a way you have the water when you're in an exercise routine. Always sip on water. Have it before a little bit and have it in the end of exercise you can. The type of meal before and after. Carbohydrate, people load themselves with carbohydrate before and after. We are not sports people. A patient who's just exercising for health, for managing their sugar, need not be on a heavy carbohydrate load, like as though, I don't know what kind of exercise they're going to do. And it's a mistake we as educators also give them. Give them a normal advice of what they need to have, depending on how their sugars are. We have an idea of their prescription, how their sugars behave and the medicines they are on. So the meal that they have before and any kind of an exercise routine, of course, depends on the routine, and then what they need to have. So a high protein and a carbohydrate dense, just because your muscles, they're going to wear out, that glucose, replenish it with the protein after a meal. It is okay in the morning to have a coffee for a person with type 2 diabetes and exercise. They need not go and eat, 2 bananas and something like that just because they're going to faint or something. It's very, very individualistic. Let's not do generic advice on exercise, just like we wouldn't do it with diet. For type 1 patients, very important, of course, for type 1 to check their sugars before and after. They again set their own routine. I've had patients who kind of understand how their body behaves, and then they set their own routine themselves. So as I said, when it comes to complication of diabetes, very important to understand activities which is not advised. So something, when we say the Valsava maneuver, something like Bastrika that people do as part of art of living and, part of the Kriyas. So it's because it's heavy forced breathing. So we need to be sure about your BP and the person's sugar before they get into this kind of activity. And everyone, yoga is like a hot topic. But there are lots of yoga also. Yoga has also become complicated. It's not a simple breathing technique. There are many, many asanas, and people do it in different styles. So again, I'm very, very sure that we need to be doing it under supervision only. If you're just going to close your eyes and chant Om, you don't need any supervision. But if you're actually doing proper yoga, it requires supervision. So another small thing I would just like to end with is high intensity interval training. This especially when it comes to women, because I spoke about barriers. It's short periods of exercise. Of course, you need to make yourself fit towards HIIT because it requires a lot of stamina. But what happens with HIIT is you can do it for 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and you are done. And why it is very important is because it's high intensity. It works overall on your body. It can be done at home. You don't need a trainer. Videos are there, tutorials are there that will help you. And it helps in flexibility, aerobic, as well as strength. And of course, when it comes to women, my favorite topic and the work that we're currently doing is, I think dance is something which is integral and socio-culturally acceptable for women in India. And from our barriers, that slide that I showed you, almost 80% of women at some point of time have danced. So I think we kind of miss this part as an important exercise routine for women. And I think an ideal, which is what we are trying to work on, is an ideal physical activity intervention for women and girls. And we found these have to be there if you want a good intervention for women. And hence, because of this, we came out with Thunder. And I think most people who have attended and seen what we have done with Thunder is we have merged HIIT with dance and presented it to women as a form of exercise that they can do at home. So even for our case, I think that would be an ideal intervention.
Yeah.
So any questions or any other inputs?
Thank you, Ranjani, and very well covered. And you have actually started with the introduction and the situation of exercise, very poor, that only 10% of the people they are exercising. Unfortunately, only 2 to 4% of female they are exercising versus 10 to 14% of men. I feel that is a very silly kind of pity situation for the whole country, and we have to be aggressive on this mode when it comes to awareness and non-communicable diseases as a whole. I always say that exercise should be there in your prescription.
Yeah.
And there are situations where Professor Chandalia, sir, I worked under him almost 30 years back. And we learned from him that exercise should be written in the prescription, where no one used to write a prescription exercise. They used to write only medicines or insulin. But then we should put exercise as a prescription. Of course, this prescription may not be same for everyone, but at least write some yoga exercise should be a part of your life. It has to be individualized. You have beautifully captured it. You also have covered yoga in your presentation, and Tandav I have, though I have not been allowed to witness it, I was told that it's for female in one of the meeting, and I was busy in the same parallel hall, some other assignment,
Yes,
but I could have certainly seen it. And congratulations to you and Anjana for coming out something which is different. And dance can be one of the best exercise for female. I have learned it from you, both of you, as well as my wife. She also always have a kind of too much attraction towards this exercise, and we should certainly when it comes to female, it can work really very well. That is one thing. Last but not the least, I always say exercise should be like an addiction. Unfortunately, we people have addiction for alcohol. We people have our society, many people have addiction, habituation for tobacco and smoking. I feel exercise should be the addiction. The moment you don't go for exercise, your calf muscle should cry that you have not gone for exercise. And this really happens. If you go for 30 days regular exercise, maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes per day, whatever you do, the 31st day, automatically you will get up from your bed and will go for exercise, either in the morning or evening, whatever is being planned. That is one. Second precaution we should take is, people have habit of going for regular exercise in the empty stomach, and that becomes a high risk for having hypoglycemia during exercising. And that is why one should try to be very focused, and this should come into the part of your educator's prescription, that take a cup of milk, take some fruits, save some dry fruits, and then go for exercise. If you're going for heavy exercise program, also check your blood sugar before you go for exercise. That's second part. The last part is, this lady has come to you with 500 blood sugar. When you have very symptomatic hyperglycemia, severe hypoglycemia, I call it a severe symptomatic hyperglycemia, it is better that you go for any heavy exercise.
Yes.
Take rest, control your blood glucose, then go for exercise. It is, patient may end up with ketosis. If it may precipitate ketosis if you go for exercise with very high blood glucose. So if your fasting is more than 250, postprandial more than 350, first control your blood glucose well. And that does not mean you should take complete bed rest, but heavy exercise has to be avoided. I feel there are, and also the cardiovascular evaluation before you go for exercise. So get yourself evaluated and monitor your vitals, and everything should be taught. And now you have wonderful program. Even I have seen Dr. Mohan going for regular walk and counting his steps.
Yeah.
And he shows at the airport, see Sunil, today I got these many thousands steps today. So that's what is learning and motivates others. So we can do it amongst our own staff members. If you have 50 people working in your center or 10 people working in center, if everyone goes for a walk and shows the meter to the patient, that becomes a motivation to the people coming to your clinic. I
So,
feel
so
you can
there's even
utilize
new research, sir, sorry to this about, because you said about the steps, the 10,000 steps is now even reduced to 7,000. So they're showing health benefits even with 7,000 steps, though 10,000 steps is like that magic number. But anyone who does it, we know it's very difficult to reach 10,000 steps unless you're on your move. Even after doing a 1 hour of exercise, if you come back and sit at home, you'd have reached only 6,000 steps. You're not going to touch 10,000 steps unless you include lifestyle changes. But nowadays we have shown good health benefits at 7,000, which means you've been on the move during the day, which is a nice number to, tell your patient, start with 7,000.
Achievable. But Ranjani, there is also one data which has come from Europe, and they have actually compared those NRIs, especially from it's from London, from UK, and that's those communities staying there in Indian community versus the European community. And what they have shown is the cardiovascular benefit what you get with 150 minutes walk per week in Caucasians doesn't match with 150 minutes of
Absolutely, sir.
We need to walk for at least 250 minutes,
Absolutely.
not 150 minutes. That's
Yes,
a very
sir.
recent data of 2021. And that is why there's a contradictory now of this steps you are reducing and the walk you are increasing. I feel we'll have to have some data coming from our own people.
Yes,
and
sir.
maybe your center or some other the joint multi-centric data.
We are working on it, sir. We'll come up with something, but it's true. It's true. What you're saying it's very different, sir. Chandalia, sir, you want to add something to it, sir?
Yes, sir. I think excellent talk, Ranjani. You covered so much so fast, and Sunil, your comments very good. But just add a few things. Women have problem with exercise. So in the city of Mumbai as such, there is a problem with outdoor exercise. So also most of our urban centers are very badly planned. So what we advise is a complete indoor exercise plan. In fact, one of our book has complete indoor exercise plan. And of course, exercise should be aerobic, anaerobic, like you showed, and also a little bit of what we call flexibility exercises. So yoga is added there, and that becomes very balanced. One problem is the women saying that they get tired and they're working at home and all. I tell them that once you start exercising, your fatigue will go away. It's amazing. It's amazing. Absolutely. It goes away. So I tell them to do that. Secondly, their time to exercise is evening. Morning, they're so busy with duties, with all dominating males and dominating children, male or female, all trying to draw upon their time, So I tell them to do in the evening only, that's your time, you see. And last of all, what we must learn also is advising them non-weight bearing exercises. The reason is many of your diabetics have bad knees, osteoarthritis. Many of them have problem with feet. So non-weight bearing exercises can be yoga, pranayam, and last of all, a nice indoor cycle. It doesn't transmit the weight through the body, through the knees, and doesn't damage the knees. So I think these some of the simple ideas, something like a indoor cycle for 15-20 minutes with reasonable resistance, and then you do some upper body exercises with a TheraBand or simple tubes or springs, and very low weight like 2 kilos or 5 kilos, you see, couple of times a week. It becomes very balanced exercise with very simple yoga added. Tell them to stay away from that complicated yoga. I think while doing IPDS study, the Indian Prevention Study, where we are doing with RSSDI, we devised only 10 simple asanas we used to advise them, which can no way hurt anywhere. So I think you do that and combine this, and I think some of these approaches we can keep refining how to convince people to exercise. Is more difficult than convincing them to follow a diet.
And absolutely, I'm a nutritionist, and I find this more difficult. Absolutely.
Very difficult. But we should succeed, and obviously we all should be doing, because that's the one way they get inspired.
Inspired, absolutely.
And also exercise is normally advised. There is a study showing by people, those doctors and educators who themselves are exercise, they will be very keen on advising them.
Absolutely.
If they're not themselves doing it, they don't think also that is really important. So they just skip it, they just skip it. So I think this is very important modality of treatment.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for you.
Then we can also keep one slide on importance, the benefit of exercise in educators' chamber. Depicting that how, if you like you say 1% reduction in HbA1c can protect you from 30%, 40%, 60% of this complication. Similarly, 10% weight loss reduces this, and exercise gives your heart and it's all those benefits.
And it's heart healthy, yes, sir, cholesterol, everything is there. I didn't put the
Everything is
slide
there.
because it was not
I
that
always say, we always say, again, have learned from Dr. Chandalia, if you want to increase, we say HDL is the best best cholesterol. We say gentleman cholesterol. If you want to increase HDL, there is only one therapy in the world, and that is
Absolutely,
exercise.
better than standard.
So such catchy points for the educators, and you can get better compliance. So even if we in a year, if go 1%, 2%, 5% from 10 to 15, gradually in next one decade, we will be able to have at least 30-40% of our population going for exercise.
Yes, sir. Aim is that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, sir, can we go ahead with the next session?
Yes. I happen to be here, so I'm commenting. I hope it's contributing to something, Yeah. Sandeep,
Yes, sir.
you are the most capable chairman, so I don't think we need.
No, sir, we need your
please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yes.
Guidance always, sir.
Yes.
Sir, we have the last in this session. We are running almost, I feel, some 20 minutes or so late, 20-25 minutes. We'll try to catch up this time. But then we have the last session with Dr. Shobha ODP. Dr. Shobha, madam, is very senior dietitian and nutritionist attached to Dr. Chandalia's group or Adecon since many years. I have seen her almost 20 years back in one of the meeting, and since then we are very closely working. And she's going to speak on patient's perspective. I presume she is going to speak on mainly myths on which are prevalent in the society on diet, mainly diet related myths. Over to you, Dr. Shobha, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta. I will try to keep my presentation very brief. I have 3 cases that I would like to, there are 3 cases that I would like to share with the group, basically to these are real life, cases that I have, the first two I have encountered very recently. And so this is the first one. This is a case that one of my former students.
Can you make it full screen?
Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah. Is that better? Yeah.
Yes, now.
So this is a married lady who lives in Nasik. She's 60 years old. And she's a type 2 diabetic and has been diabetic for around 20 years. She's a vegetarian. She's overweight, Gujarati. But the daughter has no idea what her actual weight is. So that's not possible to know what is her BMI. Now she's extremely scared of blood tests. She's very scared of needles. So there is no way her daughter has been able to get her blood tested. We do not know what her HbA1c is. She's very fearful of even doing SMBG. She does walk every day and she does yoga. Now on her own, she has been for 4 months every year, she eats only 1 meal in a day. And recently she was feeling very, I would say, a little upset and out of balance, because when she went to a dietitian, the dietitian has said you can have only millet, you cannot have fruits at all, which she loves. She has been restricted chapati, poha, upma, every possible, and she's extremely scared of being put on insulin, and has also developed glaucoma. So my student said, could I talk to this lady? I thought I would first put this case before you. The only thing we have been able to do with her is to talk with her several times, and now she has started at least doing random blood sugar at home, and her random blood sugars seem to be okay. So I have asked her to come to Mumbai and then get a full checkup done. We'd have to really work with her. But I wanted to kind of discuss this case simply because sometimes nutritionists become so restrictive in what we tell our patients. The no's become more than the enablers. So I think if Dr. Gupta, sir, and anybody can comment as to how to deal with people who are very scared of a needle. And we need to actually at least get monitored in a path lab, if not at home. So what do you do with such a patient?
Yes, Udipi ma'am, this is a case where I feel a lot of counseling is what is required in her case. She has a kind of phobia for everything, but she seems to be going for regular walks. She seems to be doing regular exercise. And the only thing about the blood test, now blood test, I told in my introduction and in one of the earlier session, that the needle phobia, exactly what we talk is very rare. The prevalence is very rare, and most of the times it is sometimes it is just a fear of injection rather than a needle phobia, which is a psychiatric illness. So, but this lady seems to have a little kind of fear of a prick, which we can certainly take the help of counselor and can make her understand that this is what it is, not too much of this prick is not very bad, and you can, once she starts picking up well. Now the thing is, we can have HbA1c of can be done, but you can use CGM in this case. Once you have continuous glucose monitoring, you can have the record. So maybe every 4 months or so, or every 6 months, sometimes every 3 months, you can have CGM report, which will not give her additional prick, and you will be able to monitor and can through that, and then you can mix up the HbA1c along with. Of course, it is not a substitute. CGM is not a substitute for self-monitoring of blood glucose or even HbA1c. It has its own merits. But in such situation, if this is real phobia of prick, then you can have that kind of thing. Non-invasive glucose monitors are there in the pipeline, and we will certainly have it very soon. That's what will be the alternative in this case. Second is about the dietitians restricting everything. That is not uncommon in smaller places. So those who are already into clinical practice and those who are in touch with the clinician, the real-time management, they are doing good work. But those who are theoretically are being trained, not being attended in a good clinic, they straightway try to say that. So if a patient comes to you, educators should tell them that you can have everything in life except 3-4 things. That is sugar, honey, jaggery. These 3 things you can just stop. Rest everything in life you can enjoy. People say, you are talking about poha. People say that I have not taken fruit since 10 years because my dietitian said someone has told him or her not to take fruits. So every fruit in this world can be given to the patient, provided their blood glucose is well controlled. Sweeter fruits should be restricted that time. If blood sugar is well controlled, all fruits can be taken in moderation depending on the individualized treatment. Similar is the case with poha, upma, millets, chapat. I feel you can have everything. I feel good quality dietitian, good quality educator can certainly take care of all these things. And that is why educators should not become a dictator. That is another thing. Always each say, they're very big statement I'm trying to just share with you, ma'am, that every educator should involve patient and the relative in the discussion in the prescription. Without their discussion, it should be a joint effort of all 3 of you, rather than okay, you take this, okay, you take this, okay, you take this. So don't ever become dictator. That is what possibly the best comment I can give at this. Of course, Dr. Chandalia and Dr. Shaiwal, if can give some additional comments on this.
Shaiwal, go ahead. I think if Sunil permits you, Sunil.
Please, sir, please go ahead.
Dr. Udipi permits you.
I think the CGMS point was very well taken. So now continuous glucose monitoring devices are available where they are still in a nascent stage, in the sense that I have found that sometimes the commonly used sensors underestimate the glucose, but at least they give you a pattern or a trend which the patient now in real time can also see the sugars, and on the basis of that real time monitoring can alter his behavior or her behavior so that diet, etc. is appropriately modified. So as accuracy improves of these continuous glucose monitoring systems, I think they will
Yes.
become very commonly used,
Yes.
and they will take care of the fear that you have of continuously checking
Right.
using a prick. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Important.
Well, I can
Yes,
give a
sorry.
little different angle to this glucose monitoring, Some patients who are very well controlled, and you can reduce the monitoring to very small number of pricks, very small number of pricks. And you should know also there is a type 2 diabetic, well controlled on diet, exercise, and maybe 1000 milligram metformin may not need monitoring at all. So there is a very small group which doesn't need SMBG. Don't go to the extreme. And secondly, very practical point, if somebody says got pain with the prick of monitoring, I immediately troubleshoot into three things. One is how often are you changing the needle? Should you maximum use 2 or 3 times? Otherwise, there is pain. Secondly, where do you prick? They are pricking in the pulp of the finger is highly painful because there are maximum nerves there. It's a simple thing. They are meant for sitar playing and violin playing, not for pricking, So that is a little bit on the side. And third is use minimum depth of prick. Say sometimes don't know that they have to adjust it. The drop required really is very small. Nowadays, you don't need a flowing blood, which happened 30 years ago when the meters came. That you use drop of blood, and now it is a very small part is okay. So I think take care of some of these things. The diet restriction, with all regards, nutrition being taught so well in SNDT and Nimla Niketan, where sometimes I interacted, taught also. You see, but why the dietitian come outside and, for example, wheat is being restricted, everybody's. Wheat is the biggest. Immediately they exclude wheat, which is staple diet in India. Staple diet in India is wheat.
Yeah.
So I want to ask this, gluten-induced enteropathy really is rare. But is there other kind of simpler gluten sensitivities? Dr. Shobha, you may like to tell us which really makes them exclude wheat. So often these dietitians coming out of colleges prescribing, they exclude wheat very often.
So I don't think in India we have that much gluten sensitive or wheat allergy. But because there is so much on the internet going on that people think it's very, very fashionable, just like people are now going for A2 milk, where there is no scientific evidence that BCM7 really causes type 1 diabetes at all. But there is a group which is kind of, I call it the bandwagon, that you just join the whole crowd which is thinking of such things. And very few of them would have actually got tested to see if they are gluten intolerant. They have never been challenged with gluten, but they do all these things. So my concerns before talking to her, of course, we have been able to convince her to at least do random blood sugar on her own. So that is, I think, one step forward after counseling. But I have told her that I would still like her to come to Mumbai, get herself checked up very well, work with a good dietitian, so that then she will feel more confident about herself, because she and her husband live alone in Nasik. But thank you so much, sir. Can I go to the next case, Dr. Gupta?
Yes, ma'am. We have only 1 minute 45 seconds.
Yeah, I'll only do this. So the second case is somebody we have recently who has come to us. She is 64 years of age. We have seen her over a period of 45 days. At baseline, she was 73.4. Then her weight increased to 74.7. But she, besides diabetes, she also has hypothyroidism and hypertension. What we found was that her energy intake or food intake throughout the day is very unequal. Her breakfast is extremely light, and she has a very large meal and high energy intake at night. So although in the first 15 days after we had worked with her, we saw that her weight had increased, as you can see, by 1.3 kg, but there was some improvement in body composition. Now, after that, she went on some kind of a trip, and she says she could not follow anything related to diet. Obviously, she did not do any exercise, And she says that while traveling, she never found any appropriate foods that she could consume. And since the mango season started, I do not know her community. She's probably, I don't know, but every day she is consuming more than one mango. So this is a case where we have to work with, and I just wanted to share it with the educators because this is in a way she will need counseling. She will need to be counseled quite a lot, I think, for getting into exercise besides the dietary this. And while we would not say no to mango, I think she will also need a good amount of dietary counseling as to how much mango to consume, and also the caloric and carbohydrate distribution during the day. So I request all three of you, Gupta sir, Chandalia sir, and Shaival sir, to please comment on this case, and that will be it.
I feel, Dr. Udupi ma'am, we have not got the reports of her glycemic control. So if we presume that if it is well controlled, then she can have even mangoes, maybe 50 grams of mango per day, maybe 2 slices of mango per day can be allowed once, but it should be apart the meals, at least 3 to 4 hours after the second or the third meal, whatever you take, but there should be a gap between the 2 meals and she can be allowed. So we'll have to tell her that though you can take mango, but in moderation. And whenever you have, you can enjoy practically all seasonal fruits when you want, not only mangoes, but everything. But you have to take it smartly. So Kavita always have a slide set, which is on mindful eating or smart eaters. So we have to make her a smart eater and a mindful eating. So whatever you eat, you should know what you're eating for. And then if it, so that is how you should be counseling her. And also you can have, see the assessment of her glycemic control well.
This was from a telephonic conversation that we have got. She has to come back to us and we will be doing all.
And when she goes out, I think we have to also learn to be again, have mindful eating. But even if you go out, you can maintain your diet. Not necessarily when you're going out, you will have only parathas and kulchas. You can certainly have, healthy.
Yes.
I feel are we through with both the cases, ma'am?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Sir wants to have some comments. Sir, please go ahead with the comment.
No, not really. Of course, there is discussion time left, whatever 3-4 minutes, because we incorporated discussion while Dr. Udupi was speaking. So anyway, so I think this is example of incooperative patient, and I think the mango problem is there. The season is on. What I have found is if they eat the mango a day before it is completely ripe, where it is khatta meeta, the taste is in fact far better, and they can have almost half a mango. So instead of Sunil giving 2 slices, I'll give 4 slices, Sunil.
Yeah.
Khatta meeta, So what I mean is there are ways of handling the fruits, and the sugar really increases, every fruit ripens. So slightly, unripe fruit works very well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So anyway, these are the situations nutritionists keep handling, and you really have to be quite liberal while prescribing diet, except for, as Sunil said, a small that list of the not to do. It may sometimes be the best, but they do include maida products.
Yes.
And sugar, of course, but honey can be small amount. And encouraged to use sweetener, encouraged to eat sweeteners. They all worried because Google has maligned sweetener so badly that they don't use sweetener. So once you do that, the compliance increases. You just worry about deep fried maida and the direct large load of sugar. Apart from that, tell them eat you want, and portion size in obese people.
Yes, sir.
I think sometimes that kind of thing works. So nutrition advice can be very simple and can be highly complicated as well in some people, depending on what the patient desires to have.
Yes.
Patient has the appetite to listen to you, then you really and understand you go into details. Otherwise, you'll have to make it short also.
Yes, sir. Sure. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chandalia, sir, for your expert comment. And let me now take this honor to close this particular session. I'm congratulating and thankful from on behalf of Adecon that we have a wonderful session from Dr. Sheval, Prajakta, Dr. Manju, Ranjini, and Shobha ma'am. Thank you very much. And now I hand over this mic to Meenakshi for further proceedings. Meenakshi, over to you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so
Honor
much.
to be there. Moderator.
Sunil,
Yeah.
Sunil, hi.
Anand, good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning.
All good. So we welcome you.
Yes,
Anand, and
yes.
we keep on you.
I was going through your sessions. It was nice.
So nice of you. So nice of you.
No time to join in the comment. Probably the next session we'll take up some.
Yes, yes. So nice. Thank you. Meenakshi, over to you. We are 20 minutes late. We have to cover up that.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
To pity distress is but human, to relieve it is godlike by Horace Mann, was the attempt made by our moderators and panelists today. I extend my gratitude to Dr. Sunil sir, Ms. Charu for the touch of perfection with their knowledge and vast experience, and each and every panelist for taking us through the real life situations of long-standing distress and helping us understand that there are many ways to provide solutions. Thank you for simplifying complex concepts. Thank you so much. We are moving on to the next session. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure by Benjamin Franklin. With this thought in mind, let us move into the session of the day today, early detection, prevention and management of macro and microvascular complications, a panel discussion. Indeed, an honor to welcome the moderators, stalwarts in their area of expertise in diabetes and academics, Professor Dr. C.R. Anand Moses and Dr. Shobha Udpi ma'am, along with the speakers Dr. Charles Bronson, Ms. Sonal Modi, Ms. Zankana Shetty, and Ms. Babita Hazarika. Requesting Sir's CV, please. We have Dr. C.R. Anand Moses, sir, Senior Consultant Diabetologist with more than 3 decades of experience in the field of diabetology, former Director and HOD Institute of Diabetology, Madras Medical College, Chennai, Emeritus Professor, the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Organizing Chairman, RSSDI 2022 and Adecon 2022, an academician and researcher par excellence, passionate about diabetes education and inspiration for several young diabetologists. Dr. Shobha Udpi ma'am, mentor for several stalwarts in the field of nutrition, presently Research Director and Head IMRC, Kasturba Health Society, Nutrition and Ayurveda. Professor Emeritus, Transdisciplinary University of Health Sciences and Technology, Bengaluru. Former Professor and Head and present Chairperson, Board of Studies, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, SNDT, Women's University, Mumbai. National President, Indian Dietetic Association, 2001 and 2006, 96 research papers in national and international journals. Over to Sir and Madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am audible. Charles?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, sir. Shobana, ma'am. I think
Yes, sir.
and the topic is on macro. Good afternoon, macro and macrovascular changes. And I think we'll divide the questions. I will go through some questions for Dr. Charles and Zankana Shetty. You can go through for the others.
I will do it with Babita and Sonal, madam.
Yes, alternate. I will ask one and then you can ask the next, or you want to finish each one?
You choose whatever I'm comfortable.
Yeah. Okay, right. So we'll just, as an introduction, we'll ask Dr. Charles to, okay, we have to introduce the speakers also. I'm not going to read the whole thing, just for you to go through the profile of each speaker. Dr. Charles is a student of mine from Madras Medical College. Dr. Charles, you have to just briefly mention, since this session is going to be on micro and macrovascular complication, as an introduction, you briefly mention what are the macro and microvascular complications in diabetes.
Morning to everyone. First of all, I profusely thank Mrs. Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj for having invited me for this wonderful national conference. And good morning to my teacher, Professor Anand Moses sir, co-chairperson, co-panelist, and each and every one of the audience. Sir, I'll first briefly mention about the complications of diabetes. When we talk about the complications of diabetes, we divide it broadly into acute complications and chronic complications. Acute complications mean when we talk about complications like hypoglycemia or some hyperglycemic emergencies like diabetic ketoacidosis or hyperglycemic hyperosmolar state. But now we are dealing mainly with chronic complications of diabetes in this session. The chronic complications may be broadly divided as microvascular and macrovascular complications. Microvascular complications are diabetic retinopathy, diabetic nephropathy, and diabetic neuropathy. And these microvascular complications can be almost said as so specific for diabetes mellitus. While the macrovascular complications include coronary artery disease, cerebrovascular accidents, and peripheral vascular disease. This has got a multifactorial etiology for various factors like diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, obesity, or other lifestyle factors like smoking, alcohol. Everything plays a role in this.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Charles. Madam, you can go for the next question. I think Madam is busy. I think one of the macrovascular complications probably we'll take up now. That is the diabetic foot. What you said, the macrovascular complications are peripheral vascular disease, coronary artery disease, and cerebrovascular and peripheral artery disease. Among this, probably one of the most distressing complications for a type 2 diabetic is peripheral vascular disease. So what are the common peripheral vascular disease or the diabetic foot problems which you come across? Can I ask Zankana Shetty to?
Yes.
I believe you are an expert, one of an expert in diabetic foot.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah. The common foot problems are the for neuropathy is like the problems start with the corn, calluses, the bunions, and the hammer toes, and which lead to the diabetic neuropathy eventually. The toenail fungal infection is very common, especially in the rainy seasons and old age people. And the fungal toenail, ingronails, and the toenails fungal infection. And uncontrolled sugars may lead to the deformities in the feet like charcot foot.
In the same line, I think you can go ahead with how do you assess a diabetic foot? Because I think splitting into so many things, it will be a little difficult.
Yes.
In the same run, you can.
And
Yes.
assessment divided into 4 to 5 groups. First is general assessment. Like if patient
Yes.
comes the first time in OPD, like generally every visit you check the feet, their shoes, their socks, and the peripheral neuropathy, especially we do the monofilament. We use this monofilament, okay, and pinprick techniques. And for a vibration perception test for the sensation and hot and cold sensation, or we can use this simple cotton to test the sensation. And if it is a musculoskeletal, if you find patient has a symptomatic, then poor circulation in the blood, then we can tell the patient to the Doppler, or we can just screen for the charcot foot for deformities.
Okay. So you have briefly told about the assessment of diabetic foot, and do you routinely screen all your patients for foot problems?
Yes. General screening like VPT, and we check the footwear, especially footwear, the socks, and dryness of the skin, fungal infection in the toe in every visit. And the VPT we do once a year. Sorry, if patient is symptomatic.
Which one? Doppler test, is it?
VPT, vibration perception test.
Test.
If patient symptomatic, then we'll do it as the symptoms appear. Otherwise, once in a year for all the diabetic patients.
So now, Madam, would you like to ask a few? Madam is there? Otherwise,
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Yes, madam, you can, before I go back
yes.
to microvascular assessment, you can.
Yeah. So can I,
Yes.
can I ask a question to Babita?
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah. So Babita, can you please throw a bit of light on the importance of portion size, and what are the methods that you would recommend be used to talk about portion size, to assess portion size, and so on? Thank you.
I think, yeah. First, I would like to thank Meenakshi for
Can you
inviting me.
speak
in
a
this
little
session.
louder, my girl?
Yeah, I need to, first I need to thank Meenakshi. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay. So it is nice to be here in this session. So see, when we talk about the portion sizes, mainly the patients, especially the patients who are not, able to understand regarding, like, grams, like very few people will be having a weighing scale in their home. So like using a portion size could be good. So the two main, the ways to explain to the patient, one is the plate method, that half of the plate need to comprise of the vegetables and the fruits. 1/4 can be the cereals, and 1/4 can be the meat and the dal. And you can have also a fruit, maybe a size of a pear. So that is a very simple way to explain to the patient, because it is visual. Remember, always when people, like they visualize things, it becomes easier for that person to understand, along with the caregivers also. Like in the previous session, we have, someone had said that it is not only the patient, it is patient along with the family members that needs to be taught in a visual way, that what this plate method consists of. And the second way of explaining to the patient regarding portion size is by using the hand. Like we can explain that, the palm can be the amount of cereals, like the tip of the thumb can be the amount of the fats that they use, and the full fist can be one portion of cereal. So using a hand, we can explain to the patient the portion size of all the foods when we talk foods of the various food groups. So I think using this portion method, the plate method, and the palm is going to be very easily explained to the patient, and patients really takes it well. And we need to have, activities along with the patient and the family members.
You have to unmute, madam.
Can I follow it up with a small question for Babita?
Yes.
Yeah, tell me.
Babita, nowadays, at least in the city of Mumbai, when we look at some foods, we are kind of going the American way with very huge portion sizes. If you order or you get this supersized loaves called sandwich breads, and they are more than one portion. How do you convince patients that you're not to eat the whole thing, because it's really not, you're eating a lot more carbs than you were supposed to be ingesting?
So a dietitian having the samples of these, it can be in the form of models, right? Like a normal slice of bread and a normal sandwich, and compare it with the jumbo size, serving size that they serve these days. And people definitely would want to go for the jumbo sizes, thinking that, like it becomes cheaper. Or like in the case of certain like products where we have 10% more, 20% more, okay, but that actually does harm, right? So I think sample size in the dietitian's chamber, that could be very easily explained to the patient when we talk about the portion sizes.
I think we should encourage them to share their food.
Yes.
Instead of one person eating it.
Yes, absolutely.
Sharing.
So thank you, Babita. Sir, over to you again.
Okay, right. Coming back to the macrovascular complications, we know it is quite important. Unless there are some complications, unless you screen for it, you cannot find out. Patient may be having these complications, but it's very difficult to find out. How do you simply screen for macrovascular complication, Dr. Charles? Some simple methods.
Okay, sir. Sir, we can ask the patient. Sometimes when the patient comes to us, they'll be more focused on the blood sugar values or the blood pressure values or the lipid values. Apart from treating the sugar, BP, and lipids, we can start asking some probing questions to the patient, like whether do you feel any dyspnea, that is breathlessness on exertion while doing your routine work? Do you feel any uncomfortable? Do you feel uncomfortable? Are you able to carry out your routine work? Are you able to lie flat? Do you have any swelling of legs during the daytime or during the night time? Like that, we can ask some questions. This is with relation to the cardiovascular system, or some related to the CNS. We can ask about the history of TAS, like did you have any blackouts or something like that. All these things pick up in any complication at the early stage itself. Suppose the patient might answer in the affirmative, or might say he does not have any other complications. In such case, to pick up the macrovascular complication, we can do some certain basic tests, like we can start with the general examinations like pulses, BPs, and check all the peripheral pulses. A simple clinical test to do the peripheral pulse like radial pulse, brachial pulse, and going to the foot, especially in the diabetic. We should check for the posterior tibial pulses and the dorsalis pedis pulses, and all these things can screen. And also, when we talk about the peripheral vascular disease, that is a complication also about the diabetic foot. There are three components of the diabetic foot. That is, one is peripheral vascular disease, another is the neuropathy part, and another thing is the infected part. Any infection would be obviously picked up. Then to assess the peripheral vascular disease, we can brachial index. And to assess an intensity or an attribute, we can do the monofilament test or an VPT test. On some simple tests like the thermal testing or pinprick testing or the tuning fork test, etc., will easily pick up the joint position trends. Everything will pick up the neuropathic thing. But on the peripheral vascular disease, we have to check the pulses and the ankle brachial index. Coming to heart, especially, we can ask the patient, and for screening, we can do ECGs and echoes. And if everything is negative, suppose if the patient has got some weight complaint, we may subject the patient to treadmill testing also. Treadmill testing will, suppose if there is an inducible ischemia and the patient is not feeling it in the routine activities, the treadmill test will reveal the presence of an inducible, that is a positive for inducible ischemia. The treadmill test will reveal. And also to screen for or to prevent cerebrovascular events, we can assess the carotid system. We do a CV Doppler. The calcium, there are certain tests like the carotid intima media thickness evaluation, calcium scores of the blood vessels, etc. All these things are available, sir. So to screen for, and also there are certain risk factor screenings. So for the atherosclerotic CVDs, there are some risk factor scores like estimator plus risk factors.
We'll come to the risk factor a little later.
Yeah,
Okay,
Dr.
sir.
Moses, I just wanted to add a
Yes.
comment to
Yes,
the
yes.
bread and the nutrition angle from what
Yes,
Babita said. So usually we would recommend that they understand the standard bread size which you get in a packet versus the sandwich breads that you get at the bakeries or when they're eating out at an eatery. So like you said, sharing, so they can make a sandwich and then you tell them have half a portion of that. That will then be equivalent to the standard bread size or cereal exchange that it's supposed to be. And a second important point here is that most people today are, veering towards having a lot of multigrain. We are moving away from wheat, like mentioned earlier in the earlier sessions, but what they don't realize is that in a multigrain bread, if it has even a little bit of wheat, that wheat could be maida, which is the unfortunate part. So I would prefer to recommend to a patient that have 100% whole wheat bread rather than only a multigrain, which is an unknown source and could probably inherently have maida, because when you talk to the bakeries, they say we can't make it without that. So just wanted to bring that clarification.
But don't you think the multigrain has more fiber content?
It has more fiber, but a whole wheat, 100% whole wheat bread they have to see how their sugars do with it. It may be individualistic and it can vary person to person.
Because it's a fashion now among diabetic patients.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that point. Yeah.
Multigrain.
Yeah.
And the food habit is very variable. I think this meeting is across India. I think Professor Chandalya was saying that wheat is a staple food. But fortunately, in Tamil Nadu, wheat is not the staple food.
No, so there has to be
regional.
Yeah,
it has to be regionally tweeted.
It has to be tweaked, but we do not want to cut out what is staple in every area.
So it has to be highly individualized. Probably the most difficult is the nutrition part, I feel, in the counseling, because it is highly regional wise. you cannot give a printed diet sheet for anyone. I think people have gone away from printed diet sheet. Yes.
And I think, sir, educating the patient to read the nutritional information, that is also very important.
Yes, very important.
Because nowadays people get carried away by seeing, like that diet word written on a packet, say like diet poha, diet upma, that doesn't mean a low calorie. Like, so I think nutritional information in each pack is important. And it's very interesting, and I think the patients also will find it quite interesting, once they start reading these nutritional informations.
I think we can go back to the non-nutrition questions also.
Yes.
Otherwise, we'll go on.
I think that's something on diabetic foot. I want to ask Zankana Shetty. A person with already comes with the ulcer in the foot. What an ulcer over the sole at the base of the metatarsal bone. That is a common area which we commonly see many
it's
people.
A pressure point.
It's a pressure point. So how are you going to relieve this? I mean, advice regarding relieving the pressure point.
Yeah, the first is the offloading. Offloading is the treatment. So if patients, it's a damage is more, definitely it's a rest. Otherwise, the patient is working. So we advise them to buy a special footwear, offloading footwears, depending upon the front or back where wound is there. So definitely tight sugar control is very much important criteria. And they have to buy the offloading footwear.
So anything on do you think a high protein diet is going to help in wound healing? And there are some drawbacks with high protein also.
No, definitely whatever we are recommending, same thing, same protein we are recommending for the wound patients. Definitely tight sugar control is more important than just giving high protein.
Okay. Any others comment on that, Sonal madam?
Babita, would you like to comment?
On when a patient has a foot infection, do you want to modify the diet?
We give
I don't
good dose
think
of vitamin C and antibiotics.
Yeah, just for the wound healing. But I think as far as proteins and the carbs are concerned, it remains the same.
It remains the same. Okay.
Yes,
exactly. Yeah.
Yes, over to Shobana madam. Shobha.
Yes, sir. Sonal madam, I would like to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Actually, two, if you could throw light, and if you permit me to ask you both. One is about the early detection of diabetic kidney disease, since we are into the complications of diabetes. But the other is really when people who have microvascular complications, what are the precautions that a diabetic educator should advise such a person to take in the exercise regime?
Okay, so I'll take the first part first. So essentially, when we have even a newly diagnosed diabetic, even a type 2, who may come in and maybe finally detected as a type 2, there is a microalbuminuria that has to be done when they enter the clinic. That is extremely mandatory because you're trying to detect early. It's trying to, save them the years of they may already be in complications. There already may be some damage that is inherently there, which is that window period where it occurs. So doing a microalbuminuria is very important. It can be a spot microalbuminuria where you also have, the albumin creatinine ratio that is done. So once that is done, that is to be done at least in the beginning, and then once yearly in a type 2. So we have to understand the distinction between a type 1 and type 2. In a type 2, this is what it will usually follow, that you will be doing it at least annually. Now, additional to that, there's also the eGFR, which needs to be done. The glomerular filtration rate, estimated glomerular filtration rate, which is done very commonly today. And some of these give you an indication what is the status of the kidney, even when they are just newly detected. And that is where you have to catch it. And that from there, we need to ensure that we prevent it from worsening as much as possible, which some of the medications would do, and some of the drugs would do that. But we also need to keep a word of caution that while treating a type 2 diabetic, from the medical point of view, certain drugs which do not accelerate the kidney disease. So certain renal toxic drugs have to be, also be taken into consideration, that those are not advised. And these will help ensure that you're giving the right treatment for diabetes without accelerating any of the microvascular complication of the kidney per se, because of the slow damage that is already on. Now, when it's a type 1, they tend to enter into the microvascular complications far earlier. They also tend to be much younger in age. So there is a very different, whole different viewpoint that you have to have there, because you need to keep the longevity. They're much younger. Their productive years, main productive years are at that time. So for that, one needs to consider that theirs is done far more often as far as the for making sure that there is no early kidney disease. Now, because it's a microvascular complication, it is also correlated to retinopathy. So when this is done in a type 1, you have to ensure that you're also checking the eyes, because that is also another microvascular complication that goes hand in hand. And these both have to be looked into on a regular basis. We talk about the eGFR, whether it is the albumin creatinine ratio, the spot albumin, microalbuminuria. These all have to be conducted far more frequently on their visits, so that they are prevented from going into the retinopathy or the early kidney disease in a type 1 especially. So that answers the first part of the question.
The first part of the question, excuse me.
Yes.
You can give a comment on protein intake in microalbuminuria.
Okay, so the protein intake in microalbuminuria, essentially what we will have is that you would not completely restrict their protein. Yes, but I would say that we have been successfully seeing that if you give the right quality protein, so the high biological value protein, which is to be given, and that too in that range, if a person is a pure vegetarian, yes, that's a challenge. Even if they are not a ovo-vegetarian and don't eat eggs, then it's a challenge to give them the quality protein without it being the type 2 protein. But we do not restrict the protein at that stage and that point. But if they are egg, egg consumers, then I think it works very well, because egg is a very neutral, the albumin is a very neutral protein, even compared to lean meats. So we have seen a differential, a difference between the kind of proteins that is given, and you keep about 50% of the HBVs, and you keep 50% as the other regular protein from dals, pulses. But yes, the overall restriction is not there on per kg body weight. Now, taking I'll continue with the second part of the question. Yes. We have to remember one basic thing is that when there are microvascular complications, I'm not talking about macrovascular, the microvascular, it can be neuropathy, there is retinopathy. Some of these, as already discussed in the earlier session, there are certain contraindications or precautions that need to be kept regarding the exercise. It has been mentioned, yes, that there has to be non-weight bearing exercise, which is very important, because the person who has neuropathy cannot really exercise with their own body weight. So you have to consider including non-weight bearing exercises in their regime of exercising. You cannot have them doing heavy cardiovascular if they cannot really walk and there are issues. So as Sir mentioned, there can be the stationary exercise cycle is one of the simplest, where it's totally non-weight bearing and they are still doing a cardiovascular regime. Additionally, for resistance training, for such individuals which have neuropathy, you'll do more of the upper body exercises, which will be done as the resistance training part. Now, a word of caution also in retinopathy, which is extrapolating from the previous lecture, is that yoga may be undertaken by individuals in routine. Now, the three components are there, like Sir mentioned earlier. But in yoga, there is an issue in any of the exercises where you're holding the breath for long, or you're doing fast breathing, whether it's Kapalbhati or any kind of breath holding exercise. We have actually had, with microvascular complications of retinopathy, people having a bleed in the eye. So these are words of caution. As a diabetes educator, it is our duty to convey these to patients, because they may be caught unawares. Nobody really speaks about this, which we have very clearly elucidated even in a book that we have written, where it is to do with exercise as to which ones should be contraindicated, should be clearly spelled out to a patient. But yes, there is enough that they can do in the non-weight bearing section.
Yes, I think you have emphasized a very nice point. Because many people are in the habit of going to a gym where an instructor gives the exercise.
Exactly.
And the instructor has to be told the patient is a diabetic, whether he has retinopathy, peripheral neuropathy. It's very important.
So if taking it from there, as Sir simply said, that see, everybody doesn't have to go to gym. It is far more important in an exercise regime to keep it constant, moderate, frequency, intensity, and duration to be more regular rather than do it in spurts where you are harming yourself. You can do it, you can break it up.
People going to gym, they have to be a little extra careful.
Yes.
Shobha, madam.
Thank you, Sonal, madam. So over to you for taking this discussion further.
Myself, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dr. Charles, can you tell me some of the risk factors for this micro and vascular complications which should be addressed in a diabetic? Say diabetes per se may not be the reason for the vascular complications. There are other risk factors also which should be addressed. The general saying is we have always been glucose centric. We have been always addressing glucose, but the other things are neglected. Can you just mention some of the other risk factors which should be looked into?
Yes, sir. Apart from the diabetes per se, that is the duration of diabetes and the degree of glycemic control, the degree of HbA1c control what the patient is having. There are other risk factors which play an important part in the progression of even specific complications like diabetic microvascular complications, and have a hand-in-hand part in diabetes macrovascular complications. These factors are factors like hypertension, dyslipidemia, and smoking, obesity, etc. And hypertension, for example, if you take diabetic nephropathy, which is supposed to be a microvascular complication of diabetes, once this albuminuria sets in or the CKD gradually progresses, the control of hypertension is more important, even more important than the control of diabetes itself. So the hypertension becomes more significant, and the dyslipidemia also, and the smoking exerts a very bad effect on all vascular complications, especially the macrovascular complication. Even after so many years of smoking, I have seen many patients who develop cardiovascular events even after reportedly quitting smoking. And coming to the macrovascular complications, especially here, diabetes and other risk factors have equal role to play. If the patient is a diabetes, if the patient is a diabetic, it is said that the risk for cardiovascular disease or cardiovascular event goes up by 2 to 4% than the person who is not a diabetic. So suppose if the same person is also hypertensive, the same person is also obese, and is also smoking, for example, and this risk becomes multiplicative. So this factor is very important. Is the risk factors are not just additive. It is something like a multiplication. Suppose it is 2 times means, and the hypertension is 3 times increases means it's 2 into 3, and it's not a 2 plus 3. Such the risk factor multiplies. So the assessment of comorbidities is also very important in treating a diabetes patient. For a type 2 diabetes, at the onset, that is at the point of first detection, the patients should be screened for other comorbidities like hypertension, dyslipidemia, and if smoking, should be advised to stop smoking and to reduce weight if obese. And also there is hypothyroidism, which is also a common comorbidity occurring in type 2 diabetes. In type 1 diabetes, the time of screening is often said to be after 5 years, because the onset of diabetes is usually acute in type 1 diabetes. So the degree of hyperglycemia need to cause these complications might take 5 years. So it is a minimum of 5 years. It's not that we should screen only after 5 years, but it's a general advisory to start screening from at least 5 years of age, 5 years of duration, and the screening should be done annually, and all risk factors, especially hypertension, dyslipidemia, should be accounted for. And diabetes patient more than 40 years should be on a statin as a method of a primary prevention of cardiovascular event. Whether the patient should be on aspirin or some other antiplatelet drug is a matter of controversy. There is 50-50 opinion on either side, but the patient should be compulsorily on statin to prevent any progression of any plaque that is occurring in the vascular system.
Thank you.
So may I just add one point
here,
that in an overall summation, whether it's microvascular, macrovascular, from the angle and viewpoint of a diabetes educator, today in our country, we are diabetes educators. We are able to handle the entire gamut of things, barring short from prescribing, from writing a prescription. We are not legally allowed to do that. So from that angle, I still believe that as a planning, as an understanding, it's incomplete if we do not understand the medications and drugs, their interactions in the entire gamut of all the microvascular and macrovascular complications. I think that is one area which the diabetes educators, whether you're a nutritionist, a nurse, or you may be a physiotherapist or from a doctor, but one needs to understand the medications that are all being prescribed by the medical professional, and they have to be understood by the educator before you put everything out there, which is where I find there is a missing link of knowledge there, which we need to work on a little further.
Particularly,
add a point
yes,
out
yes.
here. Like I think, even in the OPDs, having a multidisciplinary team, okay, that is going to really help the patient, where the diabetic educator along with the physician is there, to explain certain important things to the patient, so they are in the same line.
I think it should be there. I think when I was working in Madras Medical College, my rounds always included the dietitian.
Yeah, so that's very important.
Yes, and the educator comes along for rounds, so that people are, as rightly said, the drugs, particularly people on insulin, have to be, a lot of care has to be taken in the exchanges, and what insulin regimen they are. Some are on basal bolus, some on pre-mixed insulin. I think your lifestyle depends a lot on the type of insulin and the type of medication, as you rightly said. And lifestyle plays a very important part. Apart from the risk factors, I think lifestyle changes should start from the day your detection of diabetes, not after you develop complication. That is what I tell my patients. There is no point in saying I'm going to restrict all this after I develop complication. Yes. Our idea of treatment is to prevent you from developing complications. And that's what I feel the role of the educator is very, very important, because educator can spend time with the patient, and patients like people to talk to them, especially I find them good and communicative, at least in the initial phase of the disease. When they develop the disease, they are more amenable to change in lifestyle and other things. I don't know about the...
There are some questions, so please have a look. Yeah.
Yes, in the chat box, there are some questions.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
First thing is time is over. If a long-term diabetic patient has pain in the foot near and around the nails, what are the tests needed to be done? Zankana?
Yes, sir. First, we need to check their footwear. So no chappal and slippers and no pointed shoes. It is a female like Mojdi. Okay, they have to wear a broad-ended the footwear, sandal with the back support.
And the box is important, front.
Yes.
It should not be tight. The front box is important.
And no nothing in between the fingers. So no chappal and the slippers like Hawaii chappals.
So no toe grip should not be allowed.
Yeah.
So
with the flap. Yeah, with the flap and the back support is very much important.
Okay, right. Yeah. There's no buckle or anything.
Yes.
It's a Velcro footwear. I think the footwear is very important. It answers the next question also. Special shoes for diabetic. When should we be advised? After the patient develops neuropathy, or you want?
No, before. Yeah. Stitching time saves times.
Okay,
so
right.
Early detection of the problem is very important. So we need to, especially we need to buy the footwear in the evening. So your feet usually swell, so you get proper measurement of your footwear.
Very good. And, yes, and the socks.
Cotton socks compulsory.
Cotton socks. Yes.
And you need to buy the seamless socks. So
seamless.
Or you can buy the used one, that is loose one, or if you want to buy the new one, just put in the bottle, empty bottle for some time, so it becomes loose, and then you can wear that.
Thank you for the nice tips. One more question which people feel we have not addressed is sleep and stress should not be. I think lifestyle changes includes psychosocial assessment and other thing. That itself is a huge subject. Probably that's the reason Meenakshi has not put it in this session. Sleep and stress. If anyone wants to comment on,
so
Madam or Sonal.
Yes, we are doing one study the sleep disorder and the pre-diabetic stage.
Okay.
So hopefully it will come after 6 months.
But anyone wants to comment
Yeah,
on
for sleep, so I'll tell you, everybody today, I mean, across the board, whether it's the cities or the smaller towns, everybody's under stress. Sleep cycles have gone haywire far more in the COVID period because everybody's doing work from home. So this pattern, which is hybrid, which today people are actually going to work and doing work from home, it has become even more important to stress on and understanding that they need to keep a fixed pattern of sleeping, fixed timing rather. If you keep changing the timing every day, you're actually messing up with your own biorhythms quite a bit. The body gets very confused. So it's important to help the patient set a particular fixed timing of sleeping, even if it is shorter then it may not be 8 hours is not always the best, full good sleep. But it's important that it's more or less a fixed timing is set, and that is what the patient follows. So it's to develop a regimen and a pattern in the day, a work pattern and a sleep pattern. So you will find that some of these issues have to be tackled, where they have complications. They may also have sleep apnea. So those will have to be addressed additionally. And apart from that, the sleep pattern has to be set. Now, as far as stress goes, I mean, the body is always under stress of some form. There's a eustress, which is good stress, which the body is supposed to take and helps you to perform. And there is the bad stress, which we don't want, which most of us go through. You're diabetic, the stress is, maybe the same level as any other person, but overall, I would say across the board, what you would need is a good lifestyle in terms of exercise. The sleep is very important in this component of stress, because lack of sleep, chronic lack of sleep will lead to the body staying under chronic stress. And what you need to do through the diet is basically a good antioxidant diet, which contains a lot of the fruits, vegetables, etc., which provide the antioxidants. And once there's a complete plan made. So this is not, the diabetes educator's job is to make this complete plan, which will also cover the stress and release that stress. If it's a particular work stress, it's a particular, travel stress, then you have to work with the timings, because some people are traveling a lot at work. So a diabetic who's also got microvascular and macrovascular complications needs to take that into consideration to yet have some sort of pattern, eat the right foods on the move, make sure that they do a separate time of exercise. Just being active is one thing, and having the exercise component there is one. So a holistic plan is required.
I add 1 point, 2 points actually. One of the things is that towards the late evening and after that, they should avoid taking stimulants like coffee, because that will keep them awake. The second thing is, once they have got into bed, then not to look at your mobile and keep replying and keep chatting, because that will keep your brain active. So that is something that is very critical. And what I have seen is there are many youngsters who are working in centers where it's offshore. That means, they are required to work at night. And many of these youngsters eat very, not at all healthy snacks, because they have to keep awake. And they will also drink a lot of these carbonated beverages and coffee. And that really plays havoc later on. Even if they were not at risk, they become at risk of diabetes or pre-diabetes.
No, so I would just like to summarize it, putting it together, because I think we're out of time also, is that overall, whether macro or microvascular complications, not only setting the entire lifestyle, but working towards getting good glycemic control, keeping the cholesterol levels in order. The good glycemic control will work towards preventing the microvascular, and the macrovascular will be prevented by keeping good, the cholesterols in order, keeping the right amount of protein or the composition of the diet, an exercise component that has to be in a good sleep pattern, and then to work and try not to do more amount of work in lesser time and create more stress. So, I think it just needs a composite understanding of everything to prevent these complications.
I think Meenakshi has come on. That means we are.
No, sir, we still have. Since we were delayed by half an hour, so we have pushed one session to after FB Live. So we still have 9 minutes to go. So I would request each one of you to give your closing remarks. We still have 9 minutes, so not a worry.
Okay. Anyone wants to add? I think we have talked enough.
Sir, I want to add
Yes.
about that questions. Especially many females are going for manicure then pedicure in the parlor. So they forcefully they cut the nails and forcefully they clean the fingers with the very sharp things. So sometimes because of that, patient may have a pain near the fingers. So and they especially soak their feet in hot water. So try to avoid that.
Okay. I think there's one more question on chamomile tea. May I take that?
Yes, yes. I
Okay.
don't know what it is.
Yeah, no, chamomile tea is basically a herbal tea. So there are a lot of herbal teas available in the market, from the range of green teas to all kind of Earl Grey, chamomile, etc., which is more, certain section of population is consuming that. But chamomile tea is more like, many of these are natural substances which are relaxants. They're good for digestion. So from that angle, they're okay to have. They kind of relax the body. So I think the part of stress, so things like, even we do prescribe for relieving some stress in the night, a cup of warm milk, just with a little bit of saffron or the exchange of nuts in it, it kind of induces sleep. So I think some of these relaxants, and these are okay to have. And chamomile tea will not give any calories.
If I may be given permission from the chair, I would want to add two comments.
Yeah.
One is there was a stringing question always, what do we do about the protein when it comes to a diabetic foot? And as Sonal ma'am very beautifully said, all the retinopathy, nephropathy, neuropathy walk hand in hand. So if there is a real dip in the GFR and we are expecting a raise in the urea and creatinine, I think that's why Babita did clearly mention that we don't step up the protein as much. So depending on the stage, if the patient is in CKD stage 4 and 5, then probably we'll have to think of tweaking on the protein. Otherwise, basically protein, vitamin C and zinc play a great role when it comes to wound healing.
Yeah, so usually if you're trying to prevent the complications, you do not need to restrict the protein.
Yes.
Once they've entered a stage, yes, you will do it.
Yeah, we can't do much about it.
Yeah.
So, and the second thing was, Anand Moses sir very beautifully said about the sleep pattern, its influence on glycemic control, and then we find this lark and owl syndrome. No, the beautiful petite bird is the lark, and an owl, obviously we know it looks quite obese and the BMI is on the higher side. This itself tells us that we are reversing the biological clock and we are stepping up the hormones, which in turn worsen insulin resistance and cardiometabolic diseases. That was the second thing. And the third thing is, with all these green tea and chamomile tea, we need to remember, if the patient is on potassium sparing diuretics or walked into CKD stage 4 and 5 where potassium is going to be an issue, then probably we may have to think of, restricting such things, wherein fluid restriction and potassium restriction is an important part. So that's my take on these three little things. And I also wanted to make a mention that Anand Moses sir has been HOD of Institute of Ambedkar, Institute of Diabetes at Kilpauk Medical College, wherein they are having the 68th batch of diabetic educators, I think, which is commendable when it comes to a government institution. Over to sir.
Yes, sir. If there are no more comments, I think we can close this session.
Sir, just a small addition.
Yes.
Although the discussion has centered around diabetics, I just want to remind all the nutritionists that even for healthy people, National Institute of Nutrition has lowered the DAR for protein. So we have to remember that it is no longer 1 gram per kg. It is now 0.8 grams per kg. So we have to be very particular, and we need not be too obsessed also, provided, as Sonal madam said, the biological value is what we must keep in mind. That is all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yes. I think the message would be that diabetic food is good for the whole family, not only for the diabetic person. I think that message will take a long way. It's a healthy diet, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Meenakshi.
So much, sir. Thank you all this.
Thank you.
And the panel resource persons. This has been a very educative and enjoyable session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much for such an enlightening and interactive discussion-packed session. This session was packed with copious amount of knowledge. Gratitude to Professor Moses, Udupi Madam, and the panelists for making this knowledge sharing session a very interactive and informative session. Next, I request Priyangi Lahiri Ma'am to take over the session.
Hello, Anand, see you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Yes, so now we move on to a very interesting section of the conference. We have been having a lot of academic discussions, and now it is time for some popular talk. So for the first time AD, we have this very unique session where we have some public awareness or patient education session in regional languages. So for that, I would like to invite Ms. Ruby Sound to moderate the session. Ms. Ruby Sound is the founder, Eatwise Nutrition and Wellness Clinic. She's a dietitian with the Sangeeta Maternity Hospital. She's a certified neuro-linguistic practitioner and a certified Pilates trainer. She's a managing committee member of the PCOS Society India, member of the Nutrition Society of India, and a lot of other important professional bodies. She's a recipient of the Women of the Year 2015 Health and Wellness Expert Award, felicitated by the PVR NEST. So over to you, ma'am, for the session.
Thank you so much, Priyangi, for those kind words of introduction. And for all those who are watching, Namaste, Sat Sri Akal, Vanakkam, and good afternoon. Now, all these greetings are in different languages because ये जो session हमारा होगा, ये जो भी viewers हैं, जो patients हैं, उन सभी के लिए है जो भारत में अलग-अलग जगहों पे स्थित है. तो आज का जो हमारा session होगा, वो अलग-अलग भाषाओं में होगा. और आज ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सेशन है न्यूट्रिशन के ऊपर और उसके लिए मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी टू Adecon, स्पेशली टू डॉक्टर चंडालिया, मीनाक्षी मैडम एंड सोनल मैडम. थैंक यू सो मच, आपने इस टॉपिक को रखा है. आज का मुद्दा यही है कि न्यूट्रिशन में ज्यादा करके जितने भी मिथ्स है, ऑल द मिथ्स दैट वी हैव, इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस टू ब्रेक द मिथ्स अबाउट न्यूट्रिशन, स्पेशली जब ये मैंगो सीजन आता है तो फ्रूट्स को लेकर और बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं जो मन में डाउट रहता है. इसीलिए हम अलग अलग भाषाओं में आज बात करेंगे. हमारे साथ जो मध्य भारत से है वो है डॉक्टर कविता गुप्ता, जो कि इंदौर से हैं. वो हमसे खुद भी एक इंसुलिन पंप ट्रेनर है. वो हमसे आज हिंदी में वार्तालाप करेंगे. मिस नीति देसाई, जो एक कंसल्टेंट न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट है, इनफैक्ट सेलिब्रिटी न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट है मुंबई से, उनको भी मैं वेलकम करती हूँ आज के डिस्कशन के लिए. Then we have Miss Priyangi Lahiri. She is from Calcutta. She is a registered dietitian. एंड मेरे साथ में डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी बजाज भी हैं, जो कि साउथ से चेन्नई से है. मैडम को बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में भी है एंड शी गॉट अ लॉट ऑफ डिग्री. सभी को आज जो यहाँ पे उपस्थित है, 20 साल से ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस है डायबिटीज के जो पेशेंट्स हैं उनके साथ में, डायबिटीज एजुकेटर्स को ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए. सो जितने हो सकेंगे हम मैक्सिमम क्वेश्चंस ऑडियंस से भी ले पाएंगे. थैंक यू एवरीवन फॉर बीइंग विद अस फॉर दिस वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट डिस्कशन. तो डिस्कशन शुरू हम सबसे पहले कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स की बातें हो रही है, इसके लिए वी विल स्टार्ट विद दैट बिकॉज यू बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट कार्बोहाइड्रेट रिस्ट्रिक्शन एंड गुड अमाउंट ऑफ प्रोटीन इनटेक इज इंपॉर्टेंट, बट कार्ब को लेके बहुत फोकस होता है. सो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज टू डॉक्टर प्रियांगी. Dr. Priyangi, I understand that restriction of carbohydrates is very important. Starchy foods are not allowed, sugary foods are not allowed. But why are we telling patients to restrict fried foods, fatty foods in the diet? Is there a link with diabetes and the blood sugar control? Please unmute yourself, Priyangi ji. और आपसे मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी आपकी लोकल भाषा में बात करने के लिए.
Thank you for your question. So now I move on to my language, বাংলাতে বলি. Basically, ম্যাডাম যেটা জিজ্ঞেস করছেন সেটা হচ্ছে, এটা আমরা খুব কমনলি পেশেন্টদের থেকে আমরা জানতে মানে এই প্রশ্নটা পাই যে হ্যাঁ মিষ্টি খাওয়া তো বন্ধ করতে হবে, বা আমরা কার্বোহাইড্রেট মানে আলু খাবো না, ভাত খাবো না, সেইটা বুঝলাম, কিন্তু তাতে আমার ভাজা জিনিস খেতে সমস্যাটা কোথায়? আমরা অনেক সময় এরকমও করি যে আমরা হয়তো কোনো গেস্টের বাড়িতে যাচ্ছি এবং সেইখানে সেই গেস্ট হচ্ছেন ডায়াবেটিক, তো আমরা মিষ্টি নিয়ে যাওয়ার বদলে কোনো নিমকি বা সিঙ্গারা এই ধরনের কিছু জিনিস নিয়ে যাই, এটা ভেবেছে ওনাকেও এটা অ্যালাউড নয়. একটা জিনিস মনে রাখতে হবে, ডায়াবেটিসের মানে আমাদের যে মানে শুধু চিনি বা কার্বোহাইড্রেট জাতীয় খাবারই যে আমাদের ব্লাড সুগারকে বাড়ায় বা ব্লাড সুগার অ্যাফেক্ট করে তা নয়, অবশ্যই চিনির এফেক্টটা সব থেকে বেশি ডিরেক্ট বা সব থেকে ইমিডিয়েট, কিন্তু সব খাবারই কিন্তু কম বেশি আমাদের ব্লাড সুগার লেভেলকে অ্যাফেক্ট করতে পারে, সেটা আমাদেরকে মনে রাখতে হবে। সেকেন্ড যেটা মনে রাখার ব্যাপার হচ্ছে যে আমাদের আমরা যখন মানে ফ্রাইড খাবারের কথা বলছি, মানে আমরা তেল বা হাই মানে ফ্যাট তো আমরা আইসোলেটেড ভাবে খাচ্ছি না, আমরা কোনো একটা খাবারকে রান্না করছি বা ভাজছি সেই তেলে, বা কোনো একটা খাবারের মধ্যে সেই ফ্যাটটা রয়েছে। এবং বেশিরভাগ ক্ষেত্রে সেটা হয়তো যেমন ভাজাভুজির ক্ষেত্রে আমরা যেটা দেখি, সেটা নিমকি হতে পারে, চানাচুর হতে পারে, বা সিঙ্গারা হতে পারে, সেখানে কিন্তু বেসটা একটা কার্বোহাইড্রেট এবং বাজে ধরনের কার্বোহাইড্রেট, নয় ময়দা নয় আলু, সেটা দিয়ে সেটাকে সেই তেলটা দিয়ে ভাজা হচ্ছে, এবং সেখানে তেলের পরিমাণটা যেহেতু সেটা ভাজা সেটা অনেকটা বেশি থাকছে। বেশি ফ্যাট থেকে যেটা সমস্যা হতে পারে আমাদের মানে ইনসুলিন রেজিস্ট্যান্স, যে কারণে আর কি আমাদের ব্লাড সুগার মানে ডায়াবেটিসের যে সমস্যাটা হয়, বিশেষ করে টাইপ 2 ডায়াবেটিক্সের ক্ষেত্রে, তো আমাদের সেই প্রবলেমটা আরো অ্যাগ্রাভেটেড হয়ে যাচ্ছে, বা আমাদের ইনসুলিনটা ঠিক মতন করে কাজ না করলে আমাদের সেই ব্লাড সুগার লেভেলটাই এফেক্টেড হচ্ছে। এটা একটা ব্যাপার। সেকেন্ড আর একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট জিনিস যেটা আমাদের মাথায় রাখতে হবে, ব্লাড সুগার নিয়ন্ত্রণ করা ছাড়াও আমাদের মানে ডায়াবেটিসে যেটা দেখতে হয় যে লিপিড লেভেলস, আমাদের যে ব্লাড লিপিড, বিভিন্ন ব্লাড লিপিডস যেগুলো আছে, যেমন ধরুন কোলেস্টেরল, টোটাল কোলেস্টেরল, এইচডিএল, এলডিএল, যেটা গুড কোলেস্টেরল, ব্যাড কোলেস্টেরল, এছাড়া ট্রাইগ্লিসারাইডস, এই যে বিভিন্ন যে লিপিড যে মাত্রা আছে সেটাকেও একদম ঠিক রাখতে হয়, কেননা সেই ব্লাড সুগারের সাথে সাথে এই লিপিড লেভেলসেরও ডিরেঞ্জমেন্ট হওয়াটা খুব কমন। এবং এটার থেকে কিন্তু সমস্ত কমপ্লিকেশনস গুলো বা এই যে বিভিন্ন অর্গান ড্যামেজ গুলো অ্যাসোসিয়েটেড উইথ ডায়াবেটিস, সেইগুলো হচ্ছে আমাদের যত শিরা উপশিরা আছে, যেগুলো ম্যাক্রোভেসেলস এবং মাইক্রোভেসেলস, সেইগুলো এফেক্টেড হয় যদি আমাদের লিপিড লেভেল গুলোকে আমরা ঠিক না রাখতে পারি। এবং তার থেকে কিন্তু আপনার যত চোখের সমস্যা, যেমন ডায়াবেটিক রেটিনোপ্যাথি, তারপরে আপনার হার্টের সমস্যা, স্ট্রোক, এবং আপনার কিডনি খারাপ হওয়া, এই সবগুলো কিন্তু এই ভ্যাসকুলার ডিসঅর্ডার যেটা আমরা বলি, যেটা কিনা এই লিপিডের মাত্রাগুলোকে আমরা যদি ঠিকঠাক করে কন্ট্রোল না করতে পারি তার থেকে হয়। সুতরাং এটাকে মনে রাখতে হবে যে শুধু চিনি বা শুধু কার্বোহাইড্রেট বা শুধু ব্লাড সুগার ঠিক রাখার থেকেও অনেক বড় আমাদের একটা গোল নিয়ে চলতে হয়, লিপিড লেভেলটাকে ঠিক রাখা, ওজনটাকে ঠিক রাখা। এবং আমরা জানি ফ্যাট মানে হাই ক্যালোরি, মানে আমরা কার্বোহাইড্রেট থেকে যতটা ক্যালোরি পাই তার দ্বিগুণ ক্যালোরি আমরা পাই কিন্তু ফ্যাট থেকে। সুতরাং আমাদের টোটাল ক্যালোরি যতটা বরাদ্দ, সেইটাকে মাথায় রেখে তার মানে সেটার সাথে যাতে সামঞ্জস্য থাকে সেই লেভেলে আমাদের ফ্যাট ইনটেকটা রাখতে হবে। আর সেই কারণে আমাদের ভাজা জিনিস বা ফ্রাইড ফুড, যেটা ম্যাডাম বললেন, সেইগুলোকে একটা নিয়ন্ত্রণের মধ্যে রাখতে।
ओके डॉक्टर प्रियंकी, थैंक यू सो मच। कुछ कुछ समझ में आई बात, लेकिन हमारे बहुत सारे व्यूअर्स जिन्होंने अभी अभी ज्वाइन किया है, तो अगर आप ये संक्षेप में जो आपने अभी बताया कि डायबिटीज में फ्राइड फूड्स क्यों रिस्ट्रिक्ट करने चाहिए, शुगर और कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स को, अगर इसको आप कुछ ही शब्दों में हिंदी में इंग्लिश में बोलेंगे तो जिन्होंने अभी ज्वाइन किया है फेसबुक पे वो भी आपको समझ पाएंगे। संक्षेप में प्लीज।
Yeah, so what I basically wanted to say was, first of all, it's not only sugars or carbohydrates which affect the blood sugar levels. It's all foods would affect your blood sugar levels to some extent. So of course the effect of sugars are more immediate, but all foods would affect. And the second thing is that we are not taking oils or fats just in an isolated form. So it's either, whenever we are talking about any fried food, so it's either, it could be some namkeen snacks, it could be a samosa, or it could be French fries, or some form of some kind of carbohydrate that is fried. So this carbohydrate is also there in that, and the amount of fat that goes in is a lot. So, and when we are having fats, out of proportion to what we should be having, it interferes with the proper functioning of insulin. So it aggravates the insulin resistance, which is again a problem. So we can understand where the problem is. So it's not only about avoiding sugars. And secondly, it's only controlling our blood glucose level is not the only goal which we are looking at. We need to maintain our blood lipid levels as well, because we know that diabetes is, in diabetes, it's not only carbohydrate metabolism, but the lipid metabolism, which also goes haywire if you do not control it well. And the vascular complications, that's what we want to control, or we want to prevent. So the macro and the microvascular complications that would come in with inappropriate intake, both in quantity and quality of fats.
Correct. Now what happens is, this is especially very important because अभी शादी का सीजन फिर से शुरू हो गया है, लॉकडाउन नहीं है, so lot of people will go and eat fried foods also. So मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ कविता जी से कि जो फ्राइड फूड्स होते हैं, जैसे अभी मिठाइयाँ वगैरह भी हैं, बिकॉज बहुत डायबिटीज लोगों को क्रेविंग होती है जो शादी वगैरह में, देन दे हैव. बट मुझे ये बताइए कि अगर उनको ये फंक्शन ब्याह पार्टी में अगर खाना है मीठा, तो क्या उनको अपने मेडिसिन का, इंसुलिन का डोज एडजस्ट करने से वो लिबरली ले सकते हैं, या रिस्ट्रिक्शन में रहना चाहिए फिर भी?
यस रूबी, सो सबसे पहले बता दूं कि अगर कोई भी मधुमेही को अगर मीठा खाने की इच्छा है, एक्चुअली हम जानते हैं कि हर मधुमेहियों को दे हैव अ स्वीट टूथ और उन्हें ज्यादा मीठा खाने की क्रेविंग होती है, तो वो मीठा मतलब जो आपके आर्टिफिशियल स्वीटनेस से बने हुए कुछ स्वीट्स होते हैं, तो अगर वो खाना चाहते हैं तो उसमें भी उन्हें देखना है कि उसका कैलोरिक वैल्यू क्या है। कि समझो कि अगर आर्टिफिशियल स्वीटनेस है, अगर लड्डू बना है, हलवा बना है, तो उन्हें ये भी, उसमें शक्कर की मात्रा नहीं होगी, परंतु उसमें फैट की मात्रा ज्यादा होगी, एनर्जी ज्यादा होगी, तो उससे कैलोरीज भी बढ़ेगी, और उससे अगर हम उसको विशेष साइकिल समझे कि उससे उसका वजन भी बढ़ सकता है अगर वो अधिक मात्रा में आर्टिफिशियल स्वीटनेस का मिठाई खाते हैं। अब दूसरी बात जो आपने पूछी है कि वो अगर वो एक्स्ट्रा स्वीट खाते हैं शादी या पार्टी में, तो वो एक्स्ट्रा दवाई का डोज ले सकते हैं क्या? तो ये बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि अलग अलग दवाइयों का अलग अलग उनका एक वो रहता है कि करीब वो 24 घंटे तक उसका असर रहता है, किसी दवाइयों का 48 आवर्स तक रहता है, किसी का दवाई का 72 आवर्स रहता है, तो वो पेशेंट हाइपोग्लाइसीमिया में जा सकते हैं। तो भूल कर भी अगर आप मिठाई खा रहे हैं तो आप एक्स्ट्रा वॉकिंग करिए, आप एक्स्ट्रा दवाई का डोज नहीं लीजिए। So that is a very important carry home message for all the type 2 diabetics and even type 1.
यानी अगर वो मिठाई की तरफ जा रहे हैं तो लिमिटेड ही खाइए, बट बहुत सारे पेशेंट्स ऐसे होते हैं जो मिठाई नहीं खानी इसीलिए फ्रूट्स की तरफ चले जाते हैं, बहुत सारे पेशेंट्स हैं। एंड मीठा,
यस रूबी, इसमें एक और चीज ऐड करना चाहूंगी। देखिए, मिठाई अगर शादी में जा रहे हैं, सामने प्लेट पड़ी है, तो पोर्शन कंट्रोल इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो एक पूरा गुलाब जामुन ना उठा के आप आधा गुलाब जामुन ले, बट यू ऑल्सो हैव टू सी, आपको अपना ब्लड शुगर देखना है कंट्रोल में है कि नहीं है, ये वाली चीज आपको ध्यान में रखनी पड़ेगी। और आपने जो फ्रूट्स का एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज ऐड करी है, तो वो भी आपको बता दूं कि अगर मिठाई के बदले आप इमीडिएटली खाना खाने के बाद फ्रूट्स खा रहे हैं, तो फ्रूट्स में भी एक प्रकार की शर्करा होती है जिसे हम फ्रुक्टोज कहते हैं, और ये भी आपकी ब्लड शुगर्स को बढ़ा सकती है। तो फ्रूट्स को भी हम अगर एज अ स्नैक, मतलब शाम के वक्त जब हम अक्सर समोसा, कचौड़ी या पानी पूरी की तरफ भागते हैं, तो ये ना खाते हुए हम अ नाइस मिक्स्ड बोल ऑफ फ्रूट्स ले सकते हैं। उसमें थोड़ा सा दही डाल लें, थोड़ा सा हम नट्स डाल लें, बादाम है, अखरोट है, तो उसका आपका ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स भी आप ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर फ्रूट कम हो जाएगा। And try to use fruits which are low glycemic index, तो जिससे आपकी शुगर भी जल्दी ना बढ़े।
आई थिंक वो जानना बहुत जरूरी थी कि कौन से फ्रूट खाते हैं, स्पेशली जब मैंगो सीजन आता है, तो जब हमारे मध्य और वेस्टर्न इंडिया है, स्पेशली महाराष्ट्र, मुंबई, गुजरात, उसमें मैंगोस यानी आपूस आम और बाकी आम का सेवन बहुत बढ़ जाता है। तो वो एक्चुअली मैं बात करना चाहूंगी नीति जैसा ही मैम से, बिकॉज गुजराती में बहुत फेमस है आमरस। બીજું આ ફ્રૂટ્સ છે, જે આમરસ છે, બીજું એ લોકો લેતા તો છે, પણ એમાં એડિશનલ શુગર પણ એડ કરે છે બહુ લોકો, તો એ વધારે સારું છે કે નહીં તે તમે જરા એનલાઇટન કરો ફ્રૂટ। અને બીજા એક છે કે બહુ લોકો ફ્રૂટ સારું છે, એપલ સારું છે, ઓરેન્જ સારું છે, પણ એના રીતે તમે જ્યુસ પીએ છે, અને જ્યુસમાં શક્કર એડ કરવાનું કે નહીં, તે સાકર ખરાબ છે તો એમાં હું હની એડ કરું, એ બહુ સારા ક્વેશ્ચન છે, તો તમે જરા હાઇલાઇટ કરજો। અનમ્યુટ પ્લીઝ, Niti ma'am, please unmute yourself.
થેન્ક યુ રૂબી. જ્યારે બી ફ્રૂટ જ્યુસની વાત થાય ત્યારે આપણે પેશન્ટ્સને કાયમ કહીએ છીએ કે યુ હેવ ટુ ઈટ ફ્રૂટ્સ. ફ્રૂટ્સ ખાવાના છે, ફ્રૂટ્સ પીવાના નથી. એટલે દેટ ઇઝ મોસ્ટ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ. પછી પેશન્ટ કહે છે કે અમે તો નેચરલ ફ્રૂટ જ્યુસ છે, સાકર નથી નાખતા, ખાલી ફ્રૂટ જ્યુસ છે, ઇટ્સ પ્યોર જ્યુસ. પણ એ બી નહીં ચાલે. યુ હેવ ટુ ઈટ ફ્રૂટ્સ. ફ્રૂટ જ્યુસ લેવાનું ઇઝ નોટ ઇન્ડિકેટેડ. એનાથી તમારી શુગર વધશે, કેલરી વધશે. તમારે જો વજન ઓછું કરવાનું હોય, ખાસ કરીને ટાઈપ 2 ડાયાબિટીસ છે, તો એમાં બી ઇટ વિલ કમ ઇન ધ વે. હવે મેંગોની વાત રહી, હમણાં સિઝન છે. બધા પેશન્ટનો એ જ સવાલ હોય છે કે આ તો હમણાં સિઝનલ છે, ખાલી 2 મહિના માટે આવે છે, તો પ્લીઝ અમને ખાવા દો. અગેન કેરી ખાવ, આમરસ કરતા કેરી ખાવી ઇઝ બેટર. પ્લસ બને ત્યાં સુધી જમવાની સાથે નહીં ખાઓ, જમ્યા પછી તરત નહીં ખાઓ, ઇન બિટવીન મીલ્સ ખાઓ. અને તમારે જો અડધી કેરી ખાવી હોય તો તમે 1 રોટલી ઓછી કરી નાખો. એ ડાયટ એ મીલમાં ભાત નહીં લો. એટલે એડજસ્ટ કરવાની બહુ જરૂરી છે. સૌથી સારું એ રહે કે તમે અડધી કેરી 10-11 વાગે કે બપોરે 3-4 વાગે જમ્યાના 2 કલાક પછી ખાઓ. અને એની સાથે થોડા નટ્સ લઈ લો, 2-3 બદામ, એકાદ અખરોટ. તો તમારું શુગર સ્પાઇક નહીં થશે, તમે કેરી એન્જોય બી કરી શકશો અને ઇટ વિલ નોટ અફેક્ટ યોર ડાયાबिटीज.
थैंक यू नीति मैम. फॉर दोज हु लिव इन महाराष्ट्र, बिकॉज अगेन जैसे गुजरात में और महाराष्ट्र में बहुत, तो मैं मराठी में बोलना चाहूंगी अपने व्ह्यूअर्स के लिए जो महाराष्ट्र से देख रहे की आता हे मँगो सीझन आलंय. बरं, फक्त 2 महिन्यासाठी आहेत. पण तुम्ही जे सोशल मीडियावर बहुत खूप लोक आहेत जे म्हणतात तुम्ही मँगो घेऊ शकतात, पण सध्या तुम्हाला हे लक्षात ठेवायचं की तुमची ब्लड शुगर्स कशी आहेत, तुम्हाला ते रेग्युलर मॉनिटरिंग करायचे. त्याच्याप्रमाणे तुम्ही डिसाइड करू शकता की तुम्ही किती मँगो घेऊ शकतायत आणि घेऊ शकतायत की नाही, किंवा दुसरे फळं घेऊ शकतायत की नाही. पण फक्त सोशल मीडियावर तर लोक बोमाबोम करतात. खूप बरेच व्हिडिओ आहेत, ते सेल्फ प्रोक्लेम वेट लॉस ज्यांनी केले ते आहेत, बरेच डायटिशियन्स आहेत ते क्वालिफाईड नाही आहेत, ते सगळं बोलतात की घ्या घ्या घ्या. पण कुठला मँगो घ्यायचा आहे आणि किती मँगो घ्यायचा आहे हे तुम्ही क्वालिफाईड डायटिशियनला विचारा, किंवा तुमचे ब्लड शुगर्स मॉनिटर करा आणि डायबेटॉलॉजिस्टला विचारूनच मग पुढे हे निर्णय घ्या. फक्त 2 महिने म्हणजे हे ना की तुम्ही तुमचे HbA1c 7 पासून 9 किंवा 10 वर घेऊन जाणार आहात. तुम्ही हे फक्त कॉशन घ्या आणि मग तुम्ही याचं सेवन करा. माझं असं म्हणणं होतं, कारण आम्ही पण खूप लोक डिलिशियसली हापूस माप खातो इकडे. पण असं आहे की आता पुढचं क्वेश्चन मी घेते, ते शुगर न वापरता आपण आर्टिफिशियल स्वीटनेस पर बरे लोक विचारतात की फ्रूट ज्यूस असेल किंवा आमरस आहे त्याच्यामध्ये आर्टिफिशियल स्वीटनर घेऊ शकतात. तो आई थिंक दिस क्वेश्चन आई विल पुट टू मीनाक्षी बजान मैडम. ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ भी पता कि पंजाब ਦੇ ਵੀ ਹੋਣ ਤਾਂ ਲੰਗੜਾ ਮੈਂਗੋ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਭ ਹੈਗੇ, ਪਰ ਲੋਕੀ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਕਿ ਚਲੋ ਮਿਠਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਜਾਂ ਅੰਬ ਦਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਕੈਨ ਵੀ ਯੂਜ਼ ਆਰਟੀਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਸਵੀਟਨਰ. ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਕੁਝ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਹੈ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਮੀਨਾਕਸ਼ੀ ਮੈਡਮ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ?
ਚੀਨੀ ਦੀ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਰਟੀਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਸਵੀਟਨਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਵਰਤੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਕੀ ਹੋਏਗਾ? ਗਟ ਡਿਸਬਿਓਸਿਸ ਹੀ ਹੋਏਗਾ. ਗਟ ਡਿਸਬਿਓਸਿਸ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਖਾਣਾ ਖਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਲਦੀ ਮਾਈਕਰੋ ਆਰਗੈਨਿਜ਼ਮ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਹਮ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਮਰਜੀ ਸਬਜ਼ੀਆਂ ਖਾ ਲਾਂ, ਜਿੰਨੀ ਮਰਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਗੇਹੂੰ ਲੈ ਲਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਓਟਸ ਲੈ ਲਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਨੂਆ ਲੈ ਲਾਂ, ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਗੱਠ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਹੈਲਦੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ. ਮਗਰ ਆਰਟੀਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਸਵੀਟਨਰ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਮਿਠਾਈ ਦੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਲਵਾਂਗੀ ਤੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਗੱਟ ਡਿਸਬਾਇਓਸ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੇ ਨਾਨ ਕਮਿਊਨੀਕੇਬਲ ਡਿਜ਼ੀਜ਼ਸ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਡਾਇਬੀਟੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਜਾਂ ਹਾਰਟ ਡਿਜ਼ੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕੈਂਸਰ ਵੀ ਹੋ, ਸਾਰੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ. ਇਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਰਟੀਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਸਵੀਟਨਰ ਇੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਰਤਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ. ਦੂਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਿਠਾਈ ਬਣਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਉਹ ਮਿਠਾਈ 'ਚ ਮੈਦਾ ਪਏਗਾ, ਘੀ ਪਏਗਾ, ਜਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਕਾਜੂ ਕਿਸ਼ਮਿਸ਼ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਭਰਪੂਰ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਦਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਘੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਕਾਜੂ ਕਿਸ਼ਮਿਸ਼ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ. ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਹੋਏਗਾ? ਸਾਡੀ ਸ਼ੂਗਰ ਵੀ ਵਧੇਗੀ, ਵਜ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਵਧੇਗਾ. ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵਜ਼ਨ ਵਧਦੇ ਨਾਲ इंसुलिन रेजिस्टेंस भी बढ़ेगा, तो की होएगा फाइनली कॉम्प्लिकेशंस ही बढ़ेंगी. इसलिए जितना हो सके आर्टिफिशियल स्वीटनेस को कम से कम रखेंगे. एंड हमको ये भी याद रखना है कि जब भी हम जैसे लड्डू बन गया है, उस लड्डू को हमने आर्टिफिशियल स्वीटनर से बनाया है, तो की होता है कि जो लड्डू आर्टिफिशियल स्वीटनर नाल बनता है उन्होंने असी की कहने 2 ਵੀ ਖਾ ਲਾਂਗੇ 4 ਵੀ ਖਾ ਲਾਂਗੇ, ਇਹ ਭੁੱਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਕੈਲੋਰੀਜ਼ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋਣਗੀ। ਮਗਰ ਉਹੀਓ ਅਗਰ ਲੱਡੂ ਜਾਂ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਜਾਮੁਨ ਸਾਡਾ ਚੀਨੀ ਨਾਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਏ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਘੱਟ ਖਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਘੱਟ ਖਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਸਾਡੀ ਸ਼ੂਗਰ ਕੁਝ ਹੱਦ ਤੱਕ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ 'ਚ ਰਹੇਗੀ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਿਯੰਕੀ ਤੇ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਗੁਪਤਾ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਿੱਠਾ ਖਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਤੇ ਸ਼ੂਗਰ ਤੇ ਵਧੇਗੀ। ਉਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਘੱਟ ਖਾਣਾ ਹੈ। ਦੂਜੀ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਐਕਸਰਸਾਈਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਹੈ। ਅਗਰ ਐਕਸਰਸਾਈਜ਼ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਤਾਂ 100% ਸ਼ੂਗਰ ਵਧੇਗੀ, ਵਜ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਵਧੇਗਾ, ਕੁਝ ਹੱਦ ਤੱਕ ਅੱਛਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਤਾਂ ਆਰਟੀਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਸਵੀਟਨੈਸ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਗੱਲ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ 5 ਆਰਟੀਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਸਵੀਟਨਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ, ਏ ਸਲਫੇਮ, ਪੋਟਾਸ਼ੀਅਮ, aspartame, ਨਿਓਟੇਮ, ਸੈਕਰਿਨ, ਸੁਕਰਲੋਸ। ਇਹਦੇ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਦ ਬੈਸਟ ਆਰਟੀਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਸਵੀਟਨਰ ਉਹੀ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਜੋ ਸੁਕਰਲੋਸ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮਗਰ ਜੋ aspartame ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੀਟ ਸਟੇਬਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। तो सारे चाहे मद्रास हो, चाहे दिल्ली हो, चाहे पंजाब हो, सर्दी हुई चाह ही पसंद है सानू। सर्दा हुआ दूध हो, सर्दी हुई चाह हो, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਅਸੀਂ aspartame ਪਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਹੀਟ ਸਟੇਬਲ, ਉਹ ਫਾਰਮੈਲਡੀਹਾਈਡ 'ਚ ਕਨਵਰਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਫਾਰਮੈਲਡੀਹਾਈਡ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਨਵਰਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਪੈਸੀਮਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਪ੍ਰੀਜ਼ਰਵ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਲਫੇਮ, ਪੋਟਾਸ਼ੀਅਮ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈਣਾ ਪਏਗਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੋਟਾਸ਼ੀਅਮ ਦੀ ਤਕਲੀਫ ਹੈ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਡਨੀ ਫੇਲੀਅਰ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਹਾਰਟ ਫੇਲੀਅਰ ਹੈ। ਜੋ ਪੋਟਾਸ਼ੀਅਮ ਸਪੇਰਿੰਗ ਡਾਇਊਰੇਟਿਕ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਸਲਫੇਮ ਪੋਟਾਸ਼ੀਅਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ। ਤੀਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਫਿਨਾਈਲ ਐਲੈਨੀਨ ਵੀ ਵਧਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਪਏਗਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਫਿਨਾਈਲ ਕੀਟੋਨਾਈਲ ਯੂਰੀਆ ਦੀ। ਸੇਫਰ ਇਹ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਕਿ ਸੁਕਰਲੋਸ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਉਹ ਹੀ ਲਵੋ, ਉਹ ਵੀ एक्सेप्टेबल डेली इंटेक च लो, उसका एक्सेप्टेबल डेली इंटेक से वध ना लो। तीजी गल ये हैगी है जो प्रेगनेंट हैगी है जिन्होंने जेस्टेशनल डायबिटिस हैगी है वो सैकरिन ना वरतन। वो सैकरिन वरतनगे तो प्लासेंटा च क्रॉस होंदा है तो बच्चे नूं तकलीफ हो सकती। तो आर्टिफिशियल स्वीटनेस इंपॉर्टेंट 2 टेक होम मैसेज हैगे ने, एक तो घट वरतो क्योंकि गट डिस्बायोसिस होंदा है, दूजी गल ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਰਤੋ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਐਕਸੈਪਟੇਬਲ ਡੇਲੀ ਇਨਟੇਕ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਤੀਜੀ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕੰਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਜੋ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਡਾਈਟੀਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਕੇ, ਡਾਇਟੋਲੋਜਿਸਟ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਰਤੋ।
ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਕੁਝ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸ ਹੈਗਾ ਸਟੀਵੀਆ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਹੁਣ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਟੀਵੀਆ ਵੀ ਅਵੇਲੇਬਲ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੁਝ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੋਗੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਡੀਅנס ਨੂੰ? ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੇ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੋਲੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਆਡੀਅנס ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਟੀਵੀਆ ਬਾਰੇ ਸਮਝ ਸਕਦੇ, ਔਰ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਵਿੱਚ, so that it is understandable by everybody.
Stevia is also US FDA approved. वो हम ले सकते हैं regularly, not an issue. It has to be taken in acceptable daily intake. But गल होई होएगी है कि artificial sweetener will lead to gut dysbiosis. So remember to take it in acceptable daily intake only.
Correct.
Stevia can be consumed, but as Dr. Kavita very clearly mentioned that we cannot take it as in the form of a dessert because we will take it ad libitum. Any end of the day, calories ਤੇ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਹੀ ਨੇ ਨਾ।
ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣੀ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜੇ ਲਾਸਟ ਵੀਕ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ ਆਈ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੋਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਸੀਗਾ ਹੈਲਦੀ ਸਵੀਟਸ, ਮਿਠਾਈ ਦੀ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਸੀਗੀ, ਸੋ ਦੇ ਵਰ ਯੂਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਆਰਟੀਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਸਵੀਟਨਰ। ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਬੰਦੇ ਲੈ ਰਹੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹ ਡਾਇਬੀਟਿਕ ਸੀਗੇ, ਪਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਚਲੋ ਅੱਧਾ ਕਿਲੋ 1 ਕਿਲੋ ਲੈ ਲਓ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਹੈਲਦੀ ਸਵੀਟ ਹੈ। ਅੰਜੀਰ ਸੀਗੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਵੀਟਨਰ, ਚਲੋ ਅੱਧਾ ਕਿਲੋ ਲੈ ਲਓ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਚਲੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਜਾਮੁਨ ਲੈ ਲੈਣੇ, 4 ਗੁਲਾਬ ਜਾਮੁਨ ਲੈਣੇ, सब लोग हाफ खा लोगे? नहीं आ तो हेल्दी है, 1 किलो ले लो जी, किलो। So it is important to understand that portion control is important in whatever may be the type of sugar which is used for preparation. So I think that is a very good point.
Excuse me, I would want to make a comment. Levulose भी एक sweetener हैगा है, levo rotatory fructose ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ, ਉਹ ਸਾਊਥ ਬੜਾ ਵਿਕਦਾ ਹੈ। तो ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਟ੍ਰਾਈਗਲਿਸਰਾਈਡ ਵੀ ਵੱਧਦਾ ਹੈ, ਲਿਵਰ ਐਂਜ਼ਾਈਮਸ ਵੀ ਵੱਧਦੇ ਨੇ, ਭਰਪੂਰ ਵਿਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੂਗਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਧੇਗੀ।
बहुत सारे और सब्सिट्यूट जैसे मोंग फ्रूट बहुत मोंग फ्रूट है, शुगर केन है, बाकी जैगरी है। एनीबडी कैन कमेंट ऑन दीज टाइप्स ऑफ शुगर्स, डिफरेंट सब्सिट्यूट्स, इफ नॉट आर्टिफिशियल स्वीटनर। तो सब कहते हैं कि ओके लेट अस ट्राई दिस, शायद वो बेटर है हनी से और शुगर से। कोई आप में से इसके ऊपर कमेंट करना चाहेगा?
मोस्टली क्या करते हैं बहुत सारे लोग ना, डेट्स लेते हैं, वो सोचते हैं डेट्स चीनी के बदले बहुत हेल्दी होता है, मगर सारे भूल जाते हैं जो डेट फ्रूट मिलता है ना दुबई वगैरह में, यूएई वगैरह में, डेट फ्रूट जिसमें मिठास बहुत कम होती है, उसका ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स काफी हद तक कंट्रोल में है। वो एक पर्सन विद डायबिटीज ले सकता है, मगर जैसे नीति मैम ने पहले ही बोला था कि वो इन बिटवीन मील ले सकते हैं, नेवर अलॉन्ग विद द फ्रूट। मगर जो डेट्स हमारे इंडिया में मिलते हैं उसमें भरपूर चीनी है, सब शुगर स्वीटेंड है, उनका ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स और ग्लाइसेमिक लोड बहुत हाई है, 100 से ऊपर जा रहा है। तो दो चीजें, एक तो जिनको अनीमिया हो वो भी सोचते हैं, सीकेडी वाले सोचते हैं कि खूब सारे डेट्स ले लो, मेरा अनीमिया इंप्रूव हो जाएगा, मगर एक्चुअली उससे बुरा हाल ही होता है.
Correct. Priyanki, you want to add something to this?
Yeah. Actually, the question that you asked, that people take jaggery and honey and all that. So, should I speak in Bangla or in English? What would you want?
Your regional language, I think.
Okay. তো অনেকেই জানতে চান যে আমি তো চিনি খাচ্ছি না, চিনি I have completely stopped taking sugar. I only take jaggery. So that's what. এবার এটা একটা জিনিস মনে রাখতে হবে, jaggery, গুড়, চিনি এবং হানি, এটা কিন্তু সমস্ত সিম্পল সুগারস they will have a similar effect. এটা কিন্তু মানে যেগুলো এতক্ষণ ধরে মীনাক্ষী ম্যাম যেগুলোর কথা বলছিলেন, these were non caloric sweeteners, এগুলো আলাদা, কিন্তু সুগার, হানি, জ্যাগারি এগুলো কিন্তু একই ক্যাটাগরিতে পড়ে, আর একটার বদলে আরেকটা ইউজ করলে কিন্তু কোনো আলাদা মানে সেটাতে আমাদের উপকার কিছু হচ্ছে না. অনেকেই, আমার একটা গল্প, মানে আমার একটা এক্সপিরিয়েন্স মনে পড়ছে. I had this patient who told me that she made these oats laddus with jaggery. Oats দিয়ে গুড় দিয়ে লাড্ডু তৈরি করে সে রেখে দিত, and she used to follow a very crash carb restricted diet that she had been following before she came to me. সে দুপুরে শুধু স্যালাড খাচ্ছেন, রাত্রেও একেবারে খুব কোনো মতে একটা রুটি খাচ্ছেন আর অনেকটা স্যুপ খাচ্ছেন, এরকম কিছু একটা. And she used to have severe cravings towards the night. And what she used to do is she used to have these oats laddus made with jaggery that she used to eat. And ওটাই খেতে থাকতেন. She used to have those. আর উনি বুঝতে পারছেন না যে কেন আমার ওয়েটটা এরকম ভাবে, আমি তো কিছুই খাচ্ছি না, তো আমার ওয়েট কন্ট্রোল করতে পারছি না. সো এটা
जैसे अभी शुगर एक कंट्रोवर्शियल सब्जेक्ट है, वैसे हमारे देश में आलू है. आलू तो अगर डायबिटीज से तो सबसे पहले आता है कि चावल आलू बंद कर देते, लेकिन एक आलू का क्वेश्चन है, आई थिंक प्रियंकी मैं आप ही को पूछूंगी ये सवाल, कि सपोज एक भाजी में आलू का इस्तेमाल अगर होता है, जैसे आलू गोभी है, बाकी सब सब्जियों के साथ आलू है, तो क्या हम वैसी भाजी ले सकते हैं कि जिसमें हम आलू को साइड में निकालें फिर खाएं, या आलूओं को पानी में भिगोए, उनका स्टार्च निकल जाएगा, फिर हम उसकी भाजी बनाएं? इसके ऊपर अगर आप अपने दर्शकों को कुछ कहना चाहें.
Yes, absolutely. And potato is a very big problem. We Bengalis eat a lot of potatoes. So আমাদের সবজি মানে it's 90% potatoes and 1 or 2 gobi or bhindis here and there. So that's how we take our subsies. একটা জিনিস মনে রাখতে হবে, প্রথমত বলি, আলু কোনো রকমের অদ্ভুত বা আনটাচেবল বা পয়জনাস কোনো ব্যাপার নয়। যে অনেকেই এটা জিজ্ঞেস করেন যে আমার ওই সবজির মধ্যে যদি আলু থাকে তাতে আমার কোনো ক্ষতি হবে কিনা, আমি আলুগুলো বাদ দিয়ে সবজিটা খাবো না, তাতে কোনো ক্ষতি হবে না। আপনি যদি আলু অল্প করে একটা দুটো পিস আপনি নিলেন তাতে অসুবিধা নেই, কিন্তু আলুতে সমস্যাটা কোথায়? আলুটা বেসিক্যালি ইটস স্টার্চ, আর আমাদের স্টেপল হচ্ছে ভাত, তো আমাদের স্টেপল, আর আমাদের যেহেতু ডায়াবেটিসে উই নিড টু কন্ট্রোল দ্য টোটাল অ্যামাউন্ট অফ কার্বোহাইড্রেটস, আমাদের সারাদিনে কতটা কার্বোহাইড্রেট খাচ্ছি সেটাকে একটা নিয়ন্ত্রণের মধ্যে রাখতে হবে। সুতরাং আমরা মানে আলুটাকে আমরা অ্যাজ অ্যান অ্যাকম্পানিমেন্ট না দেখে আমরা যদি কখনো আলু নিতে চাই, সেটা আমাদের ভাত বা রুটিকে সাবস্টিটিউট করে নেওয়া ভালো, কিন্তু সেটা তো আমাদের সবসময় সম্ভব হয় না। আমরা বলতে পারি না আপনি ভাত খাবেন না বা রুটি খাবেন না, আপনি একটা আলু সবজি খান, একটা অন্য স্যালাড খান আর একটা প্রোটিন খান, সেটা আমাদের ইন্ডিয়ান বা বাঙালি ডায়েটের পক্ষে সেটা ভীষণ ইমপ্র্যাকটিক্যাল। সুতরাং আমাদেরকে আলুর নিয়ন্ত্রণটা করতেই হবে। সেই কারণে আমরা যদি সবজিটা, যেটা আমরা মানে রুটি বা ভাতের সঙ্গে অ্যাজ এন অ্যাকম্পানিমেন্ট খাচ্ছি, মনে রাখতে হবে তাতে অল্প 2-1 পিস আলু থাকলে অসুবিধা নেই, কিন্তু সেটা যেন আলুর দম বা আমরা ওই আলু সেদ্ধ বা আলু ভর্তা যেটাকে বলে সেই রকম ভাবে না খেয়ে আমরা মানে আলুর পরিমাণটাকে অল্প রাখবো। আরেকটা জিনিস যেটা অনেকে জানতে চান যে ওই আলু সেদ্ধ করে জলটা ফেলে দিলে কোনো লাভ হবে কিনা, না, তাতে আলাদা করে কোনো লাভ হবে না, কারণ আপনার মানে আলু স্টার্চটা আলুর ভেতরেই থাকছে, আর জলের মধ্যে যে আপনি যে If you're boiling it and discarding the water, only some of the water soluble nutrients are going out. The starch stays inside the potato.
Okay.
अंडरस्टूड।
तो इनफैक्ट मैं कविता जी से पूछना चाहूंगी कि अभी हमारे फेसबुक लाइव व्यूअर ने पूछा है कि हम आलू नहीं खा सकते, हम स्वीट्स नहीं खा सकते, मिठाई नहीं खा सकते, फ्रूट्स रिस्ट्रिक्टेड खाना है। तो अगर हमें वेट कंट्रोल करना है और अपनी शुगर्स भी अच्छे कंट्रोल में लानी है, तो ऐसी कौन सी चीजें हैं जो हमें भूख लगने, स्पेशली ये शाम का वक्त है, जैसे शाम का नाश्ते के टाइम पे, ऐसी कौन सी चीजें हमें खानी चाहिए जिससे हमारा वेट भी मेंटेन हो और शुगर भी ना बढ़े?
रूबी जी, हाँ जी, तो ये यूजुअली डायबिटिक्स कोर्स टू डायबिटिक्स की बात की जाए तो उन्हें वेट कंट्रोल की बहुत ज्यादा, तो हम शाम के वक्त यूजुअली हम लोग उन्हें खाया जाए, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे जैसे मैंने बताया कि शाम को स्पेशली उसमें मेन या जो वर्किंग पीपल हैं जो बाहर जाते हैं, वो अक्सर हाई कार्बोहाइड्रेट हाई फैट लेते हैं, जैसे कि आपके समोसा हो गया, कचौरी हो गया। तो उसके बदले आप एक छोटा सा फ्रूट्स आप अपने टिफिन में लेके जा सकते हैं, या स्प्राउट्स लेके जा सकते हैं, या अगर कुछ नहीं आपको सामने मिल रहा है, मुझे लगता है हमारे जो रोड्स पे आपको 10 रुपए की वो जो मूंगफली और चना मिलता है, तो आई थिंक दैट इज अ वेरी गुड सोर्स ऑफ प्रोटीन। तो हम नट्स ले सकते हैं, चना मूंगफली ले सकते हैं, मुरमुरा। सो लो फैट स्नैक्स हम अपने टिफिन में रख सकते हैं। आजकल मखाने इज ऑल्सो मतलब a good source, it is low in calories, so that is why even मखाना है, हमारी धान की लाई है, जो भुने हुए अनाज हैं, वो भी हम ले सकते हैं एज अ स्नैक। और सिंपल अगर हमें सिर्फ सादी ककड़ी एज अ स्नैक, अगर हमें सैलेड, अ बिग नाइस बोल ऑफ सैलेड। इनफैक्ट अगर आप फॉरेन कंट्रीज में जाएं तो आपको बहुत ज्यादा अलग अलग वेराइटीज की आपको फ्रूट्स मिलता है, बट हमारे इंडिया वाला तो जाते हैं फ्रेश कट वेजिटेबल्स, या तो आप घर से रख सकते हैं, या आप अगर बाहर अवेलेबल है विच इज फ्रेश हाइजीनिक, तो आप वो भी ले सकते हैं। तो इससे आपकी भूख भी मिट जाएगी और आपको वजन बढ़ने का भी टेंशन। सो ऑलवेज ऑप्ट फॉर फ्री फूड्स। तो फ्री फूड्स जिसमें लेस देन 20 कैलोरीज है, जैसे कि आपके फ्रेश वेजिटेबल हो गया, सूप्स हो गया, वेजिटेबल क्लियर सूप्स ले सकते हैं, एकदम पतली छाछ ले सकते हैं, या आम का पना भी, गर्मी का सीजन है तो आम का पना ले सकते हैं। तो आपको कुछ ठंडा कुछ अच्छा भी चाहिए तो वेरी वेरी थिन पतली छाछ ले सकते हैं, आम का पना, उसमें आप चिया सीड्स भी डाल सकते हैं। तो ये ऐसे कुछ चीजें हैं जो आप अपनी भूख और प्यास मिटाने के लिए ले सकते हैं।
इनफैक्ट शाम को अगर सत्तू का पानी बना के भी पिया जाए तो काफी सेटिस्फाइंग और पेट भर जाता है। लेकिन मुंबई में क्या होता है ना, दिख गया वड़ा पाव शाम को, समोसा दिख गया पंजाबी तो ले लेते हैं। इनफैक्ट बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग कहते हैं कि अरे बटाटा वड़ा में तो आलू है, चलो मेंदू वड़ा खा लेते हैं। एक पेशेंट ने तो ऐसे भी बोला था कि मेंदू वड़ा तो इंसुलिन जैसा इफेक्ट करता है, बिकॉज उससे शुगर नहीं मेरी बढ़ी, तो क्या मैं मेंदू वड़ा ले सकूं? तो आपल्या महाराष्ट्राची जी लोक आहेत ते वडापाव न खाता मग मेंदू वडावर जातात, पण त्यांना पण हे लक्षात ठेवायचं की त्याच्यामध्ये कॅलरीज डीप फ्राईड असतं ते, त्याच्याऐवजी संध्याकाळची जे नाश्त्याचे वेळ आहे त्याच्यामध्ये स्प्राउट्स घ्या किंवा सॅलड घ्या किंवा फ्रूट घ्या, दॅट इज बेटर। पण मेंदू वडा सारखा तुम्ही प्लीज स्विच ओव्हर करू नका की ज्याच्यामध्ये पोटॅटो नाही। आणि तसाच प्रॉब्लेम आपल्या साऊथ इंडियामध्ये, ते पण मेंदू वडा वगैरे सगळं सकाळ मध्ये घेतात। इनफैक्ट I would like to ask मीनाक्षी मैडम कि सुबह को जो नाउ आई थिंक आई रिक्वेस्ट टू स्पीक इन तमिल, कि जो साउथ के लोग हैं जो मेदू वड़ा वगैरह इडली वगैरह नाश्ते में करते हैं, वो उनकी भी जरा मिथ्स क्लियर कीजिए कि विच इज अ बेटर ब्रेकफास्ट ऑप्शन, या फिर रागी ले लिया अगर कभी उन्होंने, बहुत स्टेपल है वहां का। तो अगर आप तमिल में बात कर सके या अपनी रीजनल लैंग्वेज में।
கஞ்சி களி கூழு கூடாது. இப்போ நம்ம மில்லட் சாப்பிட்றது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப நல்லது. ஏன்னா அதில் புரத சத்து இருக்குது, பி வைட்டமின் சத்து இருக்குது, ஜைலோ ஒலிகோசாக்கரைடு இருக்குது, ப்ரீபயோட்டிக் இருக்குது, எல்லாமே சத்துக்கள் அடங்கி இருக்குது, நுண் சத்துக்கள் அடங்கி இருக்குது. ஆனால் கேழ்வரகு எப்படி சாப்பிடணும்? தோசையா போட்டுக்கலாம், அடையா போட்டுக்கலாம், இல்லைன்னா இட்லி மாவில் கலக்கி இட்லியா ஊற்றிக்கலாம். ரெண்டாவது, இட்லி நல்லதா இல்லையா? நம்ம சாதாரணமாக சாப்பிட்ற இட்லி ஏன் நல்லதுன்னு நான் சொல்ல வரேன்னா, அதுலயும் ப்ரீபயோட்டிக் இருக்குது. எல்லாரும் ஆச்சரியமா யோசிப்பாங்க, எப்படி ப்ரீபயோட்டிக் இட்லியில இருக்குது? ஆக்சுவலா இட்லியிலே இட்லி மாவுல நிறைய ப்ரீபயோட்டிக் மைக்ரோ ஆர்கானிசம்ஸ் உண்டு. ஆனா சமைச்ச பிறகு all these microorganisms are destroyed. But அந்த டிஸ்ட்ராய் ஆன பிறகு டெட் மைக்ரோ ஆர்கானிசம்ஸ்லயும் போஸ்ட் பயோட்டிக் மெட்டபலைட்ஸ் உண்டு. அந்த போஸ்ட் பயோட்டிக் மெட்டபலைட்ஸும் நம்ம பிளட் சுகர் கண்ட்ரோல் பண்றதுக்கு நல்லா உதவும். ரெண்டாவது நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி கேழ்வரகு, சாமை, திணை வர்கு எல்லாமே ரொம்ப ரொம்ப நல்லது. ஆனா அதுவும் கேலரிஸ் தான். இட்லி சாப்பிட்டாலும் சரி, கேழ்வரகுல தோசை சாப்பிட்டாலும் சரி, ரெண்டுமே ஈக்குவல் கேலரிஸ், ஈக்குவல் கார்போஹைட்ரேட், ஈக்குவல் புரோட்டீன். ஆனா மைக்ரோ நியூட்ரியன்ஸ் மட்டும் அதிகமா இருக்குது. அதுக்காக நான் 3 இட்லி சாப்பிட்ற இடத்துல 3 கேழ்வரகு தோசை சாப்பிட்டாலும் அதே ஈக்குவல் கேலரிஸ் தான். அதுக்காக நான் கேழ்வரகு தோசையை எடுத்துக்கினேன், இல்ல கேழ்வரகு ராகில அடைய போட்டுக்கினேன்னா அதோட கேலரியை குறைக்கிறதுக்கு 3க்கு பதிலா 2 சாப்பிட்டா ரொம்ப ரொம்ப நல்லது.
Dr. Meenakshi, if I can request you to translate this into English, so मैं अपने मराठी व्यूअर जो बहुत commonly इडली सांभर खाते हैं उनको मैं बता सकूं.
See, basically what I mentioned was whether you have idli or whether you have idli prepared from the little millets, both are equal in terms of calories, carbohydrate, fat, protein, except for that millets are rich sources of iron, calcium, B vitamins, and most importantly, XOS, which is a prebiotic. But people think idli is a prebiotic or no. That has always been a controversial topic. But today now there is recent evidence to tell us that idli batter has got probiotics. It has got lactobacilli, which gets destroyed on cooking. That is point number 1. So when it gets destroyed on cooking, how is it a probiotic? It's not a probiotic anymore. But fortunately, there is some science and evidence to tell us that there are metabolites of these dead microorganisms, which are of great use in terms of gut health. So that's a very valuable input in the recent data, which is available now. And third important thing, when it comes to millets, we need to remember that they need to be sprouted, roasted, or fermented prior to preparation because they have goitrogenic properties. So it's important to consume millets, but you have to prepare it in the right form because the glycemic index and glycemic load, whether it's a millet idli or a millet dosa, both are the same. There's not much difference except for the micronutrient intake. So you can choose on an idli or a dosa, but portion control still remains the key.
करेक्ट, बिकॉज स्पेशली मुंबई और बाकी शहरों में जहाँ पे वर्किंग पीपल ज्यादा हैं तो सुबह क्विक ब्रेकफास्ट चाहिए होता तो बाहेर से इडली वगैरे आते. मग असं म्हणणं आहे डॉक्टर मीनाक्षीचं की इडलीचे जे बॅटर असतं त्याच्यामध्ये जो ऑर्गॅनिझम्स असतात ते ऍक्च्युली डेड असतात कारण ते आपण स्टीम करतो. तर त्याच्याऐवजी असं आहे की पण तरी सुद्धा त्याच्यामध्ये जे मेटाबोलाइट्स आहेत, जे एन्झाईम्स, बाकी सगळे ते तरी आपल्या गटसाठी, पोटासाठी चांगले, डायजेशनसाठी पण, आणि गट डिस्बायसेस होते. मग इडली खायचं असं बरं नाही, पण मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टंट आहे की त्याच्यावर पोर्शन कंट्रोल. तुम्ही 5 इडली घेतला ते तुम्हाला जास्त ऍडव्हान्टेज असेल असं नाही आहे. तुमची डायबिटीज मध्ये शुगर किती आहे त्याच्याप्रमाणे फक्त 1 किंवा 2 इडली. आणि तुम्हाला जे वापर करायचं ते ज्वार, बाजरा, रागी असं कुठलाही मिलेट, आपण त्यांना सुडो सिरियल म्हणताय, ते तुम्हाला घ्यायचं, त्याला भाजून रोस्ट स्प्राउट करून तरी त्याचा वापर करायचा. असं केला की त्याच्यामध्ये थायरॉइडचे काय म्हणतात आपण नायट्रोजन्स, ते तुम्हाला साईड इफेक्ट येतील. मग तुम्ही असंच कच्चं घेऊ नका, त्याला भाजून आणि स्प्राउट करून मग तुम्ही त्याचा वापर करा. અને તસજ પ્રॉब्लम આપણા ગુજરાતમાં પાણી જીકડે પોહા ઉપમા. તો નીતિ મેમ તમને હું વિચારું છું કે જે સવારનું બ્રેકફાસ્ટ છે, નાસ્તા, વધારે લોકો પોહા ઉપમા આ લે છે અને કહે છે આ બહુ લાઇટ છે. બહુ એક લોકો તેમાં શુગર પણ નાખે છે. તો તમારું વિચાર શું છે એના ઉપર બ્રેકફાસ્ટ માટે?
What you are saying is completely right, Ruby. પૌવા ને ઉપમા ને એકદમ લાઇટ બ્રેકફાસ્ટ ગણવામાં આવે છે. ત્યારે આપણે કહીએ કે તમે ઓછું લો કે ક્વોન્ટિટી ઓછું કરો, અરે પણ આ તો બહુ લાઇટ છે. That is a common explanation that we get. So પૌવા તો બેસિકલી રાઈસની આઈટમ છે અને રાઈસ ફ્લેક્સ છે. એનાથી શુગર એકદમ ઘણું સ્પાઇક થઈ જાય. તમારે જો પૌવા ખાવા જોઈએ, ઘણા લોકોનો એ બહુ ફેવરિટ સ્નેક હોય છે બ્રેકફાસ્ટ ઓપ્શન, તો તમે બ્રાઉન રાઈસ પૌવા કરો, એમાં ભારોભાર અડધા સ્પ્રાઉટ્સ નાખો, 6-7 શીંગ દાણા નાખો, એના પર લીંબુ થોડું સ્પ્રિંકલ કરો, તો પછી એ તમારો હેલ્ધી ઓપ્શન રહી શકે ડાયાબિટીક્સ માટે. પણ તમે જો ખાલી વ્હાઈટ રાઈસ પૌવા ગરમ ગરમ ટેસ્ટી 2 કપ લઈ લો, બટાટા પૌવા, પાછું એમાં થોડી સાકર, તો તમારું શુગર એકદમ સ્પાઇક થશે. એવી જ રીતે ઉપમામાં બી તમે જો ઘણા વેજીટેબલ્સ નાખો, રવાની જગ્યાએ તમે ઓટ્સનો ઉપમા ટ્રાય કરો, કિનોઆ ઉપમા ટ્રાય કરો, આપણે જેમ હમણાં મિલેટ્સની વાત કરી એનો ઉપમા ટ્રાય કરો. તમને વેરાયટી બીજી મળશે અને તમારું શુગર બી સ્પાઇક નહીં થાય, પ્લસ વજન ઓછું કરવામાં બી ઘણી મદદ થશે. એટલે એવું જરૂરી નથી કે આ તમારે ડાયટમાંથી સાવ એને કેન્સલ કરવાનું છે, એને તમે મોડિફાય કરી શકો અથવા મેં આપ કહ્યું તેમ એના હેલ્ધી ડિલિશિયસ રિપ્લેસમેન્ટ ટ્રાય કરી શકો.
એના એક શોર્ટકટ છે, તો તમે શોપિંગ કરવું છે જ્યારે ત્યારે તમે સારું ઇન્ગ્રેડિયન્ટ્સ તમે શોપિંગ કરીને લઈ આવો. કેમ કે તમે જે પણ છે તમારું રેસીપી તે જ રાખો, પણ ઇન્ગ્રેડિયન્ટ ચેન્જ રાખો. આ તમારો સિમ્પલ ટ્રીક છે. વીકેન્ડ પર તમે જાઓ, આ બધું ચીજ લેતા જ નથી, મિલેટ્સ વગેરે લઈ આવો, એનાથી તમે તમારું રેસીપી. આ જ પ્રોબ્લેમ પંજાબમાં પણ છે. પંજાબ લોકો પરાઠા ખાતે क्यों मीनाक्षी जी, तुसी मैं सही कह रही ना, पराठे ही खाने सवेर ਨੂੰ ਆਲੂ ਦੇ ਪਰੌਠੇ, ਗੋਭੀ ਦੇ ਪਰੌਠੇ, ਮੈਜੋਰਿਟੀ ਆਲੂ ਦੇ ਪਰੌਠੇ. ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੱਜਕੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਨਵਾਂ ट्रेंड भी है, मैं तो ग्लूटेन सेंसिटिव हूँ, मैं पराठे भी नहीं खा सकते हैं कभी, कोई होर ब्रेकफास्ट आइटम तुसी सजेस्ट कर सकोगे कि बिकॉज़ एक मिथ भी तुसी बर्स्ट करो ग्लूटेन सेंसिटिविटी के बारे में.
पराठे के बिना और पंजाबियों का नाश्ता नहीं पूरा होता है ना. तो पराठे विच बेस्ट पराठा तो उही होएगा जिहदे च गोभी हो या मूली हो, ਉਹਦੇ ਚ या फिर मिक्सड वेजिटेबल पावां, जिस तरह मैं शिमले की मिर्च पावां, या ਉਹਦੇ ਚ गोभी होए या ब्रोकोली होए, या ਉਹਦੇ ਚ मैं 5 किलो गेहूं च 1 किलो काले छोले 1 किलो ओट्स पा के पिसा लवां. पिसा के आटा ना छानना, आटा छानांगी तो सारा फाइबर निकल जाएगा. आटा बिना छाने ਉਹਦੇ ਚ थोड़ी सी पतली लस्सी पावां या गुनगुना पानी पावां या स्किम्ड मिल्क गुनगुना पावां ते आटा सॉफ्ट होएगा. तो वो तो प्रॉब्लम एक सॉल्व हो गई. मगर आलू के परांठे ਦਾ ਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਲੇਗਾ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਸ਼ੂਗਰ ਵੱਧ ਜਾਏਗੀ. ਦੂਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਗਲੂਟਨ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵ ਸੱਚ ਗੱਲ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਪਾਇਆ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਵੱਡੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਪ੍ਰੀਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਾਰਾ ਗੇਹੂੰ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ ਆਂਦਾ ਹੈ. ਤਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਊਥ ਆਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਕਈ ਲੋਕ ਵਜ਼ਨ ਘਟਾਉਣ ਦੇ ਚੱਕਰ 'ਚ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਮਿਲਟ, ਦੁਪਹਿਰੀ ਕੀਨਵਾ, ਰਾਤੀ ਗੇਹੂੰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ. ਇੱਕਦਮ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਡਾਇਟ ਬਦਲਤਾ ਹੈ. ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਡਾ ਗਟ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵ ਹੈਗਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਦਤ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਚਾਵਲ ਖਾਣ ਦੀ, ਦੁਪਹਿਰੀ ਚਾਵਲ ਖਾਣ ਦੀ, ਰਾਤੀ ਇਡਲੀ ਖਾਣ ਦੀ. ਫॉर एग्जांपल साउथ 'ਚ मैं अगर कहां ते तो सडनली आपने अपना बदल दिया है सिर्फ मिलेट्स, गेहूं और ओट्स या कीनवा पे. वो हमारा गट टॉलरेट नहीं कर पाता. ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਗਲੂਟਨ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਤਕਲੀਫ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਨਾਟ ਯੂਜ਼ਡ ਟੂ ਇਟ. ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਆਦਤ ਹੈ ਦੀ, ਤੇ ਸਡਨਲੀ ਬਦਲਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਹੋਏਗੀ. ਮਗਰ ਦੂਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਵੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਤਾਂ ਖਾਂਦੇ ਹੀ ਗੇਹੂੰ ਨੇ. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ 'ਚ few patients टाइप 1 हो सकते हैं, टाइप 2 विद हाइपोथायरॉयडिज्म विद सीलियक डिजीज हो सकते हैं. ਹੁਣ ਤੇ ਵੇਖਨੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਬੜੀ ਸਾਰੀ IBD ਤੇ IBS ਦੋਨੋਂ ਹੀ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ. IBD ਤੇ IBS ਦੋਨੋਂ ਹੀ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ. ਤਾਂ ਗੇਹੂੰ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਨਾ ਬੜਾ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ. ਕਈ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਫੁਲਕਾ ਖਾ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਤੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਕਈ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਜੋ 3 ਫੁਲਕੇ ਖਾਣਗੇ ਤੇ ਤੰਗ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਗੇ. ਸੋ ਈਚ थिंग इज इंडिविजुअलाइज्ड. इसलिए मैं क्या बोलूंगी कि जब ग्लूटेन सेंसिटिविटी हो, चेंज ओवर टू मिलेट्स. वो ईजी है. जवार की रोटी हो गई, बाजरे की रोटी हो गई, वो खा सकते हो. एक और चीज याद रखने वाली हैगी है कि ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ गेहूं ਨੂੰ बदल के ओट्स ले लो, ओट्स भी कंटामिनेटेड होते हैं ग्लूटेन नाल. इसलिए उसको भी याद रखो कि जब हम वीट को बदल रहे हैं ओट्स से, ओट्स ऑल्सो आर कंटामिनेटेड एंड दे कैन ऑल्सो ट्रबल योर गट. So basically your gut is very, very sensitive. Choose on what your gut is used to. Don't try and change your diet in such a way overnight कि gut बदल जाए ते तंग होए normal चीज़ां तो भी.
Because that can happen in Calcutta, जो राइस ईटर्स है. बिकॉज ये फियर है कि चलो हम डायबिटिक या राइस बंद कर दें तो अभी मिलेट्स या व्हीट ले लें. तो आपका क्या ऑब्जर्वेशन है प्रियंकी जी? अगर डायबिटिक है तो राइस बंद करके व्हीट ले लें वहां पर? अनम्यूट प्लीज.
Yes, I agree on a lot of points which Dr. Bajaj has highlighted, and I could understand most of it. The problem here, what happens is whenever people are diagnosed with diabetes, they immediately they start taking, they stop rice and they start taking chapatis. So I'm carrying on in my language. যেটা হয় যে আমাদের একটা জিনিস মনে রাখতে হবে, ভাত রুটি বা যে কোনো সিরিয়াল আমি যেটাই খাচ্ছি না কেন, আমাকে প্রথম যেটা মনে রাখতে হবে পোর্শনটা কিন্তু সেম রাখতে হবে, প্রথম কথা। এরকম নয়, হ্যাঁ অবভিয়াসলি আমরা যদি থিওরিটিক্যালি দেখি আটার রুটি বা এই মিলেটস বা ওটস এইগুলো ভাতের থেকে অনেক দিক দিয়ে বেটার, কারণ এটাতে ফাইবারের পরিমাণ বেশি থাকছে, মাইক্রোনিউট্রিয়েন্ট কন্টেন্ট বেশি থাকছে, হোয়াইট পলিশ মানে মিল্ড রাইস বিশেষ করে যেগুলো সেটার থেকে। কিন্তু যেটা দেখতে হবে যে কার্বোহাইড্রেট কন্টেন্ট বা ক্যালোরি কন্টেন্ট যদি আমরা দেখি, এগুলো কিন্তু মোটামুটি সমস্ত সিরিয়ালে কম্পারেবল, মোটামুটি এক সিমিলার অ্যামাউন্টসে থাকছে। সুতরাং আমি এরকম নয় যে আমি ভাত বদলে আমি রুটি বা আমি ওটস যে কোনো কোয়ান্টিটিতে খেতে পারি। আমাকে মনে রাখতে হবে যে আমার সারাদিনে কতটা ক্যালোরি বরাদ্দ এবং তার থেকে কতটা আমি কার্বোহাইড্রেট ইনটেক আমি সারাদিনে করতে পারবো, এবং প্রত্যেকটা মিলে একটা মিলে আমি কতটা কার্বোহাইড্রেট নেবো সেই সমস্ত গুলোকে আগে ঠিক করতে হবে, মানে সেই জিনিসটাকে নিয়ন্ত্রণের মধ্যে রাখতে হবে। আরেকটা জিনিস যেটা এক্ষুনি ডক্টর বাজাজ বলছিলেন বারবার করে, যে আমাদের যে ডায়েটে আমরা অভ্যস্ত, আমরা বাঙালিরা বেসিক্যালি ভাতটা খেতেই বেশি অভ্যস্ত। হ্যাঁ, সকলের যে রুটি সেইভাবে সহ্য হবে তা সেরকম কোনো কথা নেই। সুতরাং আমি ভাতটা যদি একটা মিক্সড মিলের পার্ট হিসেবে খেতে পারি, যেখানে আমি ভাতটার পরিমাণটাকে অল্প রাখছি, সঙ্গে ডাল কিছুটা রাখছি, আমরা কি করি, আমরা ভাতটাকে মেইনলি খাচ্ছি আর বাকি জিনিসগুলো জাস্ট অ্যাকম্পানিমেন্ট হিসেবে ভাতটা শেষ করতে যতটা লাগছে সেই হিসেবে খাচ্ছি, বা ডালটা হয়তো আমরা একটুখানি ভাতটা মাখার জন্য ইউজ করছি। সেইভাবে না করে আমাদের একটু আগে আমাদের ডিসকাশনে প্লেট মেথডের কথাও বলা হয়েছে, যেখানে আমরা যদি একটা প্লেটে আমরা 4 ভাগে ভাগ করি, যেখানে 1/4 আমরা রাখবো সেটা ভাত হোক, রুটি হোক বা যে কোনো সিরিয়ালস হোক সেটার জন্য, বাকি হাফ একটা বাকি যে 1/4 সেটা একটা প্রোটিন জাতীয় খাবার, সেটা আমরা বাঙালিরা মাছ খাই কমনলি, সেটা মাছ হতে পারে, ডিম হতে পারে বা সয়াবিন হতে পারে, হোয়াটএভার। আর বাকি যে এই যে হাফ বাকি রইল, মানে 1/4 সিরিয়াল 1/4 প্রোটিন, বাকি হাফ এটা আমরা সবজি মানে গ্রিন অ্যান্ড আদার ভেজিটেবলস, পটেটোস ছাড়া, মানে আলু বাদ দিয়ে অন্যান্য যে সবজি আছে সেই সবজি দিয়ে আমরা ভরাবো। আমরা যদি এই পোর্শনটা মোটামুটি মনে রাখতে পারি, তাহলে আমরা অবশ্যই ভাতটা ইনক্লুড করতে পারি। ভাতের মধ্যে আমরা চেষ্টা করবো যেগুলো পারবয়েলড রাইস সেটাকে ইনক্লুড করতে, কেন তাতে কিছুটা মাইক্রোনিউট্রিয়েন্টস রিটেইনড থাকছে, যেটা একদম কমপ্লিটলি থাকছে না যেগুলো যে আতপ চাল বা যেটা পলিশড রাইস, হোয়াইট পলিশড রাইস। Brown rice could be another option, but again, everybody is not used to the texture or the flavor of brown rice. It's not because many people ask whether I can switch on to brown rice. Again, that might not be practical for everyone.
So I think I will put this question to Dr. Kavita कि अगर rice खाना भी है, like she said, what I understood that खा सकते हैं portion और vegetables को लेके। डॉक्टर कविता जी आप बता सकते हैं कि अगर राइस बनाना है, एक और क्वेश्चन पूछा है हमारे व्यूअर ने कि अगर बनाना है तो क्या हम उसका जो पानी है अगर वो ड्रेन कर दें तो क्या फिर भी उसका ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स हाई है, या इज दैट अ बेटर वे टू कुक राइस?
नहीं, सबसे पहले अगर हम राइस खाना है तो भी कम क्वांटिटी ही खाना है। और यूजुअली एक लोग बोलते हैं कि हम पानी जो स्टार्च पानी हम पहले फेंक दें, वो वाला चावल हम ज्यादा खा सकते हैं। तो ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं करना है, क्योंकि जो भी आपके वाटर सॉल्युबल विटामिन्स होते हैं आधे तो आपके धोने में चले जाते हैं, जब आप चावल बना रहे हैं उतने थोड़ी लॉसेस हो गए, और जब आप अगर कुक कर रहे हैं और वो चावल भी वो पानी भी अगर आप फेंक देते हैं तो वो सारे न्यूट्रिएंट लॉसेस हो जाते हैं। तो फिर चावल खाने का मतलब ही नहीं है। तो इसका मतलब हमने पानी नहीं फेंकना है, चावल आप वैसे ही खा सकते हैं। यू कैन एंजॉय राइस, ऐसा नहीं है आप एक रोटी के बदले 1 कटोरी चावल ले सकते हैं। और जैसे कि मैडम बता रहे थे, प्रियंका मैडम बता रहे थे कि आप बासमती चावल ले सकते हैं, ब्राउन राइस ले सकते हैं, आजकल रेड राइस आ गया है, तो ये सबका ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स कम है। तो एक और चीज बता दूं, ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स भी बहुत जरूरी है जो हमारे मधुमेहियों को पता होना चाहिए कि आप जो भी खाना खाते हैं उससे शुगर बढ़ता है, चाहे वो दाल चावल सब्जी रोटी आलू है, चावल है, पोहा है, लेकिन वो आपका शुगर कितने प्रतिशत बढ़ाता है, आपके ब्लड ग्लूकोज कितने जल्दी बढ़ाता है, उसका एक रेंज होता है। तो जो भी खाने हैं, जो भी उसको हम ग्लूकोज और व्हाइट ब्रेड से उसको हमने मैच किया हुआ है। तो ऐसे अलग अलग खाना है, अगर आप देखेंगे तो जो हाई ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स है उनका वो 70 के अबव जिसका परसेंटेज है वो उसको हाई ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स फूड्स बोलते हैं, जैसे कि आपकी हर प्रकार की शक्कर हो गई, गुड़ हो गया, तो इन सब का ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स ज्यादा है, मैदा है, तो ये वाली चीजें हमें खाने में कम लेना है। जो मॉडरेट ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स है, इसमें जैसे आपकी दालें आ गई हैं, कुछ स्टार्ची वेजिटेबल्स आ गए हैं, कुछ फ्रूट्स आ जाते हैं, जो कि आपको मॉडरेट अमाउंट में आपके खाने में रहना चाहिए। और लो ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स जो कि लेस देन 55% है, तो ये वाले फ्रूट्स जैसे कि ग्रीन लीफी वेजिटेबल्स है, सैलेड्स है, कुछ नट्स हैं जो आप ले सकते हैं, तो ये वाली चीजें अगर आप ऐड करते हैं तो लो ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स फूड्स आपको हेल्प करेंगे आपकी शुगर भी कम करने में।
बिकॉज अगर आप चावल खाएं या और कोई अनाज भी खाएं, आपका पोर्शन कंट्रोल, इवन इफ उसका ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स हाई या मीडियम है, उसको कम प्रमाण खाने में उसका बॉडी पे लोड कम होता है. अँड दॅट हॅपन्स स्पेशली इन महाराष्ट्र वेअर देयर आर बिग बिग भाकरीज मेड. म्हणजे आपण भात नाही खाणार, आम्ही चपाती नाही खाणार, आम्ही भाकरी खातो, आम्ही 2 ज्वारीची भाकरी, आणि एक भाकरी म्हणजे 2 किंवा 3 चपातीसाठी इतकी मोठी, माझ्या हाताशी जास्त मोठी आणि थिक जड असतं. मग ते पण इम्पॉर्टंट आहे की शुगर कंट्रोल करायचं असेल ते, दो इट इज लो इन ग्लायसेमिक इंडेक्स, बट तुम्ही जास्त खाल्ल्या की हा हे लो ग्लायसेमिक इंडेक्स, आपण 2 मोठ्या मोठ्या भाकरी खाल्ल्या तर चालेल का? ते पण ही चालेल नाही, कारण त्याचा लोड वाढणार आहे. 1+1 2 असतं, 1+1 हाफ नसतं. म्हणजे तुम्ही जितकं वाढवलं त्या इतकी प्रमाणे तुमची शुगर वाढणार. मग भाकरी खाली किंवा तुम्ही भात खाला, कमी खा, हेच सगळ्यात महत्वाचं आहे पोषण कंट्रोल. आणि एक प्रश्न आमच्या ऑडियन्स मधनं पण आला आहे का, की स्प्राउट मध्ये आम्ही व्हेजिटेबल्स खाऊ शकतात? आणि आमच्या एक्सपर्टने आधीच सांगितलं, हो स्प्राउट्स घाला, त्याच्यात बाकी व्हेजिटेबल्स घाला, त्याच्याने तुमच्या पोहाचा ग्लायसेमिक लोड कमी होईल. दॅट यू कॅन टेक. अनदर क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम द ऑडियन्स विच आय कॅन सी इज, कॅन डायबिटिक ईट porridge made of millets? I think we've almost answered that question कि millets is a good choice, low in glycemic index, लेकिन पोषण कंट्रोल पे देना है ध्यान. एक क्वेश्चन मैं ऑडियंस से फिर लूंगी, उसके बाद में मैं आपसे कुछ और जो डायबिटिक लोग लेते हैं जैसे कि करेला वगैरह उस पे आऊंगी. बट ये क्वेश्चन जवाब देना है ऑडियंस का, जिन्होंने पूछा है कि क्या पाम जैगरी इज गुड एज कम्पेयर टू अदर. तो आप में से कोई जवाब देना चाहेंगे? या मैं कह देती हूँ, जैगरी जैगरी इट्स अ सिंपल शुगर. तो जैगरी किसी भी प्रकार का हो, इट इज स्टिल अ सिंपल शुगर. जैसे पोटैटो इज पोटैटो, बिकॉज कई लोग पंजाब में ऐसे भी मैंने देखा है पर्सनली, पेशेंट्स कहते हैं कि ये जो नया आलू होता है ये लो शुगर वाला है, ये पुराना आलू है लो शुगर. बट डियर फ्रेंड्स, पोटैटो इज पोटैटो.
Yes,
simple sugar doesn't change.
So I think again important carry home message for all the diabetics, चाहे वो शक्कर है, गुड़ है, शहद है, ये आपको नहीं लेना है. सो दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और अगर आपको लेने की इच्छा भी है तो आप अपना कार्बोहाइड्रेट काउंट कर लें, तो उसके आपके जो खाने में आप उतना कार्बोहाइड्रेट कम करके आप 1 चम्मच शुगर ऐड कर सकते हैं. तो यू कैन एक्सचेंज विथ अनदर कार्बोहाइड्रेट, दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. बट अगेन आप जरूर अपनी ब्लड शुगर चेक करिएगा कि जब आपने शक्कर खाई है, गुड़ खाया है, शहद खाया है, आपकी ब्लड शुगर स्पाइक हो रही है कि नहीं. तो शायद आपका ब्लड टेस्ट आपको खुद ही बता देगा कि कौन सा खाना खाने पे आपकी शुगर कितनी तेजी से बढ़ रही है.
क्योंकि कई लोग सोचते चलो मैंने करेला खा लिया है ना तो मैं शुगर भी खा सकता हूँ. ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा मिथ है. तो आई थिंक मैं करेला वाला क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहूंगी नीति मैम से कि करेले का जूस पी लिया, कड़ू खाया, तो ये आप हिंदी में भी बोल सकते हैं कि सभी को जानना जरूरी है कि करेला खाने से क्या नलीफाई होता है, क्या हम करेले के बाद में आमरस ले सकते हैं?
हाँ जी, आई थिंक ये बहुत ही कॉमन क्वेश्चन है पेशेंट्स का, कि करेला ले लिया मैंने, करेला का जूस लेता हूँ तो फिर मैं अभी दवाई बंद कर दी, या मेरे को दवाई लेने की जरूरत है क्या? या फिर मैं काला जामुन लेता हूँ, काला जामुन का पाउडर मिलता है शॉप बाहर, तो वो मैं लेता हूँ तो फिर मैं दवाई नहीं ले सकते हो. काला जामुन, करेला और मेथी दाना, ये तीनों का वी हैव सम एविडेंस, साइंटिफिक एविडेंस के उससे शुगर कम होता है, लेकिन ये दवाई को रिप्लेस नहीं कर सकता। आपको दवाई तो लेनी ही है और ये आप एडिशन में ले सकते हैं। पॉसिबल है कि आप अगर रेगुलर लो तो आपका शुगर ड्रॉप होएगा, तो फिर आपको डॉक्टर साहब के पास जाके दवाई का डोज आप रिव्यू करवा सकते हो, लेकिन दवाई बंद नहीं कर सकते। दिस इज नॉट अ रिप्लेसमेंट।
करेक्ट, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आप कोई बहाना नहीं ढूंढ सकते आम खाने का, आपको दवाई लेनी ही है। और करेला वगैरह एडिशनली आपको बेनिफिट दे सकते हैं क्योंकि एक वेजिटेबल है, वो लो ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स है और उसके कुछ कंपोनेंट्स तत्व हैं जो आपको बेनिफिट दे सकते हैं, बट करेले से दवाई नहीं बनती। दैट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
और रूबी मैडम एक और चीज ऐड करना चाहूंगी इसमें, कि अक्सर लोग बोलते हैं कि मेथी पाउडर हम लेते हैं, लेकिन जब पूछते हैं तो हमने सब्जी बनाई लेकिन इतनी सी मेथी डाली है, तो द क्वांटिटी ऑफ मेथी फॉर इट इफेक्ट्स इज आल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो आपने अगर आप मतलब जो आपके डोजेज है वो भी आपको ध्यान रखना है, ताकि आपको जो उसका इफेक्ट है, आपका जो ग्लूकोज लोअरिंग इफेक्ट आपको होना चाहिए वो मिले। तो एटलीस्ट 20 to 30 ग्राम्स ऑफ मेथी इज अगेन रिकमेंडेड। आप उसको पाउडर फॉर्म में खाएं या आप उसको स्प्राउट कर लें तो ज्यादा बेहतर है। सोक करके भी कई बार लोग पानी पी लेते हैं, मेथी फेंक देते हैं। तो ऐसी बहुत सारी अलग अलग धारणाएं हैं। तो हमने पूरी मेथी एटलीस्ट 20 ग्राम्स लेनी है।
तो आई थिंक मेथी साउथ में भी बहुत खाई जाती है डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी। तो मेथी और ड्रम स्टिक्स का भी नया चलन चला है, मोरिंगा लीव्स और वो सब। तो अगर आप हिंदी में बात कर सके ऑडियंस से इसके बारे में कि उनका कोई रोल है कि अगर खाना है पेशेंट को, उसको कितनी मात्रा में उनके लिए एडवाइस दे सकते हैं उन्हें।
पहली बात तो जो आपने मेथी दाना बोला है, साउथ में तो इडली के आटे में साथ में पीसते हैं, मगर हम क्या बोलते हैं सब पेशेंट्स को कि मेथी दाना जो आप डालते हो इडली के आटे में, डोसे के आटे में, वो डालो, मगर उसके बाद फिर से मेथी, साबुत मेथी उस आटे में डाल के, जैसे हम रात को उसको खट्टा करते हैं ना सुबह इडली या डोसा बनाने से पहले, उसको खट्टा करोगे तो वो जो मेथी दाना में ओमेगा 3 फैटी एसिड्स है, सॉल्युबल फाइबर है, जो सॉल्युबल फाइबर अच्छा सा स्वेल हो जाएगा और वो हमको हेल्प करेगा। मगर दूसरी बात एक और चीज भी है, कई लोग एक्स्ट्रा मेथी दाना ओवर एंशियस होके ज्यादा मेथी दाना ले लेते हैं। नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ न्यूट्रिशन क्या बोलता है कि उसका काम अल्फा ग्लूकोसिडेज इनहिबिटर की तरह है, वो कार्बोज की तरह काम करता है, वो डिले करता है गैस्ट्रिक एम्प्टिंग को, जिसकी वजह से हमारा पोस्ट प्रांडियल ब्लड शुगर थोड़ा कंट्रोल में रहता है। मगर अगर कई लोगों को थोड़ा डिस्कम्फर्ट हो रहा हो, जैसे ब्लोटिंग हो, फ्लैटुलेंस हो, तो वो लोग को मेथी दाना थोड़ा सा घट करना पड़ेगा। और उसी समय नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ न्यूट्रिशन क्या बोलता है कि मेथी दाने को अगर जैसे डॉक्टर कविता कह रहे थे कि उसको हम भिगो के लें, रात को भिगो के उसका पानी गिरा दें और भिगोया हुआ अगर हम मेथी दाना लें सुबह में नाश्ते से पहले और दोपहर से पहले, एक 1.5 चम्मच, ज्यादा नहीं, 15 ग्राम इज द प्रिस्क्रिप्शन गिवन बाय नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ न्यूट्रिशन। उतना लेंगे तो 100% हमारी ब्लड शुगर कंट्रोल में आएगी। मगर उसी समय जैसे नीति मैम कह रहे थे कि ये सब चीजें सब्स्टिट्यूट नहीं है गोलियों की, वो अपनी जगह पे हैं और गोलियां अपनी जगह पे हैं। जैसे जैसे हम फंक्शनल फूड्स इंक्लूड करते हैं हमारी सेहत में जरूर बदलाव आता है। दूसरी बात आपने मोरिंगा लीव्स की बोली, इट्स एन अमेजिंग ग्रीन लीफी वेजिटेबल। उसका ओरैक वैल्यू, ऑक्सीजन रेडिकल अब्जॉर्बेंस कैपेसिटी इतना हाई है कि कोविड अभी फिर से शुरू हो गया है। और हमारे पैनलिस्ट में इससे पहले डॉक्टर शुभदा बनोद थे, उनको भी अनफॉर्चुनेटली कोविड हुआ। डॉक्टर गोपिका कृष्णन को भी कोविड हुआ, जिसकी वजह से वो मतलब हमारे सेशन में आ नहीं पाए, मगर गोपिका मैम की रिकॉर्डिंग हमारे पास आ गई। ये बात मैं क्यों बोल रही हूँ, क्योंकि मोरिंगा लीव्स में इतना हाई ओरैक वैल्यू है कि इट इज एन अमेजिंग इम्यूनोन्यूट्रिएंट। और उसमें नॉट ओनली ओरैक वैल्यू इतना है, ओमेगा 3 फैटी एसिड्स है, जो कई लोग नहीं जानते हैं कि ग्रीन लीफी वेजिटेबल्स आर अ गुड सोर्स ऑफ ओमेगा 3 फैटी एसिड्स, जो हमारे लिए एक इम्यूनो बूस्टर है। उसके अलावा उसमें कैल्शियम है, आयरन है, बी विटामिन है, बहुत सारा कैरोटिनॉइड्स हैं, जिसकी वजह से हमारा health can be really, we can be really, really healthy. So moringa leaves, I usually tell my patients there are two ways which you can consume it. एक तो वो तरीका है जो हम जैसे पुदीने धनिया की चटनी बनाते हैं, उसके बदले थोड़ी सी फ्रेश मोरिंगा लीव्स डाल लें, उसको भुनने के बदले फ्रेश मोरिंगा लीव्स डाल के उसकी चटनी पीस के खाएं। उसमें विटामिन सी भी है और आयरन भी है। और अगर भुजे हुए छोले या थोड़ा बादाम या मूंगफली डाल लें तो वो भी हमको हेल्प करेगा। दूसरी बात, अगर आपको जैसे भूख लगती है शाम के समय भूख लगती है, आपकी शुगर कंट्रोल में नहीं है, उस समय मोरिंगा लीव्स और टमाटर दोनों का मिला के सूप बना के लीजिए, तो उससे भी हमारा ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स और ग्लाइसेमिक लोड इतना बढ़ता नहीं है, और दूसरी बात कार्ब काउंट भी 0 है. सो इट्स अ वेरी वेरी हेल्दी इवनिंग रिप्लेसमेंट फॉर फ्रूट्स फॉर दोज पीपल जिनकी शुगर बढ़ी हुई हो, एंड ऑब्वियसली उसमें फाइबर भी है.
हाँ, तो जहाँ पे सैलेड्स में हम जैसे धनिया का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, वैसे भी अगर आप थोड़ा थोड़ा दिन भर लेते रहेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको उसके बेनिफिशियल इफेक्ट्स
का फायदा होगा.
या
मगर एक छोटी सी चीज है, कई लोगों को उससे एलर्जी भी होती है, मतलब लिप्स में छाले हो जाते हैं. सो इट इज इंडिविजुअलाइज्ड. अपनी तरफ से थोड़ा कच्चा लेने की कोशिश कीजिए, अगर सूट करता है तो कंटिन्यू कीजिए.
लेकिन आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, इज देयर अ डिफरेंस इन द ड्रम स्टिक्स और मोरिंगा लीफ?
आई एम टॉकिंग ऑफ द मोरिंगा लीफ. सो ड्रम स्टिक्स आर इक्वली हेल्दी, दे आर आल्सो लो इन कैलोरीज. उसमें भी सॉल्युबल फाइबर है, वो हमारी ब्लड शुगर को हेल्प करता है. इसलिए सांबर जब भी बनाएं, या एक्चुअली जब गुजराती भी सांबर बनाते हैं तो उसमें भी बहुत सारा ड्रम स्टिक्स पड़ते हैं, तो स्वाद ही बनता है. मगर ये है कि जब गुजराती बनाते हैं उसमें थोड़ा सा मीठा डालते हैं, जो हमें स्वाद तो आता है, मगर जिनको मधुमेह की बीमारी है वो अपनी तरफ से वो मीठा ना डालें.
वो तो चैलेंज रहता ही है हमेशा, क्योंकि हमें ये सुनने मिलता है कि पूरी फैमिली हमने एक ही चम्मच इस्तेमाल किया और हम बिना सीने के नहीं खा सकते हैं, और स्वीटनर डाल के भी हम नहीं खाने वाले. वो चैलेंज तो रहता है, बट पोर्शन कंट्रोल एक अच्छा तरीका है इससे बाहर निकलने का. आई थिंक हम सेशन के एंड में आ रहे हैं, बट एक क्वेश्चन जो हमारे ऑडियंस पे पूछा, वो लास्ट क्वेश्चन होगा आज के सेशन का. किसी व्यूअर ने पूछा है कि नारियल पानी पी सकते हैं क्या अगर डायबिटीज है तो? ये लास्ट क्वेश्चन है.
साउथ में नारियल पानी भरपूर मिलता है, मगर नारियल पानी तब दे सकते हैं जब उनको पेट में दर्द हो, उल्टियां हो, या बीमार हो. सच्ची में जब बीमार हो और इंसुलिन लगा लिया है, शुगर की गोलियां ले ली है, उस समय हमें स्टार्वेशन, कीटोसिस और हाइपोग्लाइसीमिया से दूर रहना है. उस समय हम नारियल पानी ले सकते हैं, बट अदरवाइज जिनको शुगर की बीमारी है, डेफिनेटली नो नारियल पानी. अभी तो नॉर्थ में बहुत सारा प्रोसेस्ड नारियल पानी मिल रहा है, तो सारे कहते ने कि नारियल पानी पियो, सको अच्छा होंदा है, जरूर होंदा है, मगर जिन्होंने शुगर हैगी उन्होंने लिए अच्छा नहीं होंदा.
और जेड़ा पिछला नारियल है, साउथ इंडियन तो ओदी चटनी भी खाते हैं बहुत, और सब जगह नारियल की चटनी भी बहुत टेस्टी सब यूज कर देवन.
सुपर सोर्स ऑफ सैचुरेटेड फैट है, तो एलडीएल कोलेस्ट्रॉल और टोटल कोलेस्ट्रॉल तो बढ़ना ही बढ़ना है.
ओके, सो कॉशन फॉर एवरीबॉडी.
पानी बेसिकली एक और चीज हम बोलते थे, मतलब अभी गर्मी का सीजन है मीनाक्षी मैम, तो जैसे सब लोगों को इच्छा होती है थोड़ा नारियल पानी पीने की, तो मे बी अगेन वी कैन गिव अ कंट्रोल. सो मे बी 100 ml only if the blood sugars,
I wouldn't agree with that.
No, only if the blood sugars are controlled. If it is hyperglycemic, then we exchange it with the fruit, because वो मैम अगर वो प्री डायबिटिक है
नहीं अलाउ करते हैं, क्योंकि हमने देखा है शुगर खूब सारी बढ़ जाती है, फटाफट बढ़ जाती है. जितनी मर्जी किताबें बोले कि ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स इतना बड़ा नहीं है, कैलोरीज जरूर कम है, मगर हमने देखा है बहुत सारे लोग रोज सुबह अपना नाश्ते से पहले नारियल पानी पीते हैं, कहते हैं इट्स एब्सोल्युटली हेल्दी. आई एग्री 200%. मगर डायबिटिक के लिए डेफिनेटली वी हैव सीन द पोस्टप्रांडियल पीक, 100% वी हैव सीन द पोस्टप्रांडियल पीक. और एक नारियल लोगे, कम से कम 200-250 ml नारियल पानी है उसमें, कोई भी नहीं फेंकेगा 150 ml.
नहीं, वो ही बात सही है आपकी, क्योंकि वो पोर्शन कंट्रोल विद कोकोनट वाटर बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट है. वो एक कोकोनट, फ्रेश कोकोनट अब ब्रेक कर दिया, फिर वो इच्छा हो ही जाती है, टेम्प्ट हो ही जाते हैं कि ले ले. और ये बहुत ही बड़ा मिथ है. सभी लोग पूछते हैं कि अरे ये तो सब बोलते हैं कि बहुत हेल्दी ड्रिंक है, ये आप क्यों ना बोल रहे हो, उसमें किधर शुगर आ गई. लेकिन हमने देखा है प्रैक्टिस में कि शुगर एकदम स्पाइक होती है. और अगर हम अपना पोहा और उपमा खाए और उसके साथ, या आलू पराठा खाए और उसके साथ एक गिलास कोकोनट वाटर ले ले, तो फिर वो शुगर तो इज जस्ट रनिंग अवे. इसलिए
और उसके साथ मीठी लस्सी पी लो, सोने पे सुहागा, अस्पताल में एडमिट हो जाओ.
नहीं, हम डायबिटीज एजुकेटर्स कंट्रोल रखेंगे, सबको उनके शुगर कंट्रोल बोलेंगे, ताकि वो हॉस्पिटल तक ना पहुंचे. क्योंकि वो 55-60 रुपीज का एक नारियल पानी आता है. हफ्ते में एक बार अगर सब एक नारियल करके सारी फैमिली पीना चाहें थोड़ा थोड़ा, तो फिर भी एक लिमिट में अलाउड है. जैसे कविता जी ने बोला कि एक रास्ता फिर भी निकाल सकते हैं हम. जैसे पूरी फैमिली में एक नारियल पानी हफ्ते में सैटरडे को या संडे को बुलवा लिया और सबने मिलके पिया दोपहर के वक्त, तो चलो सेटिस्फेक्शन है. लेकिन उनका शुगर उससे कंट्रोल हो गया, हेल्दी होगा, ये हम बिल्कुल दावा नहीं कर सकते. सो देयर इज ऑलवेज अ मिड वे. तो आई थिंक इन सब क्वेश्चन से सभी को कोई ना कोई तो रास्ता मिला ही है कैसे अपनी डाइट को कंट्रोल करना। और एज डायबिटीज एजुकेटर्स आई थिंक इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू गिव द राइट मैसेज टू द पेशेंट्स। और बाकी जो डायबिटीज एजुकेटर्स भी है हमारे, वो भी ये मैसेज अपने पेशेंट्स को दे सकते हैं। तो आई थिंक मैं सेशन को यहीं क्लोज करना चाहूंगी, उसी लिए सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले हमारी डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी बजाज मैडम, जिन्होंने मुझे भी अवसर दिया कि मैं इस सेशन में आ सकूं। अनफॉर्चुनेटली शुभदा मैडम नहीं अटेंड कर सके, उनकी जगह पे मैं हूं, बिकॉज जैसे बताया उन्होंने कि उनको कोविड हुआ है। तो वी मिस्ड यू शुभदा मैडम, होप टू सी यू सून नेक्स्ट टाइम। एंड बाकी जो हमारे पैनलिस्ट थे, प्रियांकी मैडम, कविता मैडम, नीति मैडम, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने अपना कीमती वक्त हमारे पेशेंट्स के लिए निकाला। और जो व्यूअर्स हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं उनके लिए भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपके आने से ही हमारा सेशन सक्सेसफुल हुआ है। टेक केयर, स्टे सेफ एंड स्टे हेल्दी। थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी। थैंक यू Adecon.
Thank you so much.
Hello. So now we move on to the next section, that is the role of nutrition in glycemic variability. Again, a very interesting and important discussion. So for that, may I call upon Ms. Neeti Desai ma'am for her talk. So Ms. Neeti Desai is a consultant nutritionist. She's been practicing for many years in South Mumbai. She's attached to the Kambala Hill Hospital for 17 years. She's the secretary and the master trainer of our AD Association of Diabetes Educators. She's the co-editor of IDA's Clinical Dietetic Manual, 2000, which was published in 2018, and she has authored chapters for various textbooks. She's a regular columnist in Health and Nutrition for 18 years, and she's been the official nutritionist for Femina Miss India 2008. So over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, you need to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you, Priyanki, for the introduction. We are moving towards the last session of the day, and it is my absolute pleasure and honor to introduce my very dear friend and dynamic Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj, who has been the organizing secretary for this academic feast, which has extended over the weekend. She has a very illustrious career of 21, spanning of 21 years, 29 years in nutrition. She is works in Chennai. She's the chief dietitian at the hospital, and here runs her all the academic achievements on the screen. You can go through them. She's, of course, an author of books. She's received Best Nutritionist Award in 2019 and also 2020. And she holds many positions in different associations. So I welcome you, Dr. Meenakshi, for your session.
At the outset, I'm truly grateful to Dr. Chandalia sir, Dr. Anand Moses sir, Sonal Modi ma'am, and Niti ma'am for helping us go through this little journey of Adecon 2022, and for the lovely opportunity to be talking to you at the fag end of the session. I'm sure everybody is tired, so I'll try to keep my session as short as possible. Give me a few minutes to share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
So today
Yes,
I'm
it's
going to be talking to you in the next 20 minutes on glycemic variability and role of nutrition. I'm not going to be selling ice to Eskimos. I'm sure all the diabetes educators here are aware that, whether it's the glycemic index of the meal, glycemic load of the meal, all these aspects of diet have a role to play on the glycemic response. So let us understand what is glycemic variability. The next 20 minutes, I'll be talking to you about the definition, what is its impact on health, what is the impact of MNT on glycemic variability, and the take-home message. Like all of us have, daily different mood swings. So similarly, our blood glucose values also has mood swings in the sense that it has oscillations from episodes of hypoglycemia and postprandial hyperglycemia, unless and until we have somebody like a type 1, like whom we met yesterday, Pranav, who had an amazing time in one range. Not everybody has it that way. We do not want people to have episodes of, hypo and hyper, or the peaks and the troughs, or the peaks and the nadders. That is why we are going to be talking to you about glycemic variability. So when I talk of definition, it is the oscillations in the blood glucose levels, which is usually defined by measurement of fluctuations of glucose or other related parameters of glucose homeostasis over a given interval of time. It could be within the day. As yesterday, the speakers were talking of very beautifully that if a patient is having a good fasting blood sugar control and a postprandial hypoglycemia, it indicates that the medication which is provided probably may be on the higher side. On the other side, if there is a hyperglycemia in the fasting blood sugar value itself and the postprandial there is hypoglycemia, then there is some problem of Somiogi phenomenon, or the bedtime insulin may be high, or there could be nocturnal hypoglycemia. There could be several reasons. So this glycemic variability within the day or within 2 consecutive days or over a long period of time is what we need to address. Now, how do we measure glycemic variability? There are several ways of measuring several parameters of glycemic variability. The simple is the HbA1c, the fasting blood glucose, the postprandial blood glucose. Apart from that, there are certain other parameters which are measured in order to understand glycemic variability. For example, we have the fractal dimension, that is the FD, which is used in research methodology. Second is the CONGA, or the continuous overall net glycemic action, which you would see in all your CGM profiles. The third is the MOD and the MAGE. Apart from that, we have the J index, we have the coefficient of variation, we have the standard deviation, as well as the percentage of glucose values. Now, to understand even better is, yesterday we had a beautiful discussion on glycemic control or monitoring of blood glucose, wherein Niti ma'am very beautifully explained about HbA1c, and in HbA1c she did mention that it does not address short-term glycemic variability, or the daily fluctuations in blood glucose or hypoglycemic events are usually missed out when it comes to HbA1c. In HbA1c, I think we all very well know that 50% of the HbA1c value depends on the previous 1 month, and the remaining 50% depends on the previous 2 months. That is, in the 3 months, the immediate previous 1 month will tell us 50% of the HbA1c. This means that it does not tell us about the hypoglycemia which we've had probably in the last 1 week or last 10 days. We have missed out on that. And she very beautifully elucidated beautiful slides wherein she mentioned very clearly that somebody had a very tight blood sugar control of 6.5 or 7%. Does this mean that the blood sugars have been doing perfectly well throughout? No, actually, because the patient may have had a super fasting blood sugar control, but in between episodes of hypoglycemia in the mid-morning, evening, or nocturnal hypoglycemia, wherein a collective value has come as a HbA1c. So that's why HbA1c may not be so much reliable when it comes to short-term glycemic variability. These are the various formulas which I'm not going to go into details because I'm going to spend less than 15 minutes in explaining the whole little thing. But most commonly, as I mentioned to you, CONGA is specifically developed for the CGM, and MAGE, mean amplitude glycemic excursions, is used most extensively. And MOD is another thing which is nothing but off daily differences we measure on interday variations. Now, when we come to diabetes complications, I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. All of us are aware, whether it's micro or macrovascular complications, they are due to large part due to dysglycemia. What is dysglycemia? It has 2 important components. One is the glycemic variability, which includes another further 2 components, which is duration of postprandial excursion and magnitude of postprandial rise. I think we had a beautiful description of this by Dr. Benny ma'am yesterday, wherein she mentioned very clearly that though worldwide, globally, we know that fasting blood glucose is an issue, but in the Asian population, as Dr. Sunil Gupta also very clearly mentioned this afternoon, that the postprandial blood sugar rise is a major issue when it comes to the Indian population. So we understand that acute glucose fluctuations from the peaks to the nadirs include postprandial glucose excursions that can be described by duration and magnitude of postprandial rise. I'll be coming to chronic hyperglycemia a little later on. But we need to understand that what is this mechanism which has a role to play with reference to glycemic variability and diabetes associated complications. We all know with poor blood sugar control and too much of glycemic variability, there is going to be underlying chronic inflammation, which means the oxidative stress within the cell is high, increased superoxide production, enhanced inflammatory pathway internally, indirect cellular damage, and that's where the component of diabetes associated complications. Now, when one is associated with complications, what is our focus? We definitely want a good glycemic control, a tight blood sugar control, but definitely the treatment goal changes with patient to patient, whether the patient is a toddler, a type 1, a toddler, an infant, or a school going adolescent, or somebody who's pregnant, or somebody who's an elderly. The fasting blood glucose value changes, the postprandial value target changes, so is the HbA1c. So this target is individualized and patient specific. Now there's a beautiful study talking to us about in Japanese, a study of 646 participants. They found that 2-hour postprandial blood glucose level was a significant predictor of CVD and all-cause mortality. Now, I would want to make a mention of this. When I started off my practice in 2002 in the Institute of Diabetology, we had an associate professor. Unfortunately, she's no more today. She always used to send back the patient to me and find out if I have not counseled the patient on hypoglycemia, I should make a note of it and reinforce the importance of diet or symptoms of managing hypoglycemia, because we all know hyperglycemia has its own, the negative influences. The same time, hypoglycemia can be dangerous. In fact, I've seen very often, we've seen the women population swooning into hypoglycemia and getting admitted to the casualty with metabolic encephalopathy, because as Dr. Chandalia very beautifully explained in the morning, it's the women who, he did say that he tells the women population, women patients to do exercise in the evenings because they don't have time in the mornings. They are in a rush with packing the lunches, packing the breakfast, feeding the children, packing themselves for themselves if they are working women, all the more difficult. But some of them who are at home, they take their cup of tea in the morning when they have not been counseled well enough or they've not been referred to a diabetes educator. What do? They take the anti-diabetic agent, and if it is a sulfonylurea or a short-acting insulin, which they've taken with their cup of tea and postponed their breakfast to 11:30, they would definitely swoon into hypoglycemia. And if nobody is at home, today's date, everybody is living in a nuclear family. So only when the family members start coming back home, they would realize that the lady of the house has swooned into hypoglycemia and walked into metabolic encephalopathy. Not only that, as Dr. Chandalia sir as well as Sunil sir very beautifully explained today, that hypoglycemia can actually precipitate an MI, and it's never ever, one should keep in mind not to go empty stomach for a walk early in the morning. Most often elderly population go for a walk early in the morning without a cup of tea or one or two, one carbohydrate count before their walk, because hypoglycemia can precipitate an MI. Not only that, poor glycemic control means hyperglycemia, hypoglycemia, glycemic variability, which is associated with all-cause mortality and CVD mortality. Now, coming down to the complications with glycemic variability. We know that glycemic variability increases the risk of peripheral neuropathy, also has an association with diabetic retinopathy, and most often you have seen when there is variability in the fasting blood glucose values, it increases the incidence of diabetic retinopathy, but it is not associated with retinopathy progression. Now, GV, that is glycemic variability, also has an important role with changes in systolic and diastolic pressure. I would want to make a special mention of this particular slide, which has been recently published in April 2022 in Cleveland Clinic Journal, wherein we have found that a lot of patients, unfortunately, in the past 2.5 years, we've been seeing a lot of COVID-associated mortality, and we've seen that the mortality is very high in those patients with diabetes as well as the other metabolic health issues. Now, one thing we need to understand is if there is a strong evidence that high glycemic variability is associated with increased short-term, long-term mortality rate, increases the length of stay in critically ill patients, and second, most importantly, is it has a very strong association with ICU-acquired infection, meaning if the patient is also recovering from the COVID pneumonia or it could be non-COVID ICU hospitalization, because of poor glycemic variability, they have found that there is a strongest association of infectious mortality and morbidity. Another important thing is we are not only talking of complications, also there is a beautiful paper with Shiv Prasad et al. Which is talking to us about glycemic variability associated with fibrocalculous pancreatic diabetes. Also another paper with Suhas et al. Which tells us there is an important role of glycemic variability associated with obstructive sleep apnea syndrome. Now, what do we do with this? Definitely nutrition has a role. I think we've had the previous session talking to us about handling the day-to-day problems associated with meal and blood sugar control. So definitely we need to worry about insulin and carb mismatch. There are so many patients who are not knowing the peak duration and onset of action and taking carbohydrate either in the form of a meal or a snack, or missing on them wherein they walk into hypoglycemia. Personalized glycemic responses. Not each patient would respond the same way to 2 chapatis, a katori of dal, and a katori of sabji. In other words, diabetic gastroparesis. Believe me, a patient with diabetic gastroparesis, it is so difficult to handle good glycemic control. You will definitely see troughs and peaks of hypoglycemia and hyperglycemia unless and until you've been handled very beautifully by an entire endocrinology team, including a diabetes educator and a dietitian. Customized therapy. We cannot do away without this customized therapy, and no better example yesterday with Pranav, whom we discussed at length on his blood sugar control with the insulin pump therapy. And obviously, when a patient is enterally fed or when not fed adequately and he or she has to rely on a scientific formula, he needs to choose a low GI, low GL formula. And when it comes to feeding a patient, either in an ICU setup or in hospitalized setup, when the patient is fed enterally, definitely it becomes more difficult to manage the blood sugars when the patient is fed bolus feeds. It's always better to feed continuous drip method. The glycemic variability has a role to play with GI, GL, and you will find that restriction of carbohydrate intake does suppress the postprandial glycemic peak. Now, this is a simple illustration of a patient of mine, which I thought it would share or throw light on the food order, on the carbohydrate type, on the carbohydrate quantity, and missing of a snack, which in turn worsens the glycemic variability. If you look at 15th of October, you would see there is an hypoglycemia around 11 to 12 a.m. The reason being the patient was feeling hungry at 11, did not take a snack, so the patient had to take some tea and biscuits, which in turn raised the peak. Look at that. The patient's hypoglycemia was very beautifully shown with the CGMS. And once the patient had taken a lunch, few biscuits before, few biscuits after, you can see the peak. On the other hand, you see the next day, the patient has not taken a bedtime snack. Look at the hypoglycemic episode in the morning. And after that, if you see that the patient, when compared 16th to 17th, if you look at the patient on 16th, the patient has eaten a breakfast. Look at the food order. First the egg white, then the chapati, then the tomato chutney, and the vegetable salad. This food order in comparison to wheat flour, dosa, 4 numbers, some chutney, and little bit of brinjal. Look at the blood sugar peaking between the 2 days, between the 16th and the 17th. You can see the peak between the 2 days that the patient has consumed wheat flour dosa along with chutney and brinjal, whereas here the patient has followed a food order of the protein, the wheat, along with the fiber, and the postprandial peak is not so high. And if you see in these 4 days, there is a dip in the below target from 16%, it has reduced to 10%. And the raise in the blood sugar, that is the hyperglycemia, which was more than 48%, came down to only less than 9%. So this is the role of, when you talk of glycemic variability in terms of, it actually, as Dr. Kavita was very beautifully explaining, that it is a mirror. When you are consuming a particular meal and the patient is not convinced by you telling that this is high in GI, high in GL, avoid this or restrict this, or reduce the quantity of what you are consuming. If they consume it along with an AGP profile, it is like a mirror. At the same time, if you see, when the patient has consumed little millets and compared to plain rice, there is a dip in the blood sugar. So another important thing which I would want to make a note here is a recently published paper in April 22 in the World Journal of Surgery was, we've been using a lot of IRAS guidelines, that is the pre-op carbohydrate loading, for patients who are undergoing surgery. And it does reduce the length of stay in the hospital, reduces the mortality and morbidity. But if you're going to use it in somebody who's having diabetes, it's not going to do good in terms of glycemic variability and insulin resistance. So it's a big no-no, which we were not very, very clear of with all in the previous years. So glycemic variability when it comes to protein, yes. If you're going to consume the protein either in the form of nuts or in the form of lean protein or whole grams like the chana, rajma, rongi, or it could be a sprout salad, it definitely blunts the postprandial glycemic response. The reason being that it does its job through the GIP and the GLP-1, improving glycemic variability. And I've already mentioned about glycemic variability. Now we'll go on to chronic hyperglycemia. Yesterday, Niti ma'am very beautifully spoke about the legacy effect, and this morning even Dr. Shaival Chandalia also spoke about metabolic memory and the legacy effect. So I wouldn't be delving too much into this, but we need to understand metabolic memory is a term used to describe the beneficial effects of immediate intensive treatment of hyperglycemia and the observation that they are maintained for many years regardless of the glycemia in the later course. So that really helps in improving the micro and macrovascular complications. Now, reduction of glycemic variability means lowering the HbA1c, means also less hyperglycemia and hypoglycemia. Definitely lifestyle modification has a major role to play. Weight loss, calorie reduction, improving in insulin sensitivity has a role to play with reference to glycemic variability. Diet has a very, very major role to play, though adherence is a real challenge. And I think that is why we have diabetes educators and dietitians as beautiful combinations, which will help the patient achieve this challenge. And we understand that a low carbohydrate diet, not going as low as a ketogenic diet, definitely a big no to it, but reducing the carb percentage from 85 to 75, 75 to 60, and up to maybe probably 55%, because we had a beautiful paper in Lancet which was talking to us that more than 10,000 patients, when they followed a carbohydrate diet below 50% or above 50%, just 50% was the target. When they followed too high or too low, mortality was very, very high. So don't go too low, don't go too high. Follow a low GI, low GL. Carb portion control is very, very important. I think Ruby made a beautiful understanding of portion control being one of the important key factors in good glycemic control. Another important thing is choose on lente carbohydrates, which have a low glycemic index. They have a delayed gastric emptying. The reason being they behave like acarbose. They upregulate the GLP-1 production and concurrently blunt the pro-oxidative effect of postprandial glucose elevations. And the most important aspect when it comes to a lente carbohydrate is the presence of fiber, which has a very, very therapeutic effect. So remember, reduction of glycemic variability will depend on how you consume your carbs, whether you do a chew count or no, what sort of carbs, are they lente carbs, are they low GI, low GL, portion control. Another important thing is the second meal effect and the influence of resistant starches in our diet, which we should keep in mind. So I'm keeping my talk short in order to prevent fatigue in listening. Diabetes specific nutrition be used along with pharmacotherapy has a role to play to minimize glycemic variability. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Meenakshi, for a very crisp presentation. As you rightly said, the glycemic variability is said, so primarily the fiber intake, the low GI foods, the protein intake. Secondly, the functional ingredients that we talked about in the Facebook, take them sometimes occasionally, and one day they take, the other day they don't take. So that doesn't work. Chrononutrition, the timing of the meals. People who skip breakfast and then increased hunger during the day, late night time binging. So this is going to affect the glycemic variability as well.
Ma'am, can't hear you.
The exercise routine, making sure that, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes. And lastly, the recent evidence suggests that the gut microbiome also perhaps has a role to play in glycemic variability. So the presence of useful bacteria, which would lead to the production of SCFAs, short chain fatty acids. And then there are certain class of microbiota which actually have a negative effect.
I can't hear you.
On the glucose glycemic. We bring this session to a close. We are open to any questions if anybody has any. Right. So let's move on to Adecon 2022.
Ma'am, I have a question. It's a personal question which I was, when ma'am was mentioning about people going for exercise, especially to women early in the morning without taking anything. I have seen many patients who tell me that they are not hungry in the morning. So even if I suggest them that to take at least a cup of tea and maybe a biscuit or 2 biscuits just to make sure that you're not going empty stomach, they tell me that I don't feel hungry at all, and if I take that, I will not be able to take my breakfast. So what to suggest in these cases? What would be your advice?
Priyangi, I think they need to, today, this morning, Dr. Sunil Gupta very beautifully elucidated the fact that one episode of hypoglycemia, and the patient does not want to continue insulin. So the same thing, I think, if you just need to tell the patient, don't scare the patient, but make the patient aware that, check your fasting blood glucose is point number 1. If your fasting blood glucose is somewhere around 80, 85, say less than 100 for a geriatric patient, and the patient is going to go for an early morning walk for about 45 minutes, and during their walk, they're chit-chatting and not having their gossip cup of tea, then definitely they need to take a cup of tea or coffee, or as you said, probably biscuits. But I would suggest if they don't want to take any of it, tell them in order to prevent them from an MI, they can also take an low GI, low GL glycemic friendly oral nutrition supplement, say about 100 ml, which would provide only about 100 calories. That is not going to harm them, but at the same time, they are going to come back after their walk and not going to immediately sit on their breakfast. Have a gap of 1.5 to 2 hours between that, whatever, that 100 calories they have consumed and their breakfast, they are going to prevent themselves from a precipitating MI. So I think we need to make them aware of that.
Right.
Yeah, may I suggest something here? May I suggest that in the morning, many times, yes, this is a common situation that is faced, Priyangi. So what we have many times tried, which has become quite acceptable to patients, is that, you can ask them to just have a fruit and 1 exchange of nuts in the morning before they leave. So you neither have a very high spike, nor it's slightly balanced out between the nuts, which is a fat intake, and the fruit, and they're still do okay with their walk. Obviously, their regular walk. We're not talking about a very high level of exercise.
Right.
So that seems to work, and they're okay to come back and have breakfast after a period.
Right. Yes.
Yes. So if I may add here, I think this problem is, of course, is most prominent, and we need to be aware of and be careful of for patients who are on insulin therapy and, of course, type 1. That is where we need to be most careful. And
now we are losing out
of
on
course,
your
the
voice.
elderly population. So if we encourage them to do their sugar levels pre-workout, that would help to diabetics. Even handful of nuts, if they take that and go for their walk.
Ma'am, we can't hear you. Probably you can switch off your
work.
video and talk. Maybe that may help us.
Any more questions?
Yes, ma'am. May I have the liberty to ask one question? So, ma'am, ma'am, do we understand that identifying glycemic variability is extremely important, but that is possible only by doing a CGM, right? So, do you think that
even your fasting blood glucose and your postprandial blood glucose also, you can rule out your glycemic variability. For example, a GDM with 7-point profile, 7-point glycemic profile fasting, pre-breakfast, post-breakfast, pre-lunch, post-lunch, pre-dinner, post-dinner, 3 a.m. blood sugar. The next consecutive day you have done the corresponding time, the blood glucose, that is also can be considered as glycemic variability. We do not attach glycemic variability only with CGM. As I mentioned to you, there are several other methods of determining glycemic variability.
Okay, ma'am. So what
But the best method could be CGM.
So, ma'am, is CGM recommended only for a set of population like GDM patients and all? Do you think anybody in the early stages of diabetes also, when we do counseling
I
to
would
patients?
say that is the best thing. You know, if somebody has been recently detected diabetic, it could be type 1, type 2, GDM. It could be anybody with or without complications. If they have put on their CGM along with, supervision of the diabetologist and the dietitian, it's a beautiful journey which does not take very long for blood sugar control. Otherwise, we have seen, at onset of diabetes in a type 2 itself, they walk in sometimes with complications. We had a patient, about 38-year-old patient, recently come to us, first time diagnosed diabetes with neuropathy and nephropathy. And if we are going to take 3 months, come after 6 weeks, come after 12 weeks, we are going to miss the bus and the patient is going to progress in their complications. It's always better a newly detected diabetic. If the patient is put on a CGM, it does wonders.
I think I personally believe that because that increases the compliance and the patient doesn't get into an uncontrolled diabetes. So, ma'am, for the information of others, what would be the total expense if somebody is put on CGM, approximately, so that can be compared to the other test modalities?
See, 14 days, if you're going to do it, I think it is costing around 2,000 to 2,500. I do not know if the rates are different in different regions of the country. But that's definitely more economical than checking your blood sugar 7 times a day. The pain and the agony you go through 7 times a day for 14 days.
Correct. So it is much more economical as well.
And believe me, it's a mirror. The patient herself or himself can see that today I've eaten. I to tell my patients the first 1 week, you experiment whatever fruit you want to eat. You experiment whatever you want to eat during the first 3-4 days. And after that, you listen to what I've got to say. And you see the difference between the 2 blood sugars and decide for yourself what is good for you.
Yes, it increases the compliance of any patient, especially the newly diagnosed. Thank you so much for your answers, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was a beautiful presentation, as always.
Thank you so much.
For answer my questions.
Right. So should we move on?
Yes, ma'am.
To the next agenda on the right. So it's time to after the completion of the kind of deliberations over the last 2 years, it's now time to announce the winners for one of our competitions. We had held for diabetic. We had held a competition for the diabetic friendly recipes, and we had a very good response. So here is the time to announce the winners. Winner number 3 is Mubina Sanbi for the recipe of oat barley halim. The second winner is Khushbu Pathak, who's designed stuffed mushroom cups. And the first winner is Keshvi Venkat for millet roti with Sindhi dal. Since we had a very good response, we've also have 2 more. Yes, a round of applause for everybody. We also have 2 consolation prizes. The first one goes to Baran Dutt for Jawar Momos. And the second one is for Tanvi Gadwale. She's done Methi Paneer Paratha. So congratulations, all the 5 winners, and we will be in touch with you for the prizes.
Thank you so much, Nidhi ma'am. Thank you so much, Nidhi ma'am. It's time that we propose our vote of thanks. No event can be successful without people who dedicate their resources and time to make sure everything is flawless. To acknowledge their contribution, let's wrap up the session and propose the vote of thanks. I request Nidhi ma'am to take over the session.
Yes, thank you, Meenakshi. At the end of a very successful Adecon 2022, As the Secretary of the Association of Diabetes Educators India, it is my duty to thank all the stakeholders who have worked so hard to make this conference a grand success. I would like to congratulate and thank the organizing secretaries, Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj and Sonal Modi the last 2 months for conceptualizing and executing this program. Gratitude and immense respect to our President, Professor Dr. H.P. Chandalia, for being a pillar of the association and steering us through all our ideas with his clarity and vision. Thank you to the entire AD executive committee, always filling in when there was a problem. I would like to thank Dr. Neglur especially for spending a precious time yesterday, the entire session during this festive Easter weekend. Thank you so much for that. Priyangi Lahir, Dr. Shobha Odipi again for spending the morning on this Sunday weekend. A big thank you to the RX events team for the seamless streaming of the virtual event. Hardik, supportive and prompt. We were actually recording the sessions on Friday at 11:30 p.m. and they were not grudging. The event would not have been possible without our knowledge partners. So thank you so much, Novo Nordisk, Abbott Diabetes, Cipla, Abbott Nutraceuticals, Eris, USV, for the unstinting support as always. I would be failing in my duty if I do not thank all the delegates and also the new members. We are so happy to welcome new members to the ADE. Thank you so much for taking interest in this event and becoming member of the association. I take this opportunity to invite all the members to contribute to the ADE journal and also contribute diabetic recipes for an ongoing project. We are looking from all the members to the association activities throughout the year. Thank you once again. And this is Niti Desai signing off. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Niti ma'am. And I think we are as equally grateful to Sonal Modi ma'am, to Chandalia sir, to Anand Mosu sir, to the entire EC team, and to all the faculty who have been part of this Adecon 2022, not without Niti Desai ma'am, who has been also an important backbone. Though her name is not organizing secretary, but she has been equivalent and organizing secretary with Sonal Modi ma'am. A big, big thank you and a hug to you, ma'am. Now we move on to the national anthem. I request one and all to rise for the national anthem.
भारत भाग्य विधाता
पंजाब सिंह गुजरात मराठा
द्राविड उत्कल बंगा
विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा
उच्छल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नाम जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा
जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे
भारत जय 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 हे
Thank you so much. Looking forward to meeting one and all in the next Adecon. And today, here, all of us pledged together to keep our diabetes education flag as high as possible in order to improve the quality of life of all the PWDs. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much. I request all the EC members who are present here, including the RX events, to have a photograph with us. Whoever is present, please switch on your videos. Sonal ma'am, Shubda, if it's possible.
Yeah, just one.
Ruby. Prayers for you, Shubda. You will recover soon. RX events, I think even you can come on live so that we
Yes,
can have a
please.
beautiful picture. Thank you, Sonal ma'am.
आ जाओ सब, everybody, please.
I think Neelam has been a great support for us. Thank you so much.
We need to see you,
Absolutely,
Neelam.
Yeah,
We
we've
need
been
to
only
see
hearing
Neelam.
Neelam.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
We have Ria also with us. Can she switch on her video if it is possible?
It
Otherwise,
was
you
an
can help us with a screenshot of this. It will be really
Yeah,
helpful.
it was almost a hotline running through the last 2 to 3 weeks, Neelam. So yeah, thank you so much for your support.
And behind the screens, I think we had Hardik. Thank you so much, Hardik and Neerav. And Ria also. Sonal ma'am.
You still need me there? Okay, I was in the middle. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
ma'am,
was
just
not
a
feeling
moment.
too well. Yeah, actually, I was not feeling too well. Yeah. Okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Shubda, you getting better?
Thank you.
Our prayers for you. You will do well soon.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
needs
wishing you a
lots of
speedy
rest.
recovery. Wishing
I
you
was very
well.
worried in the morning about you.
No, no, it all
Thank you,
went
Priyanka.
beautifully.
Yeah, yeah.
Shubda, your patient Pranav was excellent, I think, and you've done a beautiful job with handling his lifestyle and everything and guiding him.
It's his hard work, hardly anything from my. It's
No,
his
no,
hard.
no. It is a lot that goes in. We don't realize it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's the motivation and the confidence
True.
that we
Yeah.
inspire. Yeah.
I think being positive is very important with the patients. Yeah.
Take care, Shubda. I think you're really unwell at the moment. You'll get well soon, dear.
Thank you.
Your efforts showed